Don't touch me. Yeah. Leave me alone, let me live my life. Isn't that a Sia song? Leave me alone, let me live it up, live it up. Leave me alone, let me live my life.
gamers. Brooke, thank you so much for the host. Gamers. Scorpion, thank you for the follow. Hello, everybody. How's your baby Friday going? How are you lovely people doing? How are you, the loves of my life right now? How y'all doing? I hope y'all are doing well. Guys, here is the, as I always ask, there is the go live tweet. If you guys have some space on your timeline to either reply or give it a retweet, I would appreciate it. Very fun, out of the ordinary stream tonight. We're gonna play a little Goo Gasser to warm up, and then we are going to jump in with Lachlan Peters, who is a Cambodian, has studied the history of Cambodia and a lot of the events that have happened there. It's gonna be really interesting. Ola Meduse, hello. Echo, hello. Okay, thank you for your blind bird app loyalty. I appreciate it. The bot will also yell at you. What more fun than for the bot to call you out for your shrimping? With those RTs. Thank you guys. Thank you. Hey, can I get some hype emotes in chat if you guys are ready to rip it? If you guys are ready to start and get it going? Can I get some hype emotes in chat? Doesn't have to be mine. Whatever you have. Can I get some hype emotes in chat, please? I need some hype emotes. I need some energy. I need to make sure that you guys are ready to go, because if you guys aren't ready to go, then how am I supposed to be ready to go? I feed off you. You guys are like, I'm like a leech. You guys are just sucking the energy off of you guys. You guys are you guys are my lifeblood. Give me some vibes in chat. I need some hype emotes, some BTTV emotes, whatever you have. 50, thank you for the host, by the way, as well. And Danny, thank you for the host. Thank you guys for the host train. I appreciate you guys. You guys are rock. Thank you so much. Love y'all. And I see some hype in chat. All right, vibes. All right, chat. Let's get it. Exclamation point warn in chat for the photosensitivity warning to start stream off with our intro. And here we go. Hello, my gamers. How are you lovely people doing tonight? How's everybody feeling? How was your baby Friday, your Thursday thus far? How did it go? Welcome in Danny and 50 and Brooke and Scorpion and Nikki and Kay and Mandy is here and Yonyo and Deuce and Echo and Not a Cat and Yanuku. Who else we got in here? Katie, hello. Good to see you. Chris, hello. Good after morning to you. Guitarific, I love the name. Thank you for coming in. Top Bro, good to see you. My friend Sophie, thank you for the host. Whoa, good to see you as well. Look at all the homies in chat. Thanks for bringing the vibes today, guys. It's gonna be a fun stream, very different from what we normally do, but it's gonna be a good time. I'm excited. What should I eat for dinner, Crub? You can't say Taco Bell, Popeyes. Easy. Hello, Adri, hello. Strimmer tips hat to you, respectfully. Hello, how are you, Adri? How are you? Comic Sprout, hello. Hey, look at the Tevert emote. How you doing, Comic Sprout? I like your name. Or Cosmic Sprout, I like that even better. Cosmic Sprout, how are you, my friend? Hello, gamers. Thank you for coming through the stream today. Thank you for bringing the vibes. I appreciate that. So what's going on today? What's going on today with me? Well, a few things. Currently, I'm looking at my phone, And I have a TikTok right now that's doing pretty well. I posted it right before stream, and it's kind of doing. It's very quickly doing well. It's from a Visage stream the other day. So if you guys want to go check that out, there's the TikTok link. Fun. I wasn't expecting that to do as well as it did, so that's always a pleasant surprise. What have I been doing today? What have I been up to? What has Crubbert been up to? I don't even know. I'm doing good anime. You should stretch. I should stretch. Oh, thank you. I've been sitting at my desk like all day. It is my Friday. I'm off work for 5 days and I don't know what to do with my life. Dude, what are you planning on, Danny? Anything fun? Anything exciting? That's awesome, though. Vacations are super nice. I have been in the process of working on some TikToks for other people. If you guys are a streamer or a content creator and you need TikToks done, I am commissioning TikToks, TikTok editing, essentially, for anybody that needs it. I don't do, like, longer form. Well, I can do longer form video editing, but just simple stuff, if you want just, like, simple cuts. Same with early stages of tonsillitis. Oh, no, dude, tonsillitis, Adri, I've heard is the absolute freaking worst. Dude, I hope that works itself out for you. I hope that works itself out. Dune, thank you for the host. Guys, thank you for the host. And a reminder that if you... Two things on Twitch that you should be doing. Two things on Twitch you should be doing. You should be hosting someone, even if you're not a streamer yourself. You should be hosting someone at all times. When you're watching, obviously, you can't just be up all day watching. You should be hosting someone because it makes Twitch happy. Twitch's little tendrils that it possesses get super excited, and we'll recommend that streamer to more people. Doesn't have to be me; it could be anybody you like. And if you have a Twitch Prime, if you have Amazon Prime, you should link your Amazon Prime to Twitch and throw a sub at your favorite creator each month, because you'll get the remotes, you'll get ad-free viewing, plus the creator will get some kickback. It's dope. I'm interested in the interview. Cool idea. Yeah, it's very different from what I normally do, Dune, so I'm a little nervous, obviously. But yeah, we're bringing on, what's your favorite food? Scorpio, my favorite food, I'm actually going to turn that redemption off because it's supposed to be for the interview later, but I didn't mention that yet. My favorite food, so Scorpio, probably, if I had to choose, Pad Thai. Have you ever had Pad Thai before? Pad Thai is definitely my favorite food. I love Pad Thai. I'm gonna temporarily turn that one off though, because it was supposed to be there for. We're having an interview later. It was gonna be for that, but yes, I still probably Pad Thai. What about you? Already hosting Tori? Exactly, Mandy. And Mandy, I never expect it. Just as long as you're hosting somebody, that's all that matters. Got to feed Twitch. Got to give Twitch its nice little host snacks throughout the day, right, Brooke? Brooke, thank you for the host earlier, by the way. How are you doing? It's good to see you. Liv, hello. How are you? Good to see you. Hello, my friend. What else was I gonna say? I was gonna say something. Yeah, I wanted to play some GeoGuessr with you guys for, actually, I don't even know, like, we're not going to do it for long. We're going to play GeoGuessr for like 20 minutes. I'm going to actually jump into it right now so that we have a little bit of time to maybe get through a round or two. Because then Lachlan Peters, who is he tells me not to call him a historian. He has a master's in, historical studies, though. So, like, I'm not going to call him that, though. He has a lot of knowledge, and he hosts a podcast about the country of Cambodia. It's a country that I know really very little about, almost nothing. And I'm assuming for most of you guys, especially if you're from the West, probably not too familiar as well. Katie, thank you for the host. I appreciate it. So we're going to have a conversation about that later. And I think it's gonna be really interesting and really insightful, because it's something that I never really studied in school. And I'm hoping that it ends up being a What of the Crub too from Danny. A good and enlightening discussion, because playing GeoGuessr, you guys always tell me, a lot of people always tell me, I've learned so much from playing GeoGuessr on your stream and stuff, and I realize I've learned a lot too. So I'm hoping that this conversation is kind of enlightening and kind of interesting and helps us learn a little bit more. If this series ends up doing well, if I do end up making it a series, my goal is to bring more academics like Lachlan on, more historians, experts, archaeologists, whatever, onto the show, and also bring on people that may not be academics, but may be just from these areas of the world. Because I think that perspective is just as, if not more important, honestly. It's just making connections with these people. That's what it's gonna come down to. But if today goes well, I'm gonna make an even more concentrated effort to do that, because I think that'll be a lot of fun. Hello, Pixel. How are you? I'm American. I know nothing about Cambodia. Exactly, right? It's wild. Hello, Carol. Thank you, Carol. How are you doing? I have zero plans. Danny, honestly, enjoy that though. It's kind of nice, right? It's kind of nice to have zero plans over a break. Here for the Cambodia facts. All I know is the song, dude. Okay, here is the most ignorant American thing you're gonna like. One classic, Katie. That is how Cambodia got on my map in my mind. I heard Holiday in Cambodia on Guitar Hero 3 when I was like 10. And so I got kind of familiar with the song, and I'm like, and then it reemerged in like middle school when I was playing Call of Duty, and I was playing Call of Duty Black Ops, and they were talking about the Vietnam War, and then when I got more interested in the Vietnam War, I learned about Cambodia, and I was like, oh, that's a place. That's what that song was about, and I listened to the song again, and then I started looking more into it as I got a little bit older, and then I stumbled upon the podcast that Lachlan hosts called In the Shadows of Utopia, which has to do with the country of Cambodia. And I looked more into it, and after playing GeoGuessr, I thought it was the perfect marriage, with the stream, for us to talk about a country like that. That all of us may have heard the name of it before, but probably very few of us, in my, because I have a highly American and British audience, probably don't really know much about other than the name alone, right? Let me catch up here. I'm doing good, Pixel. I'm very excited for today. A little nervous, but I'm excited. Hello, Brella. How are you? Can we get a shout out for Brellavis in chat, please? Bree is awesome. And Jenna, hello. Hello, Zoe. Good to see you as well. Dead Kennedy's on Guitar Hero, right? Right, Katie's? Hey, Vivi, how are you? Hope all is well. I'm sure I'll find something. You totally will. The way you didn't show up on my followed channels because you unfollowed me, Jotan. Hi, Jotan. How are you? Super excited for this crowd. You're doing amazing things. Thank you, Jotan. I appreciate it. Yeah, like I was saying, I think it's going to be really interesting, and I hope it goes well. I'm nervous. We're going to start at 7, so we got we're going to play just a couple rounds of GeoGuessr before we get ripping here. We're still on our 275 country streak, and then we're gonna hop into the interview. I forgot to turn my lucky light on behind me, guys. I forgot to turn my lucky light on. Hold on. I got it. We need good luck. Lucky light's going on. There we go. Perfect. The lucky Jolteon light, which lights my ways. Ellie, my bestie, hello. Can we get a shout out for Ellie? Huge shout out to Jotan as well. Jotan is a fellow Soot Sprite, amazing human being, hysterical person. Like, if you're not following Jotan, you are missing out on amazing content. Jotan is so freaking funny. I just love Jotan so much. Hey, please go give Jotan a follow. And Ellie is just one of my besties. Such cozy, wonderful content. They were playing A Way Out the other day with a friend. And they weren't allowed to talk in sentences over 3 words, which I thought was so funny. It was so good. Look at all these lovely people. Hello, Lachlan making an appearance in chat. Guys, sorry to put you on blast, Lachlan, but I'm gonna reveal your secret identity. Shadows of Utopia Pod is the Twitch account of Lachlan Peters, who will be on the show shortly. Lachlan, how is your morning going, my friend? Thanks for popping in, dude. Good to see you. Good to see you around. That stream was great. The one with because that was the day we raided, right, Yonyo? It was so good. I love it. I freaking love it. You're too sweet with the heck. No, Jotan, you deserve it. You freaking deserve it. We have a Nikki, could you do an exclamation point Utopia in chat for me? Yes, exclamation point Utopia. That should bring up the actual link to the podcast website, which will have the link to the podcast, a little bit more information on Lachlan, and then a little bit more information on Cambodia as well, if you guys want to get a little background. And then, Nikki, for your knowledge, exclamation point today will explain what's happening, because I'm sure we're going to have people asking, like, oh, what's going on right now? And I don't want to obviously interrupt our conversation every time. Good to see you. Looking forward to this. I'm very excited. I'm super excited. This is going to be a lot of fun. Hey, Roberta, I'd like to give a quick shout out. Unfollow my friend Crub TV. He makes amazing content and streams, but I want him to suffer. Please do that. Please do. Thank you, Jotan. That was a stunning endorsement. Where do you guys think we are? I have not really seen any identifiers other than I think it's Europe. Based on the signage alone, that looks like almost Latvian, kind of. Or, this could also maybe be Iceland, because I don't think the plates are not European actually. They're not. They don't have the EU like blue on them. It doesn't look like, which is confusing me. Already subbed. Can't leave now. It's illegal to leave once you're subbed. Actually, you can't. I'm kidding. Oh man. Today is gonna. Oh, here we go. Here are some. Okay. Here is a sign here. Hamlina Turku is. Where are we right now? Anybody recognize any of those city names? Hamilina. Rihimaki, I'm Turku. I'm definitely butchering all of those. You still follow with these. Don't worry, I would know. Turku equals Finland. Yunuku, you think so? Are we actually fulfilling the Finnish meme? Are we actually in Finland for once? Sounds Finnish. Turku is in Finland, and that would be on the 10, it looks like, is the main highway. 5, 6, 20. It's a red highway. Do you know what area of the country it's in, Yunuku? Off the top of your head? Very south. Oh, yeah, there you go. Turku, right there. And the 10 leads into it. That's an easy clap. Well done. Well done, Yunuku. Well done. 276 country streak in a row. Dude, we got to try and get to, we got to, like, later in the night tonight, y'all, we got to try and get ourselves up to 300. Thoughts on that? I think we can do it. Educational, I'm dead. Dude, top right, like, kind of is, though. Like, people always, dude, this game is kind of a learning game. Could that be Finnish? Not sure. Yeah, Katie, I was thinking the same thing. It does look kind of Finnish. I think it could be Finnish. Hey, Allie, how are you? How you doing? And a very old city, to be fair. One of the early cities. Warlockly, hello, dude. Not calling you out a lurk, but hello if you're lurking around. I hope you're having a great evening, my friend. I'm in for the 300. Dude, we got to hit 300 later tonight. Once the talk show segment's over, we'll probably help, depending on how long it goes. I think we're only gonna go for maybe an hour or two. But if we get really into it, we might go a little bit later. But I don't think I'm gonna go for too terribly long. During the show, we're gonna get a lot of substance in a. We're not going to turn into a college, college once a week class lecture, right? We want it to be interesting. Oh, woo, Scotty! Oh, that scared the crap out of me. Woo! Oh man, it's been a while since my alerts have gotten me. Dear Lord, dear Lord! Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Hello, Scotty and friends of Scotty. Welcome to the stream, Scotty. My Scottish pal, how are ya? How is your stream? How's my Scottish coming, Scotty? Huge shout out to Scotty, friend of the stream, amazing human, amazing streamer. Scotty, what were you playing today? Balin, or is it Balin Wonderworld? What is Balin Wonderworld? I'm not familiar. What is that, Scotty? I'm not familiar at all. It's very grubby in here. Turn Goo Guesser stream into a horror experience. Yeah, with the freaking knocking. It's so bad. It makes me angry. What's the premise? If you guys do not follow Scotty already, make sure you go give Scotty a follow. You will just a good person. A fun stream. Like the best. Hello, hey Jennifer, how are you? What, awful? The alert? Is the alert awful? How's your day going, Jennifer? Good to see you. Good to see you. Welcome in, everyone. My name is Krub. I'm a variety streamer. I do a little bit of everything here on Twitch.tv. Today, I am playing a little bit of GeoGuessr while we warm up to do an interview. I'm doing a talk show style stream today with a special guest who has studied the history and some of the events that have happened in Cambodia over the years. And when I say some, I mean has done in depth. And hosts a podcast called In the Shadows of Utopia. His name is Lachlan Peters. I'm very excited to talk to him. We play a lot of GeoGuessr in this channel, so I wanted to take kind of everything we've learned from GeoGuessr. It's actually, I've learned a lot from playing this game, and Chad has told me the same. So I thought it would be interesting to take that education to the next step and learn about a country a lot of us, I figure, probably aren't too familiar with. So I'm very excited for that. But we do a little bit of everything here. I play The Sims, I play GeoGuessr, scary games on stream. It's a variety stream. I call myself a Just Chatting Plus streamer because no matter what I'm playing, we end up talking the entire time. It's a good time though. I'm glad you guys are here. Gabe, good to see you. You lovely human. Hello. It's a one-button platform made by a Sonic guy. So it's like one of the Impossible games. Oh my god, I know what you're talking about. Civi! Is it Civi? Civi? How are you? Angry Scotty is amusing though. I can imagine Scotty angry. Tomorrow I torture him with weird games. Please trust you. Do not want play the game Scotty's running right now. Is it like it's a 3D platform when it's one button? Really? I'm not familiar. Getting some Takis? Dude, Top Row, that sounds fantastic, my friend. Go get some Takis. So you guys that are just hopping in, we're playing GeoGuessr right now. We're just trying to guess the country we're in. If you're not familiar with GeoGuessr, drops you in a random location on Google Maps and you try and figure out where you are based on context clues around you. So like I'm looking at the sun right now and I see the sun looks like it's kind of more on the north than the south, which generally means you're in the northern hemisphere of the world. So I think we're in the northern the southern hemisphere. The sun's to the north. So it looks like a Southeast Asian country though. So we might be near the equator, but not right on it. But you guys can help us. You guys can help us look. The only thing we ask is you don't Google stuff to ruin it. Now you're seeing Crub at HD. Did you change your camera? No, Obi, I actually didn't. No, I didn't. I have my lighting. I have my lighting on most streams though. Does it look better, Obi, today? Does it look chat? Does the camera look better today? I didn't really change the lighting. I have the same ones up. It might just be, I don't know. Maybe it's just the way that I have it angled today, which is interesting. I'm glad you mentioned it though. It looks cleaner. It looks cleaner today, huh? Weird. That's so weird because I have my lights in the exact same location. I don't know. That's so weird. Less blown out and most low key. Huh. Interesting. Looks better. Almost not scuffed. Wow. Huh. Interesting. I'll have to take a look at the VOD and compare it. See maybe it's the white shirt. That's kind of what I was thinking. Maybe it's like the reflection of the white shirt. If it's the camera I sent you, it can be weird about auto balance. I have a different one, Gabe. I got like the upgraded version of the one that you sent me. So I think it usually looks, I don't know. She looks crispy. Huh. You're glowing today, Krub. Thank you, Vivi. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. I want to get, okay, Sabario. That sounds Spanish. So I was thinking Southeast Asia, but I actually think we're in somewhere in South America. Snacks have been desserted, Takis and milk. I don't like milk, Top Pro, but I get it why you would have it with Takis. So like I can't attack you too much for that. Oh man, that would make me feel sick though. Maybe he's right. Maybe it's just you looking better. Maybe I just cleaned myself up for the cam a little bit today. What you guys? I have the queue for you guys. Come on now. Where are we, y'all? This way to Sabario Elementary School, Barangay Hall. So we're Barangay though. That sounds more like we could be in the Philippines because we're seeing English. We're seeing what looks to be kind of similar to what I've seen from Filipino language, and a little bit of Spanish influence maybe, which you oftentimes will see in the Philippines. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Roberta. Hey, boyo, I'm liking the daylight stream style. Hope you're doing well. Why? Everybody says it looks different, Meebs. I'm so good. I don't know what's different about it. I don't know what I did to my camera, but like it looks, everybody says it looks better today. Thank you though, Meebs. I appreciate it. How was your stream, Meebs? How'd it go? I was lurking around in there after Rob rated you. How did it go, cutie? Does anybody recognize that looks like a P? So I would assume that probably is, probably the Philippine, Filipino currency. Piela. Do you know it, Scotty? It's the white shirt, white headset, and no neon lights. The neon lights are on though, which is also weird. But maybe it is the whites. The whites might just be like reflecting a little bit more of the light. Maybe, possibly. But I'm glad it looks better. Loads of lurking homies. I was so glad to see everyone. The stream was nice, but tough game to make brain hurty, dude. Yeah, brain melty games like on stream. Like I'm just like I die after stream. Looks like Philippines or Indonesia. I'm feeling good about the Philippines. Not enough to rip it yet, but I'm feeling pretty good about the Philippines right now. I don't know what Filipino license plate. Oh wait, hold up. Looks like a political sign. PCBA cares. Starts with a P. Makes me kind of think Philippines. Also English. From when I've been in Indonesia before, you don't see this much English. Honda service accredited network, genuine spare parts, yada yada yada. Petronas, that looks again more Spanish influence. Hey Zoo, how are you? Also looks like driving on the right. True. Yes. Based on those cars, I mean they could just be parked weird, but probably driving on the right. You're right, Yanuku. I need to see one of the Jeep bus public transport things to confirm the Philippines. Like the Jeep style buses. Let me keep looking. Let's keep zooming. Let's see what else we can find. Toto, cigarette smoking is bad for your health. The P, I don't know what that P is. I don't know if that's a Filipino currency. It's not something I'm familiar with, so I don't know 100% for sure. Let's keep schmoovin'. See what else we can find. Can we get a shout out for Meebs as well? I don't know if we got a shout out for Adios Amoeba. Dude, Adios Amoeba, man. Best voice on Twitch, but that's really diminishing them. They are just a wonderful human in general. I love Meebs. They are extremely entertaining, extremely welcoming, and just a great pal. I respect Meebs so much and love Meebs so much. Philippine peso got a P with some lines on the D part. Oh, that's it. Wait, Vivi, you know? That's 100% what that was then. I think. Vivi, does that look like the Philippine peso? The P is the Philippine peso. Okay, so it has to be, right? We've seen Spanish influence. We've seen the currency. We've seen a good amount of English. I feel pretty good about the Philippines. I'm probably gonna go, since we got like kinda more lines, I guess. Ooh, okay, so it might not be the Philippines. Ooh, yikes. G Penny. Okay, so if we see a G Penny, we might be in the, that could confirm Philippines as well, or give us a little bit of perspective. Poultry Express chicken stuff, because I feel like this still could possibly be South America, like maybe. Burgue Sabario, San Lorenzo. See, like that, like I saw one word that looked more Filipino. Might be simplified in the ad. That's true, right? So like it's not, yeah. Maybe I'm not 100. Wait a minute. Flags? It looks like religious flags, maybe, which, or not, maybe not even that. I don't even know. It could be like a celebration or something, or like even an ad. It could be like an advertisement. I don't think those are country flags though. Novi, wait a minute. Got some names there. Novi Guazo, something. PCB is the best choice for business education. Philippine College of, yeah, Philippine College of something, business and accounting, I think is what it says. Boom. We are in Philippines. Here we go. Boom. There we go. Well done, chat. Well done. I think it's the Philippines though. Yeah, you guys were spot on. Well done. Well done. We are. Philippines was the correct answer. Well done. Well done. Well done, chat. All right, guys. We are on 277. We'll probably play some, depending on how long our conversation goes with Lachlan, we are probably going to, be coming back to this later. A C-bomb. That's sick. Is that what's that from? Is that yours, Scotty? I like that. That's sick. All right, let me get to my Discord here and check if Lachlan is prepped and ready to go. See how to do this. I thought it was like, oh no. All right, just confirming some things here. There we go. Since I always bump Steve out, dude, that's actually so funny, Scotty. I bless the rains down in Africa. That first glance, I actually think this might be Australia because of the camera. The camera in Australia can sometimes look this garbage. Oh, you guys can't see it, but we're gonna save that one. We're gonna save that one because I don't want to. Oops, that's the wrong screen. I don't want to get too into it before we and be late to our call here. Not upside down. False. Yes, it's not the land. It doesn't look like the land down under. Therefore, it has to be untrue, right? So you just have to chat here. Say it's somewhere I can. Let's see here. Oops. I accidentally just all capsed. There we are. Cool. Hey, Gigi, how are you? We getting a history lesson today? We are getting a history lesson today. Yes. So I'll give you guys another introduction for people that might just be coming in. Warren, thank you for the host. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Corpus hacking the mainframe. No, just messaging Lachlan, getting some confirmations of just making sure we're ready. So what we're doing today, guys, is we are talking to Lachlan Peters, who has a background in the history of Cambodia and the events that have happened in Cambodia over the years. We're going to be talking to him, learning a little bit about Cambodia. I thought it would be cool to bring someone on after all we've learned in GeoGuessr to kind of take that learning to the next step, and learn a little bit more about a country that I assume a lot of us probably, based on our audience, probably don't have a ton of familiarity with. So I think it's gonna be really cool. So we're gonna have a little bit of a video chat here with Lachlan. And you guys are welcome to ask questions. We're going to try and keep it in, I've got a queue. So what I have is you guys have five, you guys can each ask 5 questions. No guarantees we're going to get to all of them. So it might vary a little, it might vary a little bit. It'll be kind of like first come, first serve, when it's relevant. But I have a channel point redemption that I'm going to unlock once we get started. And you guys will be able to ask questions as well, based on what we're talking about. And you guys will have five for the stream. I'll probably still look at chat, and if someone says something really, pressing at the moment, that is relevant, I might still talk. I might still address that as well. Hello, Ghosty. Huge shout out to Garbage Ghosty. How you doing? Smart stream tonight. Huge brain stream tonight. Huge brain stream tonight. Let me catch it. Yeah, I think it's gonna be fun. Warren, how's your day going, my friend? Thank you again for the host. Thanks for all the hosts today, guys. It's always scary doing something a little bit different and new. I'm excited about it, but it's still always a little nerve inducing. So I appreciate y'all. Hello, Stotally. I'm having a great day right now. I'm having a wonderful day. I hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a great day. Hope you're feeling good. And for anybody that, if you forget what we're doing or anything, exclamation point today will kind of give you an idea of what's going on. I probably won't be talking to, well, I know I'm not going to be talking to chat very much during the conversation because we're going to be having a conversation for the most part. I'll be reading questions from the redemption. And like I said, if I see something in chat that I'm still going to be looking at chat, and I might type to you guys, like if Lachlan's talking and one of you guys says something that I want to respond to. But mostly we're going to be using the redemption. But again, still chat and chat, like talk and chat. Like I still want to see, be able to read and see what you guys have to say and stuff. I'm excited. I'm super excited. So we're just gonna wait till we're ready here. I've got a different screen up and everything, so it should be fun. History time. I'm excited. I'm super excited. I'm super excited not just to like stream it, but like I'm excited to learn. Like that's what I'm excited for. I'm excited to learn because man, this is just such a different, like, hopefully cool and fun, more engaging. I think this will be a little bit more engaging than like traditional learning in a lot of ways, which I think is cool. I think it's really, I hope so, at least. That's my hope. So hopefully that works. Oh, I need to turn off my chroma key. I can see things are getting chroma keyed out behind me. And the last thing I need to do is smile and have my teeth get chroma keyed out. I hate when that happens. There we go. Feeling a little bit better about myself now. Thank you for the lurk, Warren. I appreciate it. Yeah, GG, it's a little bit different. And then later on, we're going to probably go back to, like I said, like I told Chad, as long as this doesn't take, 6 hours, I'll probably go back to GeoGuessr a little bit later, too. This mixes 2 of my favorite things, history and chaos. Exactly. Yo, what's up, Alex? How you doing? Welcome in, man. Good to see you. Thank you all for the lurks, though, and the hosts and everything, because the more people that see this, I think the cooler it'll be. I'm going to switch categories here to talk shows. I've never been in the talk shows category. We'll see. Hopefully it brings better people in than the just chatting category. So there we are. Which often go hand in hand. Exactly. History is just a mass of chaos in general anyway. How you been, Ghosty? How you been, my friend? It's good to see you as always. Obi. Thank you so much for the host, my friend. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Stream category going full nerd in the best way. Exactly. We're going to full nerd today, and I'm fine with that. Are you tired of getting asked for your OF? Yes, in Just Chat, dude. Just chatting is a wasteland. I don't deal with it as much, but like, man, like some people get it bad in Just Chatting. It's just like Just Chatting is weird. It's a weird category. A lot of people avoid it. Can it be the Photoshop portrait in 10-minute podcast, dude? I need to do like a whole stream of those. That'd be fun. Crub is the only Crubs. Let's go. Let me know when audio is okay when we get started. Perfect. All right, guys. Lachlan is about to hop on, so I will be turning. I'm gonna turn on the redemption for asking questions. So obviously serious questions only. I'm just gonna delete it if it's a meme, and if you're really abusing it, you're gonna get banned, so don't fuck with it too much. Let me pull up the ask a question there we are. Perfect. And yeah, like I said, I'll still be looking at chat, so again, chat, keep talking, keep hanging out. But I probably won't be as active as I normally am, obviously, because we'll be having a conversation. The Saturday Bros was so much fun last time. It could be points redeemed for the Photoshop portrait. That would actually be really fun. So the question, could you send nudes? And the answer was no, and you're banned. Right, dude, I know. And the people just hop into streams like that. What do you think? Like, what is your prerogative there? People are so stupid, man. But Yeah, it's one of the reasons I avoid just chatting. Full length Sailor Moon Dance available for $3.99. All right, I am gonna give a standing stream. All right, fine, Alex, fine. I'm down to do a standing stream. Help me get the nerves out. Cool. Slowly moving up here. All right. Now I am gonna mess with my audio here. I'm gonna ask you guys in just a second because we're gonna call Lachlan. Let me know how the audio is here. Oh, you know what? Before I call, I am gonna go turn
You
real
never
quick.
see it come back. You see that my mind is to fast.
If you guys have been here, you know my room gets super hot when I stream. Thank you for the host as well. Gigi, thank you so much. Just saying, so I tried it as a woman turns into dude, Zoe, absolutely. Oh no. All right, let me try this here. Do. Heyo.
Hey,
How's it going, man?
very well.
Good.
How are you?
Good to hear. I'm good. I just realized I'm gonna have to do a little bit of a different,
Something?
yeah, just with the layout. It's always a challenge capturing 2 videos at once and getting them on the layout. So let me go to my actual screen that I have set up here. Oh, where'd I put it? How's the morning, man?
Yeah, good.
Go good? Good.
Report pretty cloudy day here, so apologies for the lag.
Oh, you're good. It's pretty dreary here as well.
Yeah, no problem.
Let's see, what do I want to do here? This should be showing. Oh, I see what's going on. I have you hidden underneath a block of text here, or a picture here. Let me recrop this. So you're visible. It's always a challenge trying to make this stuff work on the fly.
Yeah, I can imagine.
All right, there you are. Perfect. And you might not be able to see me on the Discord call because for whatever reason, my streaming software doesn't like to pick up my camera on 2 applications at once. So just a heads up of that. And that's cool with you.
Yeah, no problem. That's
For sure.
Yeah, it's just got like a
Kind
couple of squares. doing
weird
dance
seeing
at
me.
the moment.
Yeah. Oh, you know what I can do though to actually make? Hold on, I think I can actually might have a workaround of that to make it easier. I feel like it's better if you can. Face to face is always better, right?
Well, I was yeah, I feel like I was sort of lurking in your stream for a bit there, so I got a bit of crub action.
Yeah, there you go. A little bit of understanding of the lore behind Crub. All right, here we go. And then if I do this instead, share my screen with you, and then grab my Streamlabs here. You should be able to, you'll see me with you, but you'll see me in real time instead of if you were looking at the stream, you'll see it delayed. I don't know. Can you see that right now?
It's trying to do something. It's giving me like an extra little.
We'll see if it works. Troubleshoot.
It's got like
over
a
there.
black background now.
Okay. Black background.
And I can see. Oh yeah, I can see your mouse moving.
Okay, you can see the mouse, but not the software, huh?
No.
I wonder
Just
if
mouse on black.
let's see. If I were to do this instead. I wonder if you can see this. Is that better?
No change.
No change. Still black screen. Might just be my internet connection trying to connect. So yeah, we'll just do it a little bit of a delay. But, you know, hopefully it still works and it's still smooth.
It's all good.
Cool. Okay, for sure. Well, hello. Thank you for hopping on and being a part of the stream, Lachlan. I'm super grateful you agreed to come on.
Happy to be here.
So
Thanks for inviting me.
who's the cutie's name next to you?
Oh, this is Lyra. She's the elder statesman of the family.
Okay. So that's the okay. Spending a little bit of time
She
just
gets what she wants.
basking in the sun early in the morning. It makes sense.
Yeah, she's a heat detector. That's her
Oh,
main
okay.
job.
Yeah, okay. So you get, yeah, during the cold months, I'm sure she comes in handy, right?
Yeah.
So, I'll just kind of give you the floor to start. You want to tell everybody kind of about you and what you do and your background and whatever you think is relevant.
Sure. Well, yeah, I think you've let your audience know that I'm. I think you've used the word expert and historian a few times, which I'm probably obliged to say those things are not
Technically, right.
what I am. Technically, those would involve me doing a bit more than I do, but I'm a graduate of Monash University in Melbourne, Australia. I've been studying Cambodia predominantly for about a decade now, since I was in high school, I guess. That interest was sparked. And a few years ago, I decided to do something with some of that learning that I had accrued, and I decided to make a podcast, which I realize everyone has a podcast these days, but currently mine is the only one that is completely devoted to explaining Cambodian history and a particular part of that recent history, a particular tragic part of their recent history, which is often known as the Khmer Rouge regime, the Pol Pot regime. There's a few quite famous films about the period, The Killing Fields, or more recently, First They Killed My Father, which is on Netflix. So that is my focus, and the podcast is an attempt to explain all of that in a fairly straightforward way, so anyone can sort of listen to it and get a fairly high level of understanding.
Right, and that's what I liked about the podcast a lot. Is it from ancient history up until I'm around the area where the Khmer Rouge is starting to come in, and you're explaining more of what you specialize in. Like I was talking to you before we got on this on the stream, was it is very accessible. It's such a period of history that I think is just so a period of history in a region of the world that is so overlooked by, at least in, like I was telling you before, in Western society. I don't think I ever heard the word Cambodia in traditional school whatsoever. Like I told you, and I was telling the stream earlier, I heard of it from the Dead Kennedys song, right? That was the first thing that I'd ever heard. So I think that, accessible learning for, especially when it comes to more niche parts of history like this, especially more recent ones that are relevant to the way that our politics work today, internationally, is really important. So I really highly recommend the podcast. If you guys do !Utopia in chat, you'll see the link to the Lachlan's website with a little bit more information on the podcast and links to the episodes as well.
Yeah, I think accessibility is really important. I'm not sure if you've tried to pick up any kind of weighty tome of a history book lately, but I honestly think collectively our attention spans are getting smaller by the year. So, the podcast for me, I wanted to make it still very explanatory, but I wanted to start off on a pretty basic level and then sort of take the listener to a high level of understanding as the show goes on. We're about halfway through the show now, so there's still going to be about another 20 hours left, and perhaps another couple of years I'll be working on it. But yeah, that is the goal, to sort of share what I've spent 10 years learning to someone that just wants to start today.
Yeah, exactly. And that's one thing that I really enjoy as well, is the way that you start to do exposition on the podcast, through it starts in ancient history, right? It starts, with the original, with Angkor and with the original Khmer people, and it does provide a lot of context of, okay, how did we get to this point in the 20th century that is what most people know about Cambodia, and and where's Cambodia going now. So I really liked that, that you kind of went through the entire scope of Cambodian history.
Yeah, that was a decision that I don't think I really thought out when I was first coming up with the show. I thought I would do it for about a year and it would be just the last 50 years of Cambodian history, which is what I'm more familiar with. Yeah, at some point I made the decision well, I was looking at the recent history and I think almost any event in the 21st century or the 20th century, you look at it and go, oh, how did that happen? And very quickly, well, you go, oh, well, that was this decision that was made 5 years earlier. But that decision, well, that was all because of something else that happened 5 years before that. And very quickly, I thought, well, why not just start from the start? Let's explain everything, and that way, yeah, we can have a holistic approach to history, which I think is probably a fancy way of saying that I just didn't know how to edit myself very well, so I decided to tell the whole story.
Yeah, no, and like I said, I think that ended up being a good thing, because being able to see the butterfly effect like that, I think that's important, because who knows what decisions societies and civilizations make now that could end in something tragic like that happening in the modern day or in the future, right? So I think
Precisely.
it helps identify patterns like that, through a niche lens, but helps us expand those to a wider understanding of the world. So I think that's, yeah. I think it works out really well. Most of what I wrote with the Khmer was regarding Kissinger and Thatcher's involvement. Curious to check out the podcast. Yeah, it's a much more, Rabbit's much more of like he said, like a holistic approach, of how we got to that point, right? Which I think is awesome. So I guess, just a super basic introduction for people who don't even know the word Cambodia, right? Where is Cambodia? How would you describe Cambodia? What are some defining features of it as a nation? How did it come to be that nation in the first place? Just a really wide, I guess, brief explanation on that.
Sure. Well, Cambodia is a country in Southeast Asia. It is the region that was formerly part of the French colonial empire, and they sort of called it French Indochina, which
Right.
is comprised of Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos. I think we touched on this before. Pronunciation of Laos, you can say Lao or Laos. Sometimes the S, you can leave it off if you want. But those three countries were all part of the French Empire.
Right. Right.
Um, the the reason I brought that up, even though it's a bit later in the history, is just that name Indochina. So naturally, Indo, India, China, China, and it's if you look at a map, it's really at the confluence of those two quite big, quote unquote, countries in history. So Cambodia really is on that fault line between the two. If you go there, you'll notice an Indian influence, food, religion, things like that. It's a Buddhist country, formerly Hindu, in comparison to say Vietnam, which is a bit more influenced by China, Confucian, things like that. So on that fault line between those two big civilizations is where the Khmer people or Khmer people originated, and they're one of these extremely old civilizations. There have been people in that region of the world that we now call Cambodia doing vaguely Khmer things for. It varies depending on who you talk to, but I would say at least 10,000 years, perhaps many more than that. So
Right. And
it's a very
Khmer,
old culture.
and then Khmer is just a name for the ethnicity of Cambodian people over the period of history, right?
Good point. Yeah, the Khmer are the dominant ethnic group in that region. So Cambodia is mostly comprised of Khmer people, although there are a couple of other ethnicities there. But yeah, majority are Khmer.
Got it. Got it. It's interesting because I would just, if I before I started listening to the podcast, I would have just thought people from Cambodia, Cambodian people, right? Just everybody is Cambodian, right? Unless they had, were, of another ethnic group that had migrated there at some point, or immigrated
Yeah.
there at some point. So it's interesting to know that. Are there other like ancient peoples, ethnic groups that have resided in Cambodia for, thousands or hundreds of years?
Uh, yeah. There's a few, I guess, what you would call more tribal people, the Jarai, for instance. But there's probably a handful, and you're stretching my my area of expertise a bit. But yes,
Sure.
certainly there are a
Yeah.
few other
Yeah, just
ethnic
to get a
groups in Cambodia.
basic understanding of
Yeah.
that. Rage, thank you so much for the sub, man. It's good to see you. Um, but yeah, so it's really interesting. So the Khmer people, for anybody who's not familiar, are the ethnic group that has predominantly lived in Cambodia since ancient times. And
Mm.
I guess probably the thing that most people are familiar with that they may not even know is in Cambodia. I know I didn't really know this, and again, until I looked into it a little bit more, is Angkor Wat, which is often regarded as one of the seven wonders of the world on some list, and is a very large temple that was built in by the Khmer in ancient times.
Yeah. So those lists of wonders are silly. Yeah, there's like 10 different lists. I'm not
Yeah,
sure if there's an
there's no
official one
definitive
somewhere,
list, I
but
don't think, right?
it's definitely on a lot of people's wonders. Um, yeah, and I mean the definition of ancient there is kind of interesting as well because I mean if you look at something like the pyramids or just ancient Egypt, we're talking like, you know, 3,000 years ago,
Right.
whereas what many people look at um, Angkor, and it's probably worth talking about those a bit. So you mentioned Angkor Wat. Um, that is one particular temple. It is the most famous.
Right.
Um, Angkor is sort of the old Khmer phrase they used for city. So city temple. But the location itself, the Angkor Wat is in, is what what we call the seat of the old Khmer Empire.
Right.
So the Khmer people that we were talking about with their very ancient culture, there were different what you could call states, even though that word doesn't really apply. But there were a few different areas, Chenla, Funan, that was in the time period prior to um, basically the Common Era, 0 AD. And then from there, around about 750 AD or to about 800 AD, that is when Cambodia uh, really, I guess you could say, started. So something that you would loosely call a state with people that were involved in with one king called it was Jayavarman II who sort of collected these people and said, "Look, I'm going to be king over you, and this is going to be my country, our country." The Khmer Empire sort of started there. It grew next to what's called the Tonle Sap, which is one of the largest uh, basically lakes in the world. Highly fertile region. You can grow a lot of rice there. There's plenty of fish in this lake, and just next to it, they very good place to build a city. Eventually, that city would be known as Yasadharapura, uh, which is kind of what we just call Angkor now. Angkor Wat was a temple built there in about 1000 AD. So the reason I went on that slight tangent is just when you say ancient world, that really sort of does put us back into an older era of history, whereas Angkor and the temples that we see there are kind of being built what many Western people would call the medieval era. So, round about the same time, Cambodians are building the largest pre-industrial city in the world. You've got, films like Braveheart, that kind of castle era in England. That's sort of roughly the approximate time that Cambodia was doing this.
Right, and that makes sense. Yeah, I saw someone had mentioned in chat that the pyramids were kind of more like something like the pyramids is, so what you would consider maybe the ancient era as opposed to Angkor Wat, which is a much more recent development. Which that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's. I actually didn't know that Angkor was meant city. So that's just so city Angkor, and then Wat is temple. Wat is the word for temple.
Yeah, you'd still go to a Buddhist Wat today.
Got it.
So
Okay. Wonderful. Wonderful. That's that. Yeah. If you guys can see the pic, I mean, you guys can see the picture. That's a picture of. I think that actually might be a painting, but I can go back to the Google search here. I know this is a picture. It's wild. Even being built in the Middle Ages, it's wild how magnificent of a structure it is, and still there today. And what's in the city? I'll let you kind of talk about the city that it's in today, where Angkor Wat is located.
yeah, if anyone has been there, it is an extremely impressive part of the world. What remains there, and it's amazing that Angkor Wat is as like preserved as it is. But what you see there, and what I call like a temple complex, um, you can around the area of Siem Reap in Cambodia today, you'll see many of these structures. Most of them are enclosed in a kind of a heritage area. But what you're seeing there are the remains of, as I said, one of the largest city in the world prior to the industrial era. Um, this city was basically built on a complex series of dams, ponds, and causeways connecting them. You might be familiar with the Aztec Empire
Yeah.
that was sort of built on. Yeah, yeah. So a real command of water, which is a really important part of that civilization, and they were that good at mastering the water. They were able to grow massive amounts of rice to feed a population that grew and grew to this city that had more than 1 million inhabitants, and spread over from that capital, if you want to call it that. The empire itself spread over most of what we would now call Southeast Asia, the mainland. So um, all of where South Vietnam is today, through to all of where Thailand is, and all of, not quite all of, but up into Laos as well. So a massive, massive empire with this extremely impressive city at the at the middle of it. And yeah, what do you do when you've got this massive empire and you've got all these people? You start building nice things. You start collecting stone. They floated stone down these causeways to build these really incredible temples and cities and walls. Angkor Wat being, as we said, the most famous, but there are many others. The Bayon is my personal favorite. You may have seen that one as well. It's
How
the
do
one with all
you?
the faces.
How do you? Oh, yes, yes. It's how do you? How would you spell it? Is it Bayon?
Bayon, exactly. Yeah,
I think I have personally seen this. Yes, yes, and I'll pull up a picture for
yeah.
chat to see here. What? Now, where is this located?
That is, you know, if you're visiting there, it's probably less than a 5 minute drive from Angkor Wat. So they're
Oh,
all
wow.
located in a fairly close proximity. Like if you went to a city today and you imagined it in 1,000 years' time where everyone had just left it alone, you'd imagine you'd still see the skyscrapers, very large buildings,
Right.
things like that remaining. So that's what I'd try and explain Angkor as. Like you're just seeing these stone remains. However, the entire area was, you know, covered in huts in different houses in these you could think of the roads being sort of water and people would row down them.
Right, right. Yeah, and we've talked about the project Virtual Angkor, Visualizing Angkor, which kind of looks to recapture with almost video game graphics, very similar to graphics you'd see in a video game. Something similar to what Angkor would have looked like at its peak. And it's wild looking at that. Like here is, let me see if I can actually bring up. I wonder if I can bring up just a picture of visualizing Angkor. Let's see here. I believe it's a VR experience that you can enter in and kind of explore the city. But if you look at some of these, like this top-down image, like Lachlan had said, just like the amount of housing and the amount of people that were there. Do you know? Would you happen to know off the top of your head, Lachlan, what the population would have been around Angkor's Peak?
At its height, people estimate that it would have been about 1 million people, which is
Wild for
very
that
big
time period.
for yeah.
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 That's super wild. Yeah, and that's another thing that I go back and I look, and it's so interesting being from a Western perspective. If you would have asked me, who do you think, what do you think during the 1200s to 1400s, what was the biggest city on the planet? I would have probably said, probably somewhere in Spain, probably maybe like a Portuguese city, maybe not even on my radar that Angkor existed at this time. Which is, I mean, you heard me talking earlier. I thought it was I thought it existed in ancient. I would have categorized it more in ancient history. But it's really interesting to see the time period it existed in and just kind of learn how little I know. And that's why I wanted to do this, because it's I feel like that's a common thing among Western education.
Well, I'm not even sure if it's a problem of Western education as much as it is hard to teach, particularly high school age children everything. So
Right.
I'm not sure if we mentioned this in our last chat, but yeah, in Australia, because there is quite a large what was primarily a refugee population out of the conflicts in Southeast Asia, it is part of the Australian curriculum. So yeah, when I was in sort of year 9 or year 10, about 14, 15, 16, it was part of what we learned. But
It's interesting.
honestly, when I first went to Cambodia, Angkor wasn't really on my mind. I didn't really know what I was in for when I went there, and I'm honestly not that interested in ancient history. I mean, I am, but
Your
modern history is
specialty
good.
lies in more modern history, of course. Yeah.
Exactly. But when I went there, I was absolutely blown away. It is really, really fascinating. Especially the ability to walk through it and to be so close to it and to be in these temples that are, yeah, they're really ridiculous. Like the care, the architecture, the simply the size. Angkor Wat it still holds the record for the largest religious building in the
It's
world today.
wow.
So
Really? Is it that? I'm assuming by like square footage or
I
square
I'm terrible. I don't
whatever.
really know how big an acre is. Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
so
I'm
bad
the
at
same way.
geography.
But yeah, I assume so, because it's not like exceedingly tall, but it's very like it seems like it's very sprawling. It still looks
It
tall,
is.
but just like a very
Yeah,
very sprawling
yeah.
size.
The central tower, which is quite high, but yeah, just the general size of it goes very far and wide, and it's in the middle of a square moat. It's yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah, it looks incredible. So we have our first question. Here live not a cat says, with these places being temples, is going to visit them considered disrespectful, or do the people there appreciate people coming to appreciate their history? Just from your experience, being there and talking to people that live there.
Yeah, it's a great question. I would say on the whole, disrespect is probably not the word that I would use. The Cambodian people are viewing, tourists as the economic side of that is always going to be a tricky question. However, for certain countries, tourism is an extremely important part of their general economy, and I believe, something like 2 million people on average will visit
Wow.
Angkor, that region every year. So it's a huge part of the Cambodian economy is attracting tourists to this place. So it's certainly encouraged, and it's with COVID actually had a really terrible impact because they haven't been able to have these people there every year. Disrespect, however, that is something that I think is worth mentioning just because look, these are important cultural structures.
Right.
So naturally, you dress appropriately. You would try not to litter. You would try to be respectful in what you're doing there. And honestly, you do see things when you're visiting them that are not great.
Not, yeah.
But on the whole, I would say it's something that Cambodians very much welcome. It's their pride. It's Angkor Wat is on their flag and has been basically forever. They're extremely proud of this part of their history. And I think generally that they are more than happy to share it and be happy that people are interested in it.
Is it? Do you know? Is it still used at all as a as a temple? I don't. I assume it's probably not the inside as much, but do people still visit for religious reasons? Specifically.
Yeah, it's a great question. And yes, it is particularly Angkor Wat is, I mean, even throughout the last, I guess we could safely say about 1,000 years, without getting too deep into the history there, Cambodia, or the Khmer, were primarily a Hindu people because of that Indian influence.
Right.
But they did more or less completely convert to Theravada Buddhism, which is Cambodia is one of the highest per capita Theravada Buddhist countries in the world today. So the temple itself also shifted with that religious conversion. But to answer your question, Angkor Wat, yes, is still a religious site, although it was built primarily for a Hindu reason to begin with. It is still somewhere you will see ceremonies, and monks are regularly still practicing within it,
It's
and
interesting.
had been throughout that time. Sorry to interrupt, but there was this um, uh, notion that Angkor, that the whole city, Angkor Wat, if you just want to use that as an example, was abandoned and left to the jungle. And the French, when they came to basically colonize the country, they rediscovered this temple like something out of a movie. Where in fact Angkor Wat in particular had never been properly left. When the French found it, there were monks still there, still practicing.
Still
So yeah,
practicing.
it,
Yep.
it's maintained its religious use, I guess we could say.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Yeah, that makes sense why it is still such an important, not just an important cultural landmark like you'd see like the Eiffel Tower being, but it's also an important religious landmark. So that's why here like that was a good question. It kind of explains why they do kind of hope that people have kind of a somber tone and show a little bit of respect when they do visit. So that
Yeah.
makes sense. So you mentioned the French colonization. I guess that kind of leads into my the next talking point that kind of gets us to your specialty, cow colonization and kind of the fall of Angkor and just the transition from that period of Angkor being the biggest city in the world to colonization by the French and other colonization of the area and how that affected Cambodia as a whole.
Yeah, certainly. And the word you used there, the transition, that's how I would explain it as well. You will often get this idea of sudden collapse, almost like an Atlantis kind of thing, where there must have been some tragedy and literally everyone left one day and it was abandoned, and
Right.
no one ever went back, and then it was claimed by the jungle. It was a process that took place over hundreds of years, and it was a transition, a transformation, as opposed to a sudden collapse. Um, the most prominent theories at the moment will suggest, even whilst the empire was sort of reaching its apex in and around 1200 AD, there were signs that things weren't quite going as well as they could be. For instance, the Bayon that we just talked about, the architecture is just a little bit less accomplished, I guess we could say, or less care was taken than, say, Angkor Wat. Um, and the last great king of the era, Jayavarman the Seventh, he he sort of led the country, or the state or the empire, to its height, and then things like the conversion to Theravada Buddhism um, uh, climate change is being suggested as another very important aspect of this, as well as rivalries with new um, states and empires around them, particularly Siam, which basically used to be the Thai people, what we would now call Thailand, were a people that were subjected by the Khmer. They were there was a region controlled by the Khmer. Eventually, the Thai sort of grew into their own powerful state and began challenging the Khmer for that territory. They did conquer Angkor, famously in 1431, I believe. Um, but there was a lot of toing and froing. The climate, the reason that's important is because, as I said before, it was a water-based city, a
Right.
water-based empire to a degree. And if there's an extended period of drought, the very life force of that city literally dries up. So obviously, climate change isn't something that happens overnight, as we're sort of becoming aware of ourselves today. But over a period of a few centuries, the city itself began to weaken, the empire itself began to contract, and the Khmer people chose a new capital, where it is basically today, Phnom Penh, which on the map is kind of more in the middle of Cambodia, where two large rivers meet. Very important place to build a city. You can start having trade with other countries around the region due to that, the access to that river, the Mekong. So yeah, Angkor was sort of in the podcast. I think I used the phrase like it's like the music you used to listen to when you're a teenager, and then your tastes sort of evolve a little bit.
Right.
Part of your history, you still love that music kind of thing, but you're listening to something new now. And I think that transition to to the capital in Phnom Penh can kind of it's a loose analogy, but I'm not the best explainer of things. But yeah, there was no day where the city burnt down and they decided to go elsewhere. It was this gradual process.
Right, of moving. Right, right. And that and so like so just to clarify for, for the audience, these
Mm,
large structures, the Bayon as well as Angkor Wat are not actually in or near the capital. They are back where Angkor used to exist. The current capital, I
precisely.
should say. The current capital, which is Phnom Penh.
Yeah, yeah, you could say that the old capital was near Siem Reap and
Yes.
Angkor, and yeah, the new capital for the Khmer civilization, if we want to call it that, was Phnom Penh
Down Penh.
near the Mekong. Yeah,
Siem Reap is more to the north, looks like northwest of the country, whereas Phnom Penh, like you said, is more southern, central southern.
exactly. And you'll notice where, if you're looking at a map there, Thailand is. Um, if you're a civilization that's concerned about a new neighbor, which is getting stronger and challenging you more regularly, it's not ideal to have your big capital city basically on the border with that state. So moving to Phnom Penh had a few different uses. One of them being we don't want to be quite so close to Siam.
Right, right, which obviously makes sense. Yeah, so that's interesting because that really explains that move. So we had a question. Now during this transitional period, like you were saying, there was the shift. Even before the transitional period, there was the shift from Hinduism to Buddhism. Do you know
Mm.
kind of what caused that?
Um, that's a good question. I don't think historians have a really clear picture. In fact, it's probably worth mentioning. We have a real lack of sources generally about Angkor.
Right.
It's not that they weren't writing things down, but they were writing things down generally on things that are perishable and
Yes.
have rotted away in the tropical climate. Most of the inscriptions that we have are very much more like, I think in the podcast I used the phrase like a tax return. Like if someone had your tax return, they'd be like, okay, I mean, I can guess some things about you, but I'm not getting much about. what you do every day
Doesn't
and
give
how
the
you think about the
culture,
world.
right, and the life, and exactly the worldview of the people, right?
Exactly. So we can see this shift towards Theravada Buddhism, and one of the most important sources we have is this one Chinese diplomat, I guess we could say, Zhou Daguan,
Yes, I remember you talking
who,
about him. Yes.
yeah, he's an interesting guy. He he went on a bit of a holiday, I guess, and he wrote a book about it.
Right.
Um, and it's super important. It's just, I mean, if you ever do read it, there are some fairly lurid details that he's also included, as was the style at the time. But yeah, we get a lot of our information from this one first-hand account. Um, so to get that back to this shift toward Buddhism, I would guess that it just has to do with how Buddhism did spread throughout the rest of Southeast Asia. Sri Lanka became a real hub for Buddhism, and it more or less spread like trade, where you have this coming across. But as for a real reason why, I can't really say.
Sure.
Hinduism, obviously, there's some overlap there. That they do respect the Buddha as basically a part of their religion. So there's a
Right.
lot of overlap there.
Sure.
And I
Kind of
would
like
say that
with
the Khmer
Abrahamic religions.
culture was actually quite accommodating generally. Even today, if you say it's strictly Theravada Buddhist, that's sort of fine. But there are still elements of Hinduism, and I guess what you might call it's sort of like ancestor worship, but it has a kind of natural element to it. A very important aspect of that is called the Nikta, which are almost like little these little shrines where spirits inhabit certain parts of nature, and those shrines are sort of attended and taken care of. So that's it's a rich tapestry, I guess we could say, the religiosity in the Khmer culture. But as for why Theravada Buddhism began to dominate, sort of hard to say.
Interesting. Nikta. Do you know? Do you happen to know a spelling of that? I'm trying. I'm like typed it into Google, and I'm like, ooh, that's not even close.
Neak
EA.
space TAS. Um, the Khmer language was never properly, I think the term you'd use is Romanized. So there's no, yeah, if you read one history book and another, you'll often find that there are different spellings of these Khmer words. So, but
Right. Obviously,
Iktar generally
Romanization is
NEA.
always right. That makes sense. That makes sense. Look, so maybe I missed it, but did you get to do his field of study? Yeah. So yeah, I guess someone just had a quick question to your field of study. I don't wanna miscategorize it, so I'll let you say it one more time. What your field of study
Oh,
was?
um, I I made the great decision of doing a Bachelor of Arts at university, which is has nothing to do with art and has a lot more to do with being good at like trivial pursuits. So it's it's the humanities, I guess you'd say. So history, politics, religion, those are the things I studied. But I focused on genocide studies and international relations. So uh, generally, I would say that's my major, international studies, with a focus on history and war and genocide.
There we are. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and then obviously kind of honed that focus on the Cambodian genocide, which after the colonization of. So I guess that kind of leads me, to the next question.
Mm,
During that transitional period out of Angkor into
mm.
colonization, how do we get to from colonization to the point of not the genocide, but I guess early 20th century, late 18th century, or late 19th century, that kind of
What
industrial
happened there?
period, right?
Yeah, yeah. So that transitionary period, I guess, goes into sort of the 16, 17, 1800s. Cambodia becomes I mean, if you look at where they were on the map at their height, spread over most of Southeast Asia, by the sort of 1700s, it more or less is just where Cambodia is today. So both the Thai states and the Vietnamese states really began encroaching on their territory and at times basically running Cambodia. Cambodia became very weak. Their ruling class was basically subjected to either the Thai or the Vietnamese, and they would sort of play one and off each other. I think a Vietnamese emperor called it or suggested it was like Cambodia could run to its mother when its father was angry, and vice versa. So you have this toing and froing. In the podcast, I used the analogy of like a boxer that sort of has to fight two people at once,
Right.
with these stronger fighters on either side in the Thai and the Vietnamese. And um, toward the 1800s, that is when across most of the globe we start to see that spread. I mean, they'd been exploring for a while, these European colonizers, I guess we could say, but that real race to carve up parts of the world and claim them and extract resources from them, which we generally call colonization or imperialism, that comes to Southeast Asia via the French predominantly and via Vietnam. Um, I won't go too much into detail there. The podcast, I probably spent too long doing that as well, but there's a fairly interesting story about a young Vietnamese prince who escapes a rival Vietnamese clan's ascension to the throne, and he finds his way to a small Catholic missionary station in southern Vietnam, and he's basically taken under the wing of this French priest, Pierre de Bahane, who has a bit of a career change. He goes from priest and missionary to political mover and shaker and arms dealer. He brings this Vietnamese prince with him back to France and begs for money to be able to help him take back his land. And I'll skip over some of the details there, but France begins this relationship with Vietnam at almost the same time as the French Revolution.
Yes.
And once the French Revolution is over and France becomes a bit more concerned with its stature around the world again, they make a concerted effort to colonize Vietnam first and foremost, predicated on the suffering that their missionaries are facing in that country. Um, it's a fairly long campaign, but they eventually conquer South Vietnam and then the middle of Vietnam and then the north of Vietnam. And they actually split it along those lines as well. Cochin China is what they called South Vietnam. Annam is what they called the middle part, and Tonkin is what they called the top. Um, After they'd conquered the south of Vietnam, they were sort of sitting around and they saw Cambodia to the west and thought, why not?
Right.
Let's have a little bit of that too.
Tends to be the colonizer's
And
attitude, I've noticed.
yeah, I wasn't doing anything that afternoon. Do you
Yeah.
want to
Yeah. Hey, look,
colonize
another country.
Cambodia?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So it was not a violent process in Cambodia. I mentioned before that the Cambodian ruling class was in a weakened state. It was often going between Thailand and Vietnam. In this particular time, the Khmer king thought, you know what? This would be a way to remove ourselves from this back and forth between Thailand and Vietnam. Let's throw ourselves in with the French. They'll protect us now, and that is actually what that initial colonization of Cambodia is called. It's called the French Protectorate, which very quickly turns. They keep the name Protectorate, but it becomes a part of the French Empire,
Right. Right.
and
Which makes
that's
sense.
like 1860 basically.
Gotcha. So, what like this is a completely kind of off topic, but it kind of takes me back to one of the original questions that someone asked. I'm curious why Christianity has like I saw someone had mentioned in chat they Googled it or they knew it that Buddhism was like 90% of the 97% of the population or so was is Buddhist in Cambodia. It makes me curious why Christianity didn't really spread after the French Protectorate kind of had that relationship with Cambodia. Did they just not focus on missionary work in Cambodia as much as they did in Vietnam? I wonder.
Oh, it's a really good question. Um, and it actually has to do with that. initial kind of distinction I made between in Indochina. So Vietnam on the Chinese side, more of a Chinese influence. Cambodia, more on the Indian side of things. Uh, Theravada Buddhism is not something that, like, once you become familiar with its tenets, it is not the kind of religion that is very easily subsumed by another one. So the French tried that they wanted it to be a Christian country, but it never really took with the Khmer people, which is why it still remains a predominantly Buddhist country. And as you sort of alluded to there, Vietnam actually has a quite high Catholic population. So it does have to do with just that general culture that is sort of ingrained in people. Um, so yeah, that they didn't really fancy Christianity when you've got Buddhism.
It's really interesting how resilient it was. Was Vietnam? Obviously, we're not talking too much about Vietnam, but was Vietnam similar?
Mm.
Did they have did they have more of like a religious influence from China, and then did that get was that resilient against the French colonization as well?
Not as much, no. Vietnam is more a Confucianism influenced state, which again, stretching my expertise a little
Sure,
bit.
of course.
The results I can point to, which is yeah, that way of thinking, that culture, was more open to the influence of Christianity,
It's so interesting.
particularly in the South. Yeah.
Interesting. That's really interesting. Fusion, thank you so much for the raid, man. I appreciate it. Thank you. What was I gonna say? I had a train of thought. Oh, okay. So you're talking. Okay, so we're talking. The subject that we're on is kind of Vietnam starts getting split up by the French into you said North, kind of Middle, and South Vietnam. I'm
Mhm.
assuming that's kind of what leads us into the conflict, which eventually turns into the Vietnam War between North and South Vietnam.
It's certainly one factor. I'm sure historians of Vietnam would have they'd be upset with my sort of simplistic suggestion that is where it started. There are lots of different ethnic groups in Vietnam. There's lots of different factions there,
Right.
and a very complex history there as well. But yeah, the south of Vietnam was influenced earlier by the French. The wars, the conflicts that took place to actually control the north of that country as well took a few decades. So the French were able to insert themselves in the south a bit more. No, I think so. Um, and there was a difference already growing between the southern part of Vietnam and the northern part, which I think you could definitely point to as one of the reasons why there will be a Vietnamese civil war about who is going to control that country, which will and will sort of be part of the French war in Vietnam, which lasts from about the end of World War II until about 1954. And then that certainly is basically the the material is all there waiting to basically be the Vietnam War, as we call it, or the Second Indochina War, which is the US war in Vietnam.
Right, right. Yeah, and yeah, that's I think that's a great way to describe it because obviously there's a lot of factors which go into conflicts happening, but not directly correlating that, but it is interesting to see kind of the effects that probably had, which in some way led to the conflict eventually. So that yeah, that's I think that's a great way to explain it. Um,
Yeah.
had
I
a
mean,
quote.
generally, it's a war for independence, I guess you
Right,
could say. Vietnam really, the Vietnamese people, or various different groups in Vietnam, which will end up predominantly being a communist group led by Ho Chi Minh, um, they will basically lead the cause for independence in Vietnam from the French. They will fight the French to try and achieve that. They will eventually be backed by other communist countries like China and the Soviet Union, which will give them the material to really have a war, a proper conventional war with the French. and the other states in what was still called Indochina, they get on board eventually, but it's very much a Vietnamese-led endeavor to begin with.
Right, which, yep, that makes sense. We had a question about kind of going back to the, the religious shift that came along with, with the French Protectorate and with the transitions. In more modern days, is there a turn of religious people towards atheism and agnosticism as seen in many other countries? Which I think is an interesting question, because I feel just anecdotally from what I've seen, just browsing the internet, it seems like religion seems to be a little bit more resilient in the East as opposed to the West. With like Christianity versus Buddhism, Confucianism, things like that. But that's completely anecdotally from from what I've seen. But it's a good question. I think it's interesting.
Yeah, it's it's an interesting question with Cambodia in particular because the worldview is, I would say, it is just a bit different to that what we would generally say is a religion, that you go to church a couple times a week and you believe certain things happen after you die. There are elements of that within Theravada Buddhism, and if we want to just incorporate that into the Khmer culture, um, but spirituality generally, I don't know whether I would say atheism is really something on the rise there or not. I'm probably not in a great position to answer that myself, but
Sure.
I just think that it it's such a sometimes subtle part of your life that there's not often that that choice that sometimes you have to make in a Western society. Am I going to be religious? Am I going to
Right.
keep going to church? Am I going to believe in Jesus? It's more of a general worldview that is it's a part of your culture. It's just kind of there as opposed to this real stringent religious structure. So, as you were saying, it probably is a bit more resilient to what we would say is atheism. But I'm sure you talk to might have a different answer to that. They might say, "Oh, well, I don't really, it's not like I meditate every day, but I do believe in karma, that kind of stuff."
Right, which then that's really interesting. I've noticed that with studying in at a very base level, looking into Eastern religions, Buddhism and Taoism and Confucianism, and it seems to be much more focused on the mind and training the mind. Not that there aren't spiritual and theistic elements to it, but I think that makes a lot of sense. Obviously you said you didn't want to draw that conclusion, but it would, if that was the case, I could definitely see that because there isn't as much of a responsibility, I guess, an outward responsibility that comes along with following those religions, as opposed to something like Christianity or a theistic religion where you're going to the temple every week, you're doing this every week, you have this routine, you have this thing. So I guess that makes more sense that you would it doesn't really there's less of a choice. So I think that's a good point, if I'm reiterating correctly.
Yeah,
From my
more or less.
understanding.
I mean, no, I think it's I'm fascinated by the general Buddhist view of the world because as someone that was brought up in a quite conservative Christian sect,
Can
I
speak
guess you
from
could
the
say.
exact same perspective. So yeah.
Yeah, I would call myself non-religious completely now, but I very much see the benefit of certain Buddhist ways of thinking. Particularly, look, if your life is, without being too rude, if your life kind of is hard and it's rough, it can be quite consoling to know that, look, I just need to do as best as I can, be as nice as possible, and accumulate good merit, and then next time around things are going to be a bit better,
Right,
as opposed
which
to what you could call an orthodox Christian view of life, which is this life right now is as important as it can be, and I need to do X, Y, and Z so I can have one heaven later. So yeah, it's a more accommodating worldview, I think.
right, and welcome in everyone. Thank you so much for the raid, Tori. I appreciate it. We're kind of on the top. We're talking about the history of Cambodia, kind of on the topic of how Buddhism in Cambodia has remained pretty resilient even into the into the modern era. Because someone Obi had asked that question. It's a really good question, Obi. It's really interesting. But welcome in, everybody. Thank you guys so much for coming through. So we've kind of talked about up until we're in kind of the industrial era now. The French protectorate has begun to split up Vietnam. They are now involved with, and they have this relationship with Cambodia as well. So from here, where does Cambodia start to go? Vietnam is they're forming their communist sects. They're getting support from the USSR as well as China in their efforts for independence. So what's Cambodia looking like during this period?
Sure. Yeah, Cambodia was treated by the French as, it's interesting. They didn't expect much from Cambodia. That they loved the temples. They thought it was amazing. They've got a lot of French people, beginning to live there. But it was almost like this kind of, oh, it's just Cambodia. These people are always not doing much. They've forgotten their temples. They're not as clever or as industrious as the Vietnamese. So the French spent a lot of time in Vietnam creating a more robust society, a middle class, educating people more. The rates of literacy in Vietnam at that time compared to Cambodia are completely out of whack. I think, the first Khmer language newspaper, Nagaravata, was started in the 30s. So up until the 30s, there wasn't a newspaper in the Khmer language. So that just gives you a little bit of an idea about uh, what what Cambodia was like in regards to development in what we would call a modern developing society. The difference between those few Khmer that lived in Phnom Penh, the city, as the majority of the population that are still basically practicing agricultural lifestyles in the rural areas, it's night and day. Basically, this one city becomes quite modern in Phnom Penh, and the rest of Cambodia is more or less left behind. And the French don't spend too much time trying to rectify that. So Cambodia is in this awkward position as it approaches the modern era, where it's being left behind to a large extent by this so-called protectorate in the French Empire. Um, they do eventually, during the First Indochina War, there are those that have nationalist movements. They want Cambodia for the Cambodians, and they don't want the
Sure.
French there anymore. But it's much less advanced than it was in Vietnam.
Right.
And most of the early Cambodian communists, uh, they basically escaped to Vietnam, and they're trained up by the Vietnamese.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's called the Indochinese Communist Party, led by Ho Chi Minh, predominantly Vietnamese, with a couple of Cambodians and a couple of Laotians. Um, so they very much hold the flag, and they try and carry that for the rest of the region, whilst the Cambodians and the Laotians try and catch up to that. But I think one of the most important things that happens in that period is the way that the French treat the Cambodian royal family. They treat the king as a kind of, well, the king's stuck in his palace. The king doesn't really have any real power, but
Sure.
to the Cambodian people, he still does. So
Got
the
it.
French
It's
see
kind
the
of
king as this way of
puppet.
basically controlling the rest of the population. They, generally speaking, keep them, in the palace smoking a lot of opium. But in 1941, the king dies, and as the French are, you know, at that point, they're actually being occupied by Nazi Germany. So the French aren't doing very well at this point in
Right.
time. They're worried about their assets in Indochina. Japan, at this time, Imperial Japan has basically come over to Vietnam and said, hey, this is nice, France. Do you mind if we just set up some of our things here? You don't care, do you? Because the French can't do anything. Um, so when the king dies in 1941, they choose a young prince named Norodom Sihanouk. He's 19. and they say, "You're going to be the king." And the reason they do that is because they know that, well, they think that they will be able to control him. Um, he, for the first time, they really push him out into the public sphere as well. He's a very visible leader, um, and they think that that's going to be a real asset for them. But as history goes on, that the king will be his own king in later years.
So they're still living in the 1940s when World War II is breaking out across the world. They're kind of still living in it's a feudal society with monarch with a monarch, kind of a monarchy.
Yeah, I think that's a fair way to put it. The majority of Cambodia hasn't changed much since Angkor. You've basically got people farming. They make enough rice for them to eat that year. Any surplus they might sell to a local shop for, not much else. That's the vast majority of Cambodian people at this time. Phnom Penh is there's a ruling elite, like the royals. Below them, you have people that are associated with that royal
Sure.
family. But most of the merchant classes and things that you would generally associate with city life are actually being taken care of by Chinese or Vietnamese, generally speaking. So the majority of Cambodians are not participating in what we would call modern life.
Right. That's really interesting. That because you would think that okay, in the capital, if that's where the monarchy is, and you have all these rural farmers, you'd have a merchant class there. You'd have some kind of ruling class other than the monarchy and friends of the monarchy. But you're saying there really wasn't even that because so much of it was going on in other areas of Indochina.
I mean, by the 1940s, it's developing a bit like that. It's not just Phnom Penh. There are some towns around the rest of the country, but if you think of it kind of like a spider web,
Right.
with Phnom Penh as the middle, Cambodian society is very much governed by what are called kasai or patronage ties. You can think of them like the parts of the web going down. So power very much is spread out along these lines, and think of it like favors kind of thing. Like I owe this person above me quite a bit, and they give me favor, and below me are people that also do the same to me. So yeah, the power structure there was very much not anything like what we would generally associate with a modern state.
Right. Which I assume, at least in part, can be attributed to the lack of French involvement. In kind of bringing them into the modern era in the way that. Oh, am I muted?
Oh, that's cut out. Sorry.
Oh, better now.
Yep.
Okay, cool. So I assume, at least in part, that can kind of be attributed to the lack of French involvement. After agreeing to be the protectorate, spending so much time developing Vietnam, that there this huge wealth disparity and this huge lack of industrialization happens in Cambodia
Yeah,
comparatively
there
to
was
like
like a
Vietnam.
handful of people that went to college. You know what I mean? Like the
Right.
the the rates of education were just really, really low. Eventually, you will get an educated elite growing, and at this time, may as well bring up sort of the early communist movement and some members of it, including the man who will one day be known as Pol Pot. But he um, it's a fairly long story there, but he
Sure.
will be part of this educated class, and he will be sent to Paris to study. And there's a quite small group of this educated elite, and many of them actually become communist sympathizers, join the French Communist Party, and then whilst Vietnam is fighting the French, they will basically join in that movement as well.
Got it. Got it. So and this is happening when Vietnam is fighting the French. Is this also happening in the 40s around World War II?
It actually happens after the end of World War II.
Got it. So
So the French are denazified, if we want to say that.
sure.
And after the war, one of their primary focuses is getting back their empire
Right.
because they need to for prestige, for economic reasons as well.
Right.
So they basically come back to Indochina and say, "Hey guys, we're gone, but we're back. let's get things back on track. Um, and because there had been that crack in the mask of the French, the Japanese had actually basically staged a coup across Indochina and said the French are gone, it's Japanese now. You guys have your independence. They had reasons for doing that, but there was this taste of independence for basically all of the Indo-Chinese states. And when the French came back and said, "No, it's time to get back to work, guys," it just wasn't the same after that. So yeah, basically the wars for independence basically start as soon as the Second World War is over, predominantly in Vietnam.
Got it. The Vietnamese are fighting against. Is it the whole of Vietnam that's kind of fighting against the French, or is it mostly South Vietnam?
Good question. It's actually predominantly the North, which
Oh,
again ties into
sure.
we were
Which
talking.
ties into the
Yeah.
Communist Party. Which, yeah, makes sense.
Ho Chi Minh's base for the Viet Minh. His movement is in the north. They even have, Ho Chi Minh in an extremely important speech. He declares the Democratic Republic of Vietnam. He declares independence for his whole country. Very soon after that, the French come back and say, "No, no country for you," and that's basically when this war starts.
And so while this is going on, you've got Pol Pot in the upper class of Cambodia, being educated, being schooled, learning things kind of in that area. So is that around this period? Would that have lined up around this period, or a little bit earlier, maybe?
Um, yeah, he was in Cambodian schooling's kind of hard to put your finger on sometimes because it's kind of the French system, but people's ages don't necessarily correlate there. But in the mid 40s, you could more or less say he was in sort of the latter part of high school, which
Right.
was a pretty rare thing for people to be doing. And yeah, up until about 1950, what's that? It's October 1949 when he goes to Paris. So he does some higher education. He doesn't go to like university. He finishes high school and fails his exams. So he does what I guess I'm not sure what the term is in the US. Here we call it like vocational studies,
Yeah,
where you might
training school, vocational school. Yeah, we kind of
like a
use the
trade
same.
school.
Yep, trade
Yeah,
school.
yeah,
That's
exactly.
perfect. Yeah,
Yeah. So he does that, and from his time being a carpenter, basically, the French government actually Sihanouk himself at this time, has a meeting with some of these students, gives them an envelope full of cash, and says, "All right, you can go to Paris and do basically a scholarship
and
in
Sihanouk is
Paris."
the
So,
ruler of
so
Cambodia
South
at this time.
sorry,
Sihanouk being the ruler of Cambodia at this time, the prince that was kind of propped up by
exactly,
the French. Yep, that's so interesting.
exactly, yeah, yeah.
So that makes sense that he's sending them to France though, because he's the one that's propped up by the French. So I'm assuming that these students go to France, and then those that come back with communist sentiments, some of these kids, and I'm sure other people as well, start pushing back against the monarchy. I'm assuming this is kind of a transitional period between the French-backed monarchy in Cambodia and what comes to be the Communist Party.
Yeah, this is a really crucial part of the story, which is why I got so bogged down in it in the podcast itself. So we've probably done about 6 hours on this part of the story. Um, First Indochina War is important. The French are fighting a war basically across all of Indochina for people that are trying to be independent from
Right.
France. In the latter stages of that, in the early 1950s, Sihanouk himself decides that he is going to declare or try and get independence for Cambodia as well. Um, he's eventually successful in doing that at the end of 1953. So you've got a few spinning plates there. You've got the Vietnam part of it with Ho Chi Minh and the communists, and they want all of Vietnam to be a new communist state.
Right.
In Cambodia, you have competing forces. You have some nationalists who aren't that interested in communism, but they do want Cambodia to be independent,
Right.
and they want it to be Cambodian.
Right. Which will be yeah.
Sihanouk, the king takes that side of things a bit more, and he says, "Yeah, I will be able to declare independence." He goes on this crusade, as he calls it, and eventually, because the French are losing the war, and because they don't want to open up a whole new tin of awkwardness in Cambodia with this war going on in Vietnam, they say, "Okay, you know what? Have it. You can have your independence." And this is around about the same time that the war itself reaches its climax. Some of your viewers might be aware of a quite famous battle in northern Vietnam called Dien Bien Phu, where there's a stunning victory by the Viet Minh against the French, and peace breaks out from that. That's in 1954, and that's really where we get everything set up for the next 20 years. So Cambodia gets its independence, not communists. The Khmer communists are kind of shit out of luck. They're like, okay, well, we're independent, great, but we don't really have the forces here to keep fighting against Sihanouk. In Vietnam, that's when you get the split.
North and South
North Vietnam under the communists, South Vietnam under, I guess you could say, nationalists, but you could also split that up in Cold War terms between, the US down the bottom and the Soviets and Chinese up the top.
Sure. If you're looking at the vested interests that, are associated with it, that makes sense. Mushrooms, thank you so much for the raid, man. Sorry I'm a little late on that. Thank you guys so much for coming through. We're talking with Lachlan Peters, who is talking about the history of Cambodia. We're kind of moving into the modern era of the, around the time of the Vietnam War. This is kind of inspired by us playing GeoGuessr on stream and learning a lot. I was listening to Lachlan's podcast, In the Shadows of Utopia, which you can see a link to in the chat. And I thought it'd be really interesting to bring on someone who knew a lot about a country that I assume a lot of us probably don't. So we're just having kind of like a talk show style, podcast style episode today. Mushrooms, thank you so much, though, homie. I appreciate it. Everybody who stuck around, thank you guys so much. So we're moving into, the French have just pulled out of Cambodia. I assume, as this is rising in Vietnam, I'm assuming, I'm also not the most educated person on the Vietnam War, but based on what I know, I'm assuming the French pull out of Vietnam pretty soon as well.
Basically, yeah. The end of that war is basically the end of the French
being in Indochina.
Exactly, yeah. It's all. I mean, it's an era around the world where a lot of these old colonial powers are, in the same way that we talked about Cambodia transforming 1,000 years ago. I look at, say, the British Empire at this time as well. There's an effort around the world
in
to
India,
decolonize. And decolonization is another. If you ever do any tertiary study, that's a word that comes up a lot, because so many of these countries go through decolonization, and the tools that they're given to do that, to go through that process, are really important. Because you'll see places like the Belgian Congo, which was more or less used as a diamond mine, they're not given anything by Belgium to become their own country. Somewhere like India, where the British were much more accommodating in their colonization and decolonization, more or less prospers. And then you've got places like Australia, which stay under the crown forever.
Right.
But as we were talking about before, the French hadn't given much to Cambodia. They'd created a ruling class. They hadn't really invested much time in education or modernizing the entire country. They'd only done it in certain parts. And now, hey, we're gone. You guys wanted a war, fine, we're out. We're going to go do French things over here.
Yep.
So that, and the US tries to fill that back.
I was going to say, Yep, that leaves a vacuum for other vested powers to enter, which makes sense in the next couple of steps. So someone asked, who started the war in Cambodia and what year? So in Cambodia, but when the French are starting to come out and the monarchy is still in power, but they're independent. And the war in Vietnam starts to kick off between North and South Vietnam. How do we start moving? How has Cambodia become involved in that conflict with Vietnam, and what leads what happens after this independence?
Great question, and it does need to be tied into the how should I put this? There are two Indochina wars that we're going to mostly talk about today. There's the French one, which
Yep.
starts at the end of World War II and goes for about 10 years. And then there's the second Indochina War, which is what generally we call the Vietnam War. But both of those conflicts really are spread across the entire region. That's why they're called the Indochina Wars.
Right.
So if we want to talk about when fighting did begin in Cambodia, there was relatively small scale fighting going on as well at the end of the Second World War. There were nationalist movements that wanted to be free from French rule, and they began, fighting against the French. Cambodia never got as much of the conflict as Vietnam, this first Indochina War, but there was fighting going on throughout Indochina, I mean, throughout Cambodia, up until that same peace that occurred in 1954. If we skip ahead slightly, yeah, fighting begins again as it's probably worth stating how that happens in Vietnam to begin with, because we have the North communist and the South under U.S. tutelage, I guess we could say.
Right. You have these vested
And
interests supporting each side as well, so it's obviously
precisely, the
yeah.
U.S. is really propping up the South Vietnamese state to a
Right.
large extent.
Right.
But you'll probably be familiar with this phrase, the Ho Chi Minh Trail.
Yes, that's
Now,
yes. Yes.
exactly. That had been in use throughout that first Indochina conflict. It's basically a secret, it's in the name, it's a trail.
Right.
It goes from the north through Laos, through Cambodia, and into the south. So they have this method of infiltration into the south, and they're going through Cambodian territory. It's unclear how much Sihanouk knew about this. It's probably worth saying that Sihanouk became essentially dictator's probably not really the right word, but for simplicity's sake, you could say he became a dictator in Cambodia. He was completely adored by most of the population, and those that didn't like him in the more, you know, modern areas like Phnom Penh, he could basically either kill because he was all powerful, or he could put them in jail, or he could intimidate them. So he was unrivaled in power. But to keep the peace, if we say that South Vietnam has gone with the United States, North Vietnam has gone with China and the Soviet Union, Cambodia tries to play a balanced role, what's called a neutral role. They didn't want to take a side in the Cold War because they can hopefully didn't want to get into another conflict.
Right.
But to maintain that balance, Sihanouk, who was a skilled statesman in many ways, he was in contact enough with the Chinese and the North Vietnamese to say, yeah, you know what, you can have your trail, that's fine, just don't mess with what I'm doing, and don't support the communists in my country very much. If we keep it like that, I'll let you have your trail there. And when the fighting really breaks out again between the North Vietnam and the South, what we would call the Vietnam War, the US steadily increases its involvement, eventually puts troops on the ground in the mid 60s. Under successive presidencies, they all seem to be given this problem of Indochina and what to do, and all of them don't really know what to do. They get handed this problem, and they kind of just start chucking more military at it, more troops.
Yep.
As that war explodes, the fighting does come into Cambodia
Right,
on that
crossing the
eastern
borders there.
border,
Yeah.
and the US in fact begin bombing that trail as well, which began in secret, with you know Cambodian acquiescence as well. But if the question is when does the fighting start again in Cambodia, it's the late 60s. It doesn't become a huge civil war until 1970.
Got it. So it's more just these isolated conflicts between Sihanouk's, you know, dictatorship, as you said,
Yeah,
versus the
in comparison to what's going on in Vietnam,
right.
which
It's
is
not
a
even
full-on
close.
war.
Full on
Yeah,
war propped up by other ventures. Yep, that makes sense. That makes
yeah,
sense. So we're leading. We have these conflicts these small conflicts in Cambodia, and obviously we have the full on war in Vietnam. What leads Cambodia to pass that point of isolated conflict into a full on civil war?
yeah. Look, again, there's lots of reasons why it happened that
Sure.
we don't really have time to explore all of them. But the Cambodian communists, a core of them who had, as we've talked about, they've learnt from the Vietnamese, they've been part of the Vietnamese movement. They had been more or less left behind by the Vietnamese. I like to think of it as kind of a big brother in Vietnam and a little brother in Cambodia, communist speaking. And the big brother isn't that concerned about what the little brother's doing. His problems come first. We sort out Vietnam, then maybe we'll talk about what you guys want to do. As the war spreads, this small communist movement, which by now was calling itself the Communist Party of Kampuchea, and what King Sihanouk had described as the Red Khmer, Khmer Rouge. They all of a sudden really explode into their own uh, military movement that was capable of waging a similar kind of war. And the big catalyst for that is in 1970 when a couple of Sihanouk's prime ministers, I guess we could call them, decide to stage a coup. They take power for themselves in Cambodia while Sihanouk is on a trip to Beijing, I believe, or Paris, or he's out of the country
Sure.
basically, and they say, "Let's take the country for ourselves." Big deal, huge, because Sihanouk is such a popular figure, even though in the city he always had his detractors. But there was a part of his own government that thought that he was being too friendly to the communists, too accommodationist. And even though eventually he did sort of turn back to the US and say, "Hey, can we have military aid again? Can you give us money again?" Because in the past he turned away from it. This coup is staged, and all of a sudden the communist side of this whole conflict in Southeast Asia, they now have this really valuable asset in King Sihanouk. Or by this time, I should say as well, he'd renounced the throne so he could really get into politics. He called himself Citizen Sihanouk, but everyone still gave him that almost divine respect.
Right.
It's
Of
probably worth
godking.
just
Sure.
nailing that down a little bit more. I mean, I'm not sure. I feel like the US still has this a little bit, but certainly in Australia, where we view the English royal family in this really weird way, where we give them so much attention and we care about every little thing that they're doing. A royal wedding is a huge deal still, but whilst we're paying a lot of attention to them, we don't still think that they're divinely appointed or anything like that. It's kind of like this
Right.
institution that we still think is cool for some reason. In Cambodia, again, the vast majority of people don't live in the cities, are not educated. They still do see the king as this almost divine person. And when he is ousted in this coup, he's basically taken in by the communist movement and they said, "Yeah, we'll have this. We'll dress up communist the communist movement in Cambodia as an attempt to get Sihanouk back in charge,
So
even though the Cambodian communists had no intention to do that.
right,
They still used him and put him out front and said, "Yep, Sihanouk's face. Let's put that everywhere," because as soon as you do that, you're going to attract a lot of support for your movement.
right.
So almost
From the
overnight, the
detractors.
Khmer Rouge go from this quite small, operating in the dark, operating in secret kind of thing, into a massive force. They're able to recruit heavily across the country. It's worth pointing out as well that that US bombing that I mentioned over the Ho Chi Minh Trail,
Which is on the
uh,
east side of Cambodia, which is where the trail kind of passes through, right?
precisely. That US bombing, look, bombing is never a very accurate thing to do.
Yeah.
Carpet bombing in particular. And when your idea of the enemy is a village or a commune which might be under communist control,
Yes.
the kind of bombing that you're going to do there is indiscriminate, and it does carry significant collateral damage.
Right.
Estimates vary, but probably in the tens of thousands, maybe as high as 100,000. Again, it's impossible to know really.
Sure.
What we do know is how many bombs the US was dropping on Cambodia in this period in the early 1970s, and it's more than what's dropped on all of Europe and Japan, including, like, if you think of it just in, often you'll see atomic weapons described as, kilograms of TNT. If you include all of that ordnance, even the atomic bombs dropped on Japan, like the amount of explosives, I guess we could say, um, the combined total of that is is not as much as what was dropped on Cambodia in this period of the war,
And
which
that's
is staggering.
just Cambodia. That's not every part of the Ho Chi Minh Trail. That is just that part of the trail that goes through Cambodia.
Well, yeah, the US actually had to stop bombing North Vietnam at various points throughout the conflict. They never really were able to. Most of their fighting was confined to South Vietnam and the insurgency going on there. They did drop a lot of bombs, but yeah, you'll see different statistics there. Probably easier to say that, yeah, across the region during the Vietnam War, more bombs were dropped on that area than across all of Europe and Japan during the Second World War. So really vast amounts of death from above,
Wow.
often indiscriminate. And many historians, and I won't get too technical there, but many historians will point to that as at least a large contributing factor in the Khmer Rouge gaining more support.
Right.
Because they could go into a village after it had been completely destroyed, and any young men and women, we're talking early teens sometimes, are able to be drawn into their support base. So almost, yeah, in the space of 5 years, if we want to say the Cambodian Civil War really starts in 1970, where you have a new government who have cast their lot in with the United States. They're fighting now the communist Vietnamese and Cambodians in their country. That's called the Cambodian Civil War. And very quickly, the Khmer Rouge are in control of most of Cambodia.
Wow. That's it's just crazy how fast the transition happens. Question regarding the bombing. Is that just the U.S. bombs that were used in World War II, or by everyone involved, like total bombs dropped throughout the entire world, or just the amount of bombs the U.S. had dropped throughout World War II?
Good question. Off the top of my head, I don't know. It's
Gotcha.
just a stat
Regardless,
that's often thrown around.
Staggering
Yeah.
amount. Staggering amount.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
that's a question from Chad. That's wow. That is not something that I ever knew. So I'll give a warning to Hee. By the way, thank you so much for the biddies, man. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you for supporting the stream. I'm gonna give a quick warning to chat. This is the kind of the point. I mean, not that wasn't exceedingly dark, but this is kind of the point where the history gets incredibly bleak. Very very bleak. Content warning for things involving genocide, torture. It is basically enslavement. Things like things camps, things like that. If that kind of thing is something that you are not interested whatsoever in hearing, this would be the time to tune out for a little bit. But if some important stuff here. I don't think we're going to be going in, we're not going to be going in gruesome detail about any of the events that happened in this period of time. But just a general warning to anyone watching. So now you have you have the Khmer Rouge. They are now the dominant power in Cambodia. So they're gaining support. What do they do next to solidify their position as the rulers of Cambodia?
Yeah, good question. I think it's important to realize as well, like we talked about the US bombing there. There is a reason why they were just predominantly bombing. It's because by the early 70s, we have the Nixon administration. One of his main goals is to get out.
Yep.
He wants it, like I said, this baton had been passed from presidency to presidency. And as the war starts to become a real drain, the anti-war movement in America is really booming.
Right.
Nixon wants to get out with honor, peace with honor, which is what everyone always says when they don't want to be in a war anymore.
Yeah. Still want to be involved. Sure. Yep.
Yeah. So that they rely more and more on bombing. They never put U.S. troops really on the ground in Cambodia because they want out.
Yep.
Cambodia chooses the guys that did that coup chose a really bad moment to try and get U.S. support to help them control their country. Because the U.S. at this point is saying, this party sucks.
Yep.
We've been in it for a long time,
No
and we don't want
involvement.
to be
Just
here
gonna
anymore.
Carpet
Yep.
bomb and leave. That's the easiest way. Yep. To exit. Yep.
Precisely. In 1973, so 2 years before the Khmer Rouge take power, the U.S. Congress actually says, hey, you know what? No more bombing of. You guys have been secretly bombing Cambodia since the late 60s. Why? Like, it's this whole scandal that comes out about how much bombing is going on. It's called Operation Menu. That's what the U.S. Army called it because each of these massive bombing raids was named after a breakfast, lunch, dinner, Operation Menu. Anyway, so when they find out there's this massive outcry, some of your viewers may be aware of what happened at Kent State University, which is where National Guard troops actually opened fire on student protesters on an American campus.
Yep.
Yeah, and they kill a couple of student protesters.
Yeah.
So you've got this scenario in the US where everyone's saying, look, let's go. And in Cambodia, the Khmer Rouge are able to take full advantage. The bombing stops. They are able to, by 1975, really put a stranglehold around Phnom Penh, the capital. At the same time in Vietnam, that country is also falling to the north. So this whole protracted conflict over a few decades really is finally starting to get toward the end. By 1975, the US, just like the French are going, they're just saying, okay, we tried, have it your way.
Yep.
And yeah, the Khmer Rouge, not a lot is known about what they're doing at this time. They're very mysterious. No one really knows who's in charge. They've got Sihanouk as this face of the movement, but he's not really in control. And by this point, they've already started what's called collectivization. Now, that's probably worth spending a little bit of time on that. And I'll try and give you an example of, you might live in a city or a town or wherever you do live. You probably live a fairly individualistic lifestyle.
Right.
You go to the shop, you buy your food, you go home, you eat it. You might say hello to your neighbor every now and again. You might go to work a company that does something or other, but it's not a top-down controlled community. It's not like a little square radius where everything is controlled by a party which says what you do, when you do it, when you eat, and tells you what to do all the time, essentially. So the easiest way to think of this is if there was a food shortage in your town, then whoever was controlling your town would say, all right, everyone out of your house, come on, we're going down to the farm, we're going to plant some potatoes. You're going to do that every day.
Right.
And because we're not so trusting of you, we're also going to be eating those potatoes together in a big room. So that's sort of the kinds of things that we talk about when we say collectivizing an area,
It's like
and it's something that's
authoritarian.
been
Yeah.
practiced. What was that? Sorry.
Yeah, it's essentially like an authoritarian forced communal engagement to like you said to do a certain activity to achieve some kind of goal, whether, like you said, like you use the example of preventing food shortages or things like that, right?
Yeah, and this is standard communist stuff.
Right.
The Soviets had been doing this since they gained control of Russia at the end of World War One. The Chinese had been doing this to a large extent in the 50s and 60s. Um, yeah, it's hard to not get too taken by tangents here, and it's something that I struggle with in the podcast sometimes because there's a lot of context here.
So
And I
right.
did spend a couple of episodes just explaining the origins of communism and how you take theories of communism and you try and apply them in real world scenarios. And that effort usually results in highly authoritarian
Right.
governments with very little regard for human flourishing,
Right.
if we
Right.
want to put it that way.
Right. Right.
So the Khmer Rouge start doing these similar things, controlling more and more of the countryside, strangling Phnom Penh, quite literally. That they besiege the country, the capital, I guess we could say. They don't let food in or out up the Mekong. They just start shooting mortars and rockets into the city indiscriminately. And by April 1975, the United States fully, like many other countries were doing, they fully pull out
Yep.
of the country. What that means is like their embassy in Phnom Penh, they abandon.
So
They get,
not just militarily, like in diplomatically, there is no U.S. presence whatsoever.
it's literally unsafe to stay in the country. The Australian embassy is doing the same thing. The British embassy, foreigners generally are leaving the country. Um, and a few days after the US embassy is abandoned, which is on the 12th of April, the 17th of April arrives, and the Khmer Rouge enter the city as victors. They have won the Cambodian civil war against what we call the Lon Nol regime or the Republican regime. And it was a bloody conflict. Perhaps 250,000 people had died. The Cambodian countryside had been ravaged by bombing, by people trying to escape the Khmer Rouge or the fighting generally. They had congregated in Phnom Penh, a city that would usually have perhaps 500,000 people living in it, was swollen to the point of perhaps 2.5 million people.
Wow.
And obviously, the conditions that they were living in were quite
When you're
were
that
quite
packed in,
horrible
of
when you think
course.
about how little food was going on,
Right.
how little structure was there. It was quite horrible conditions.
Right, right. So you have them transitioning, getting these people into Phnom Penh. Do you mind if I take a really quick restroom break, and if you need to as well?
I would absolutely love that as
Perfect
well.
timing.
I
Perfect. I will mute things here, and I'll turn the camera off. I'll throw my Be Right Back screen up. Chat. We will be
feel like
right
this is a
back.
good hot mic moment where I'll take the mic to the bathroom. But
Yeah,
yeah.
right. So we'll plan on being back in a couple of minutes. I don't want to keep you for obviously too much longer either. I don't know how you doing. How are you doing on time?
Oh, fine, honestly. Yeah,
Okay.
I don't have much else to do today, so we can go however long you want.
Awesome. Just wanted to make sure. Perfect. We'll take that little break now, and I'll see you back in a minute. Thank you so much for the biddies, man. I appreciate you. Hello, gamers. I hope everybody's enjoying. Well, enjoying, enjoying. I don't know if that's the right word for especially for this period of history, but I hope everybody is taking something valuable in, or learning something today, or having a enjoying the conversation. Sure. I hope it's been informational, at times interesting, engaged. I hope you guys. Longy, thank you for the gifted sub. Obviously, I haven't really been able to talk to you guys very much, but you guys, it seems like you guys have just been listening as well, which has been awesome. A reminder to you guys: if you guys want to ask questions at any point, you guys are welcome to interject. Feel free. Like, you just have to do the use the. Chat's not as like I thought. I was concerned chat might be going kind of fast. If you guys just want to ask them in chat, feel free. If you want to ask a question in chat, or if you want to, if chat is a little bit more crowded, go ahead and use the channel point redemption. We have a 1 point channel point redemption. Hi Grove, this is great. Are you planning on covering other countries like this? So Kara, yeah, I since today is going as well as it is, my hope is that we can cover other countries, with historians and experts. I shouldn't call him an expert. He asked me to not call him an expert. Historians and people who have knowledge of the country, like Lachlan, but then also people who are from those places. I want to bring more people, if places in Africa that I'm unfamiliar with, places in Asia, South America, things like that. But I'm glad you guys are enjoying it. Thank you guys so much for being here. I'm going to hop back on the call now, but really, thank you guys. I really appreciate you. Longy, thank you so much for the gifted sub, man. I appreciate it. Let me hop back on call here. Hello.
Yo.
Can you hear me? Perfect. Let me go back to our proper screen with both of us on it here. I was just addressing chat, thanking them for being here. A little intermission.
No problem.
Where is... There it is. Perfect. Okay, so where we left off was the Khmer Rouge, which is essentially the Communist Party in Cambodia, is rounding up a lot of people that live in more rural areas of Cambodia and kind of bringing everyone into the city of Phnom Penh to collectivize, essentially.
Oh, I should clarify that slightly. Prior to the war finishing in 1975, the reason why so many people were fleeing essentially to Phnom Penh is to either escape the Khmer Rouge or to escape the fighting.
Okay, so because I
Yeah.
thought I was mixed up because on the good. Okay, so you have Phnom Penh kind of being the refuge for people that are trying to get away from the Khmer Rouge.
So the audio just cut out a little bit there.
Sorry about that. So you have Phnom Penh kind of being the refuge for people that are trying to escape the Khmer Rouge from these rural villages, these farming, more agricultural areas.
Precisely. Yeah.
Got it.
The regions that were under Khmer Rouge control, as I said, that they were still very mysterious. People in the cities didn't really know what to expect. They didn't really know what was going on in these regions that were now under communist control. There were rumors that, these Khmer Rouge were brutal, that they'll kill you, that they're taking everyone to the forests. But a lot of people basically dismissed this as propaganda. A lot of educated people were sick and tired of what we're calling the Lon Nol regime. Remember, that's this Republican government that were basically just in charge during the Civil War. Terribly corrupt regime, inept in all kinds of ways. So not only do you have all these refugees fleeing the war in general and the Khmer Rouge, but you have many people just sick and tired of the war generally and the current government. So they weren't to know what was going to happen next, but many people in Phnom Penh were thinking, look, anything could be better than this. It's going to be a communist government, whatever. They can't be that bad.
Gotcha. So they weren't necessarily
That's
running
sort of where
away
we're at.
from just the Rouge. They were just I got it. Okay, that makes sense. And that kind of I'm glad we kind of covered that because someone just asked in chat. I was curious, what was life like, and how was the government in the Khmer Republic, I guess, versus the Lon Nol government?
Yeah. But as the Khmer Republic, life, it depended on what you did basically. For some people, the massive influx of United States aid and money was actually a great thing. They began to live lifestyles like Phnom Penh was this fairly cosmopolitan city, but you have people getting quite rich, driving around expensive cars, buying all kinds of luxuries that we would consider to be luxuries today. But you get few people that are able to take advantage of that,
Huge
and you
wealth
have a lot
disparity
of
in the
people
city.
that exactly, um, particularly for these what are essentially internal refugees that are fleeing to the capital that are living off of nothing. So yeah, Phnom Penh at this time were probably one of the most disproportionate or this massive gap between lifestyles if you're wealthy or if you're poor.
And this is mostly
So
under the Lon Nol government because they're still in power in Phnom Penh, right, at the time?
exactly. I mean,
Gotcha.
prior to that, under Sihanouk, similar kinds of things are happening, but
Right.
you didn't have this deprivation that the war was causing generally as well.
Right, right. So now, with the Khmer Republic, who are, I'm assuming, are setting up, bases, villages, places out in the more rural areas of Cambodia. What does life and lifestyles, what do they look like out there,
Um,
outside of Phnom
that's a
Penh?
good question. Yeah, Phnom Penh as the major city, the Lon Nol government really only controls a few other major towns and cities across the country and a few of the main highways. A lot of the fighting in the Cambodian Civil War is basically to take a highway here or there or to keep highways open between the major cities. But I think it's fair to say that they really only did control the cities and the major towns, and the Khmer Rouge had everything else. So life under the Khmer Rouge, it depended where you were. Sometimes they were more forcibly collectivized
Right,
than in other places. But generally speaking, farming still what will eventually be called the base people under the Khmer Rouge. But these are people that were basically peasants. Their
sure.
whole lives had been in these rural areas, and now one of the only major differences is that the Khmer Rouge were collecting their rice, as opposed to some distant government in Phnom Penh.
Right,
In Phnom Penh, you could be a electrician, an engineer, an architect. Like it's that massive a difference between what's going on in the actual city there. Like it's staggering.
right. But again, like you said, that opportunity was only reserved for a very select few of people that lived in Phnom Penh under the Lon Nol government, whereas the majority of the population was in more rural areas.
Yeah, probably be a few 100,000 people would
Right,
consider themselves to be of this. What I guess you could say is someone living in the modern world,
right. The
as opposed
developed
to those
city.
that exactly, yeah.
Right, right, right. That which makes sense. So okay, that yeah, there's basically the agricultural versus the more urban, modernized differential there. So Khmer Rouge are they have all these they control most of Cambodia land wise and have all these. I mean, I'm assuming most of the population too because I'm assuming there are much larger proletariat population out in the rural areas as opposed to the small class of people, the few 100,000 people that you said were in Phnom Penh, right?
Yeah, I think by this time in Cambodia, estimates vary, but there's about 7 million people in total in the country.
Right.
And again, estimates vary on how swollen Phnom Penh
Was starting to get
becomes,
right.
but it's about 2.5 million people.
So you
Again,
have about a third of the entirety of the population now, possibly in Phnom Penh
mm,
around this time.
mm.
So the Khmer Rouge is people are fleeing the countryside and going to Phnom Penh. So what are the next steps? What happens next? How does this conflict? There, you said there are all these small conflicts for highways and things. Is there what happens after that?
Well, the Lon Nol government's military was pretty inept as well. The Khmer Rouge were a hardened force. They were utilizing, wave attacks. Like they were in it to win it. Whereas the Lon Nol government, look, many of their many of their lieutenants or captains or whatever it may be, literally made up people that were supposed to be in their army just so they could collect benefits and collect the salaries of these
Of those
people
who
that didn't even
lost.
exist.
Right.
Yeah, a lot of them are just selling their military, their materiel, their guns and ammunition to the Khmer Rouge. Like it's just
So,
it's it's really yeah, they're not great. So
right.
when the US leaves on the 12th of April, that really is a signal that this is only going to go one way. It's inevitable
Yep.
that the Khmer Rouge are going to win this war, and that's yeah. On the 17th of April, the fighting literally engulfs Phnom Penh itself. The airport is taken, all the major roads are taken. Any Lon Nol government troops remaining basically retreat into the city and put their guns down and say, we're done.
Yep.
And that happens on the morning of the 17th of April, 1975.
Gotcha. So Phnom Penh is seized. That's essentially the when the Khmer Rouge takes is full power of the country.
Yep.
So now that the Khmer Rouge is in power, what are they doing after they achieve power? Who's their leader? What are their next steps?
Yeah, well, I mean, a lot of it is apparent first few hours of their taking control of Phnom Penh. Like you can get a lot of clues as to what the rest of their regime is going to look like. Um, they are entering the city in columns of very young soldiers clad in these black pajamas, often not wearing shoes. People describe them as automatons, like they've got these dead eyes. Although that's, they're generalizing, but it's an alien force from the countryside, generally speaking, that have now come into this hub of modernity. And very soon after that, they they have two goals. They want to completely neutralize the Lon Nol army. So um, there are photos of this happening where there's just stacks and stacks of guns being piled up in the streets. Um, and the Khmer Rouge begin on, loudspeakers. They begin shooting into the air. They announce to the population of Phnom Penh that they have to leave. They they must go into the countryside. Initially, they say that you will only need to leave the city for 3 days. So, don't take too much stuff, but you got to get out of here for 3 days because the US are coming to bomb us. And that was a lie.
Right. The U.S. is
It
completely
was something that
convinced.
they'd come up with beforehand and was really just a way of tricking this entire city's population to leave everything behind and join the rest of their revolution, which they had already been undertaking in many parts of Cambodia. But emptying Phnom Penh is one of the most infamous parts of their revolution. If you have seen the movie The Killing Fields, it's very well done in it. But you can probably, if you've ever left, a stadium full of people or a festival, things like that, you might be familiar with, what a few tens of thousands of people trying to walk in one direction feels like.
Yeah.
So you can only imagine what, 2.5 million people being told to just leave on all the roads without much direction, without much care, and without much care for human life, what that would be like.
Yeah.
Hospitals were emptied at gunpoint. The old, the sick, pregnant women, and everyone was told to leave
Yeah.
the capital.
And anyone who couldn't or wouldn't didn't make it out alive, from what I remember in the podcast. Correct.
Yeah, yeah. Killings did begin, to make a point to people watching. Khmer Rouge could kill someone in front of you to let you know that they weren't messing around. But these columns of people, it's estimated that perhaps 20,000 people died just in this what we could call the exodus from Phnom Penh. April's the hottest month in Cambodia, with forgive me on my Fahrenheit, but can get up to about 40 degrees centigrade. Um, so
Which I think
extremely
is,
dry,
yeah.
extremely hot, and what would usually maybe take, if you were just walking, it might take you a day or so to go quite far. But because you've got so many hundreds of thousands of people so crammed together, this journey takes a very long time.
Right.
Very quickly, those 3 days are over, and it becomes clear that these people are not going to be going back to Phnom Penh.
Right, right. So, and they've then, like you said, they were told, hey, don't take any of your belongings. Don't, it's going to be a short period of time. So not only are they rapidly leaving the city, they basically have their entire life is gone. Their entire life that they had in Phnom Penh is gone. Basically all of their belongings, maybe some of their family members, if their family members were unwell or unwilling to leave, are not there. And even if they were willing to leave, I assume, if it was emptied out in a matter of hours, people probably didn't even probably lost children that were at school, or that, if their husband was at work, or their wife was at work, or their, someone was in the hospital who was a family member, things like that. I assume that they possibly never were reunited.
In many cases, yeah, that's exactly right. Like I said, we can imagine these small scale versions of this where you might have lost your friends at a festival or a sporting event, or been separated from a mother or father while you're a kid in the shopping center. Like these things, just this, levels of magnitude differently, um, on a different scale, I should say. And yeah, many people were just never reunited, for quite arbitrary reasons. You might have, as you said, just my wife was at work, I was in a different part of the city. The Khmer Rouge told me to go this way, and they told her to go that way. And yeah, very often these people wouldn't find each other. Many people did still have some kind of ancestral home, or at least still links to the villages.
Sure.
So many people said, "Well, okay, we'll go to our home village, wherever that may be." But this evacuation from Phnom Penh was part of a larger, ambition of the Khmer Rouge Revolution to equalize everyone in the country.
Right.
Their revolution was based on, it was very Maoist, which we probably don't have much time to go into, but there was a period of Chinese history called the Great Leap Forward. This attempt to achieve communism very rapidly, through the sheer willpower of people, and ideally a ruling class, a sufficiently, communist ruling class that would be able to guide them in that process. The Khmer Rouge leadership, a quite small group, had ascended to that powerful position, and they were going to attempt what is essentially the most radical societal upheaval ever attempted. You could think of it like a social experiment. Um, the, the, this is often referred to, in a way that's misleading, I think. I think this is one of the common misconceptions about the Khmer Rouge period. You'll find it often described as year zero, um, with this idea that they were somehow trying to go back to the Stone Age, and they wanted a society that was without technology and completely backward, and that was going to be it. What they wanted to do was utilize Cambodia's, natural resources, generally rice farming. Rice farming has been the basis of the Cambodian economy and Cambodian life, as we've said, for thousands of years. So the Khmer Rouge envisaged, let's say, a 4-year plan, basically, where they would get everyone into the countryside. They would make everyone a rice farmer. The peasant person who had made up the majority of the Khmer Rouge prior to their victory was now this idealized version of the Cambodian citizen, and everyone had to fit into that mold. Now, they didn't want to just stay in the Dark Ages, however. They did want to trade surplus rice. They wanted to create more rice than the country had ever really made, harking back to the days of Angkor, where they were this proud race of people dominating the region.
Interesting
They
how
thought
that
they could.
how that just generational memory still exists, up until the modern era like that. It's very interesting.
And like we said, Angkor Wat has been on the flag the whole time. Like
Right.
it's their national symbol. And it's this this idea that they had somehow been disconnected from that by generally the Khmer Rouge ideology, but a lot of nationalist ideologies as well, tended to blame everyone else. It was kind of the Vietnamese's fault that we were in this rut.
Right.
And if we could only free ourselves from foreign influence, we could harness that latent
Khmer
Khmer
spirit.
energy.
Right.
Exactly,
Right.
exactly. And just start to dominate once again. How we're going to do that? We're going to do it the best way we know how, rice farming. We'll turn that rice into light industry. We'll turn that into heavy industry. Um, they didn't get to do it for very long, but some of their documents, these planning documents, and oh well, in a few years everyone will be able to have dessert every day. It's quite vague what their plans were, but it wasn't simply to just turn off the lights and head into the countryside.
Right. Not
That
in
was more stage one of their
right.
revolution.
Not intentionally avoiding growth. Like their plan was growth, but it just wasn't exactly fleshed out. Right. Right. In advancement.
Yeah, they wanted to equalize everything.
Right.
So
To
everyone was
achieve that
to these.
advancement, they wanted rapid equalization. Right.
They needed a pure revolution. It was going to be the best revolution ever, the most advanced communist revolution. They were going to do it in no time. They were going to beat the Chinese, the Vietnamese, the Soviets. They were going to be better than everyone else. And to do that, we're going to get rid of money. We're going to close the borders. We're going to get rid of religion overnight. We're going to force everyone into the farms to start this project straight away. And anyone who we feel does not fit into that ideal citizen of this new country will, the famous saying goes, to keep you is no gain, and to lose you would be no loss.
Right.
So that gives you an impression of the attitude that the Khmer Rouge had to flourishing human life in
Right.
general.
Right. Which leads to obviously led to the tragic events of the seizing of Phnom Penh, which left, you said, 20,000. I think 20,000 had passed then, and during just the siege of Phnom Penh.
Yeah, just the evacuation of Phnom Penh. That's a good it's a good example of it. Like I said, that first day really does give you some indication of the Khmer Rouge ideology. They were willing to lie to the population, and they were willing to get everyone to get 2.5 million people, one of the biggest forced population movements in human history, and that was done with, like, we take these things for granted. Like if you go to a train station, there's a bathroom there, there's shelter. You know what
Right.
I mean? Even in
Yes.
the most extreme circumstances, you're generally able to find some of the the what we would probably consider these basic human rights almost. And the Khmer Rouge gave no thought to that.
Right.
All they wanted to do was eradicate the former Lon Nol army, the Lon Nol regime. They very quickly murdered those that were still in the capital, like the
Yep.
former leaders. And at checkpoints around Phnom Penh, where these masses of people were forced to go through, you had to give your name, your biography, what you were doing, what you used to do, and many people, depending on what they used to do, were killed on that basis as well. So they were ruthless in what they wanted to do.
Really. So if you had someone who was maybe a threat, let's say they were like a lawyer, for example, and they were, a person with not to say the peasants didn't have free thought, but someone who maybe would be a little bit more resistant because of their past life and their education. Those people, they kind of just didn't even give them the chance. They just, because they were seen as a
Precisely.
threat. Yeah.
Yeah, particularly anyone with links to the regime were almost immediately put to death. Later, that would spread out to just generally educated people were targeted more, because again it all comes down to this inner ability that the Khmer Rouge thought was so important about who is going to be with us, who is going to be able to do this amazing thing we're going to be doing here.
Right.
And yeah, the people that were more educated were generally thought to be further away from that idealized person,
And I'm assuming this
and
also
many instances killed.
probably applied to you said elderly people were often taken out early during the evacuation of Phnom Penh because I'm sure a lot of them were not able to necessarily leave and make the journey out, and I'm assuming later on as they kind of molded their ideal citizen, the elderly, pregnant women, maybe just women in general that weren't as physically, anybody who wasn't physically capable of the hard labor of agriculture were, to the same extent as like a young male, for example. Were those people also targeted, or did they still see benefit in those people?
Um, yeah, it's an interesting way of putting it. The Khmer Rouge were, relatively speaking, a fairly equal opportunity organization, as long as you could work hard. So there are many female cadre. Um,
It's interesting.
Women were it. There's something called the. I won't bother going too into detail there. Let's just say different parts of the country under different Khmer Rouge leaders. Some areas were better than others.
Sure.
Some villages were more moderate than the one next to them. So there's no real hard and fast rules about what was a good place to live and what wasn't. But generally speaking, women might be expected to do a slightly less labor intensive role. Um, Sometimes not. Sometimes everyone was doing the same thing. But yeah, for a variety of reasons, you could be outside of this ideal revolutionary. One of the main, um, apart from educated people, were the Cham Muslim minority. They were, I guess you could say, a different ethnicity, a different religious group within Cambodia, had lived there for hundreds of years. They were thought to be particularly suspect because of their reluctancy to give up their religion, and they died at a higher percentage because, yeah, for whatever reason, if you just didn't fit into what this ideal revolutionary was, more often than not, you'd be murdered.
Makes sense. It kind of goes back to what we were talking about earlier. It kind of makes sense because a theistic religion like Islam probably has a population which is more unwilling to let go of that religion as opposed to the larger Buddhist population that like you kind of said earlier, probably was a little bit. It was a little bit easier because it was just the way that religion was viewed is completely different as opposed to a theistic religion.
Yeah, you'll find often in many accounts of people that lived through this, if they were Buddhist, they brought that Buddhist understanding. Again, it's not strictly religious, but it's this general worldview
Right.
of merit, of karma, and many of them. This terrible story I've read recently, where all of the suffering that this man endures, he does, in a sense, blame. I must have done something awful in a past life. Um, and likewise, they bring that same idea to the Khmer Rouge themselves, and they say, well, you are going to be in for it later. This karmic retribution will be very high.
Right.
But
Did you post that picture on Twitter? I feel like I recognize that line that you just referenced.
yeah, I
Yeah.
did. That's if anyone has seen the movie The Killing Fields, the actor who portrays the Cambodian protagonist, Dith Pran, he's the actor is Hang Nyor, and he had one of he was a perhaps this actually I'll tell his story because it may be a good way to just sort of encapsulate the experience of someone who lived through the regime. So Hang was a doctor. He was actually like a gynecologist and obstetrician. So well educated, wealthy. His family owned sort of a transport business. He was very well off. Um, because of his medical role, the regime, the Lon Nol regime, even sort of incorporated him into the armed forces. He was given the rank of captain. They were handing those out like nothing. So it's not like he was part of the military particularly, but a very well trained doctor. Um, as Phnom Penh fell, he was separated from his wife and his family for a few days. Eventually, came back into contact with them. They attempted to go back to their home village, and on the way they stayed at multiple locations. The Khmer Rouge would often say, "No, these people were called new people. Everyone was evacuated from Phnom Penh. They were given this new class in the new society, the new person, as opposed to the old person or base person, who was that ideal revolutionary that we were talking about, someone that's already been doing it for some time, this peasant-based person. And the new people were often shunted around. They were in one village for a few months, made to work on a large irrigation project or something like that, or some other farming resource, and then they were moved on again. He was moved on 3 or 4 times in the first 6 months to a year of the regime before finding himself near a place called Battambang. And in the 3 years and 8 months of the regime, he witnessed um, many members of his family grow sick, die from overwork, from illness. He also didn't directly see, but he knew that other members of his family were taken away by the Khmer Rouge and executed. And perhaps most tragically, his wife um, became pregnant in the last year of the regime. He obviously had a in that particular area of medicine. He'd been hiding the fact that he was a doctor for this entire time. She had a complicated pregnancy and actually died during childbirth, and he was unable to do anything about that. So that gives you, the fear that he lived with every day about being found out that he had this old life and being killed for that eventually turned into this much more personal tragedy for him, where the very skill that he'd trained to do, he was unable to use to save his wife's life. Yeah, many members of his family died. So for that kind of experience was relatively common for the
Right.
kinds of people that left Phnom Penh. And eventually, the old people as well began facing these similar um, general starvation, general illness.
Yeah.
The rice they were growing they were not getting to eat themselves. The Khmer Rouge were a brutal regime, and they killed perhaps a quarter of the population, indirectly or directly. So, as a result of overwork or illness, as a result of their policies, perhaps 1 million people died, and as a result of direct violence, direct executions, perhaps another 1 million, which is a quarter of the population, is quite large.
It's insane. What's the so who's directing this this regime? Who's their leader? What impact do they have? Did they come to power after the siege of Phnom Penh, during the siege, before the siege of Phnom Penh? Who is this person? Who is directing this? Who's kind of keeping these? Because it sounds like they're pretty fractured. There's different villages, like you said, that have be more moderate than others, and different styles of living in different places. Who's kind of tying all of these groups together under one
Yeah,
Khmer Rouge?
yeah, oh, yeah. I should maybe point that out. While I may have given the impression that there was some factions, it's probably too much to say there were literal people that were trying to get away from what we call the party center, which is a group of about 8 people. Pol Pot was the leader, Salot Sa. Pol Pot was his revolutionary name. Nuon Chea, Yang Sari, Hugh Sampan, Tarmok. There's about 8 people. Pol Pot is the leader of this wider committee, and they are in control of the entire revolution. They broke the country up into zones, and each zone had its own leader. Some of those leaders were purged because they were suspected of going against the center, but yeah, it's probably going a bit too far to say there were kind of good Khmer Rouge and bad Khmer Rouge.
Mm-hmm.
Like the movement as a totality was controlled by a very small group and a very ruthless group. they'd been in control of the party from basically the early 60s.
Okay,
So
so pretty
for
much
quite a long
since,
time.
yep, since the inception and through the CZ. So now Pol Pot and the other leaders of the Khmer Rouge have created these zones. There is they've people have been collectivized and equalized. What what impact does that have on society? Does it, does this improve, are they making any progress over the next few years as they're killing the population? What happens over the next few years now that they have successfully collectivized the population?
Yeah, great question. I think if we think of it as a societal experiment, it was a failure. Um, the attempts to turn what they basically tried to do was turn the entire country into a rice paddy, and they wanted to put everyone to work in that rice paddy. And not only was it a one big farm, but it was also one big prison. Um, Survivors often recall this phrase they use to describe it: a prison with no walls, with an omnipresent group called Angkar um, as the organization in control. Angkar means organization, um, slight different to Angkor,
Angkor,
which can confuse some people.
which
Yeah,
means
Angkor
city, right?
is just exactly, yes. The Angkar um, are this, yeah. It almost just took the form of a new kind of religion, a communist religion that would keep you in fear and kill you if you went um, against it. As for progress, it's interesting. It almost depends on who you ask and when you asked them. There are actually a lot of communist sympathizers, particularly in that early part of their revolution, where because the Khmer Rouge cut off everyone else from coming into the country, they expelled all foreigners out. There was actually a lot of confusion about what was actually going on in there.
Right.
So you had some Cambodian scholars or experts thinking this is, might be a bit tough now, but it's probably going to be a good thing in the long run. Um, but very quickly, the refugees that were escaping the country began to tell of the horrors that were going on
Because of
within
the
it.
ruthlessness and the right, right,
Exactly. I,
right,
I would say it was a failure
right.
completely. These kinds of projects that they were embarking on were not sound, that they were often attempted to be completed simply with human labor, which, if you're going to build a canal, is not ideal.
Yeah.
Um, some parts of the country were just not suited to the project that they were trying to create. There were malarial forests where they sent thousands of new people to clear the forest and turn it into farmland, and they basically all just got malaria and died. Like it was, as central planning goes, it's an almost impossible task that they set out to do, and the failures that they started to see, the central leadership just blamed um, the Vietnamese. They blamed. I don't think we've actually touched on that enough. Cambodians for centuries despised the Vietnamese. They're their hereditary enemy. Um, so the failures of the regime started to be blamed on the Vietnamese or these agents or these saboteurs, and very quickly the party started looking even at itself and purging huge numbers of their own membership. Some of your viewers might be familiar with perhaps the most infamous uh, symbol, I guess you could say, of the Khmer Rouge regime, which is a high school, or a former high school, I guess we should say, in Phnom Penh, Tool Spade Prey. Regular high school, it's in the south, uh, southwest of the city. The leadership, once they'd gotten everyone out of Phnom Penh, they themselves began to inhabit it, and they set up a prison in Phnom Penh at this high school, which was known as S21. And that was where most of the high level parts of the Khmer Rouge leadership, if they became a suspect, they were sent there. They were forced to confess their traitorous crimes, sometimes over months of the most extreme conditions that you could imagine a prison to have, and tortured regularly before they were taken to a nearby field about 20 minutes away on the outskirts of Phnom Penh and killed. And there's a mass grave there now called Chong Ek. But one of the symbols there, the reason it's become this infamous thing for the regime is that they documented everything that they were doing there. So you've got thousands and thousands of pages of these biographies, of these confessions that were extracted under torture. But you also have thousands of photos of the inmates, which are now prominently displayed, as it's now a sort of a museum. So the people that you see there in those photos, more than three-quarters of them are actual members of the Khmer Rouge themselves.
right?
Yeah, which is an interesting sort of example there, where you go through and you experience this tragic location, but it's also this other hidden message there, which is that the Khmer Rouge actually turned on themselves to a large degree, and they
Started to implode a
they
bit.
did this as well. Yeah.
So with as these larger scale projects are failing because of the limitations of human labor, and obviously the populace is, I'm assuming, shrinking at this point with the amount of people that are being overworked and killed. It sounds like the Khmer Rouge is starting to implode, in a sense, with the distrust in their own party, with the amount of people that they're taking out. So from here on out, so the siege on Phnom Penh, correct me if I'm wrong, was 1970.
1975.
1975.
Is sort of the end of the war and the beginning of the Khmer Rouge regime.
So if we fast forward to the point where we're getting, to where the Khmer Rouge is really turning on one another, and the S-21 is really being utilized. What's the time frame from the sieging of Phnom Penh and collectivizing to that point where they're really starting to implode?
Sure. Yeah. So the first year of the regime really is so 1975 to 1976. That is this period where the Khmer Rouge solidify their control. They cement what the project is going to be. Everyone's out in the fields farming. We'll figure out what to do soon. In 1977, the results of that project start to turn sour. More killings, more targeting. And then at the same time, while there's a bit of back and forth here, but essentially the Khmer Rouge start engaging in a war against their very former allies, the Vietnamese. So Phnom Penh fell to the Khmer Rouge. 2 weeks later, Saigon, the capital of South Vietnam, also falls to the North Vietnamese. So you'd think, oh wow, okay, the war's over. You've got these two communist countries. They've helped each other throughout the whole thing. They should be buddies. What has happened in the background here is that the Cambodians, generally speaking, like you can still see this attitude today, hate the Vietnamese. They resented the fact that they had to be allied with them at all. And very soon after both of them finished their respective wars for independence, they actually begin fighting against each other. The larger scale thing here, which is very important to realize, is there's something called the Sino-Soviet split. Now, the key is sort of in the terminology there, where we generally think of the Cold War as the United States against communism. But communism itself had a split between the Chinese and the Soviets, which happened in the late 60s. Now, the Cambodians, the Khmer Rouge, were allied to the Chinese, whereas the Vietnamese were allied to the Soviets. Now, if you look at a map of Southeast Asia, you'll notice obviously China sitting right there, and Vietnam right on its southern border. Now, if you think of it in terms of, I'm not sure if any of you guys have played the board game Risk, or any kind of territorial-based thing, it's not great to have a country right on your border that is generally antagonistic towards you or allied to this your biggest enemy in the Soviet Union. So the Chinese looked at Cambodia as this 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 pawn, I guess you could say, this functional ally as I like to think of it as a thorn in the side of the Vietnamese um, strength there. So the Chinese prop up the Khmer Rouge, the Soviets prop up the Vietnamese. Soon their own war begins between the Khmer Rouge and the Vietnamese. And this is called the Third Indo-Chinese War. And this one, the United States stay out of this one. Um, that conflict reaches a head in late 1977 and into 1978. This is also, as you mentioned, when the regime itself used the word implode, which is really accurate. Massive purges of Khmer Rouge that are thought to be friendly to the Vietnamese.
Right.
The Vietnamese are a much more capable military, and on I think it's Christmas Day, 1978, so the very end of 1978, the Communist Vietnamese send a strong enough military force into Cambodia, and they defeat the Khmer Rouge rather easily within 2 weeks. And the Khmer Rouge are forced to abandon their power in Cambodia. And if you look at the map there, well, it's probably opposite to you guys, but with Vietnam on the east, you can think of the Khmer Rouge just retreating all the way to the west, basically to the border with Thailand. And that conflict is over quite quickly, and the Vietnamese are basically in control of Cambodia now.
They're occupying Cambodia. Wow. And it's the pro Chinese. So the pro Chinese Vietnamese are occupying Cambodia now. And so the Khmer Rouge is defeated. So still communist though. Still a communist regime in Cambodia. Are they? Do they treat the populace any differently? Do they try and are they as collectivist as the Khmer Rouge was? Or are they a little bit different in the way they rule? It's also wild that was in the span of 3 years, from the siege of Phnom Penh to where they are right now, which is wow.
Yeah, 3 years, 8 months, and 20 days. So that most people that live through it will know exactly how long it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, so a, a quarter of the population dying within just under 4 years. 1 in 5 people generally, or 1 in 4, somewhere between that. But to answer your question about the Vietnamese occupation, look, it was it sometimes people, particularly in the United States, I find there's a sense of guilt about the Vietnam War, with with reason. It's a terrible failed bit of foreign policy, really, and it led to a lot of lives being lost. But there is this idea that follows that of the Vietnamese, the communist Vietnamese, being good because they won the war, kind of, and it was this protracted conflict. So there's this sense that you need to be sort of friendly to that regime. Um, they they were better than the Khmer Rouge. I think it's that's uncontroversial to say, but they weren't that different either. I mean, they generally speaking, it's sometimes called a humanitarian intervention. It had that effect, but it wasn't their goal. The Vietnamese were threatened militarily by a rival power, and they invaded that country and subjugated it. The results of which were better for the Cambodian population, but yeah, the what's called the People's Republic of Kampuchea, the PRK, that's the government that the Vietnamese set up, which is really just a vassal state of the Vietnamese. It is obviously better, but it's still a period of deprivation.
Right.
Yeah, it is still a communist country, and during this time, many people flee to places like Thailand to become refugees.
Got it, which makes sense. Which kind of leads me into a question we got from chat. They said, I've read the UK, US, and Thai backed up the Khmer Rouge during the war. Was that material support, or what form was that, if any?
Yeah, that's a really good question. No, it comes up a lot. The
During and after, both during and after the initial war.
Yeah, I often find there's an impression that it's during. So, um, we'll just quickly go over that. So, the Cambodian Civil War, the US was very much funding the war against the Khmer Rouge.
Sure, which yeah, that makes
The
sense.
Khmer Rouge win that war. The US basically takes a few steps back from the whole scenario. But as I was speaking about with this Sino-Soviet split, the United States actually takes advantage of that split as well. Their main enemy is still the Soviet Union, so they view China as now a potential ally against the Soviet Union.
Right.
So there's this weird dynamic there where the US are now trying to be friendly towards China,
After
and
initially backing the Khmer or the backing the anti-Khmer Rouge, now that there's this conflict between China and or not China, between Vietnam and Cambodia, they kind of
And
flip the script.
well, you could even make that a bit larger. You could say a conflict between Cambodia and Vietnam, or a conflict between China and Vietnam. And again, the United States, it's pretty clear to see who they're going to back in a war against Vietnam. They're going to back whoever's fighting it. So yeah, yeah, as the person's pointed out there, the Khmer Rouge defeated, that they head to the border with Thailand. The Thai more tied, forgive the pun, to the United States, and they do give a sanctuary to the remnants of the Khmer Rouge, which are still fairly numerous. Pol Pot, all the leaders are still there, and eventually they just start fighting with this backed government. But yes, the United States and Britain, to a lesser extent, do funnel aid to the remnants of the Khmer Rouge. It's mostly financial from the United States. However, it, you can easily imagine they knew what was going to be done with that financial backing,
Right.
which was purchasing weapons. I'm sure there was some laundering there where they may have given money to the Thai. That money is turned into weapons and ammunition and mines,
Right.
which is then funneled to the Khmer Rouge. So yeah, very it's what's called realpolitik. This sort of this very power central view of the world where the enemy of my enemy is my friend, that kind of
Yep.
thing. So
Exactly.
yeah, that they did support the remnants of the Khmer Rouge.
Yep, and that's exactly what someone just said in chat. They said so it was just kind of like a proxy war, kind of just like Vietnam was the initial Vietnam conflict. It turned into a proxy war from with the U.S. kind of allying with China. Even though it was Cambodia versus Vietnam. That's so it's really interesting. So now Vietnam is occupying the KPR is occupying and the ruling party of Cambodia. So where does it go? Where does it go from here? Now that now that Vietnam has won, where does it go from here? Because obviously Vietnam and Cambodia are two separate countries today. So where does it go from here?
Yeah, so I guess we're talking about just the 1980s, generally that decade. Yeah, it's funny. Yeah, that person is spot on. Like, thinking of it like a proxy war. If it's even been called like Vietnam's conflict in Cambodia has been called Vietnam's Vietnam.
Right.
Like they
Yeah.
they had to deal with it for years. And the Khmer Rouge were propped up just enough by their backers to be this thorn in the side of the regime. Look, that 10-year period is one of recovery. It's one of a gradual opening up to the West again. Um, you have a few sort of academics heading to this new country in the wake of the Khmer Rouge being defeated. These people start writing books. They see places like what is now called Tool Slang, the former S-21
Yep.
unit. Um, and in that 10 years, it's like I said, it's a period of recovery, but Vietnam is in no real position to be propping up a vassal state. They're in no
Right.
real position to help this country that much more than they are trying to help themselves. So again, we've seen this theme throughout Cambodian history where they tend to miss out on many of the things that a nation, a society needs to really flourish. And you've also had this terribly traumatic national experience where the most skilled people on average have been murdered or have escaped to Thailand and have now become refugees in other countries. So you're left with this really quite deprived state. Um, and as we head into the 90s, with the end of the Cold War, with the Soviet Union imploding in its own way, um, very soon the Vietnamese lose their main financial backer, the Soviet Union, and are forced to then relinquish their control over Cambodia. And you have a new party evolve there. Perhaps that's the wrong term. Essentially, Cambodia's been run for the last, since I've been alive, so about 30 years, by um, these these remnants of the Khmer Rouge that actually had allied with Vietnam in that conflict. They'd escaped to Vietnam and
Right.
joined
Because Pol
the
Pot
army that
was
came after.
never like ousted and killed, from what I read. He died from health conditions later on in life, right? He was so it wasn't a violent overtaking of the leadership, from what I'd heard.
That's exactly right. These remnants of the Khmer Rouge lived on the border with Thailand for many years. Pol Pot himself died. There's some, as is naturally the case, there's some, conspiracies there about what might have really happened. But the,
Sure.
the major story is that he died of a heart attack in 1998. Um, by that point, the Khmer Rouge had lost their ability to maintain a real fighting force or any kind of force that was capable of forming a government. Many of their top leaders were absorbed back into um, what we call the Hun Sen regime. Hun Sen is the leader of Cambodia now. He's the longest living dictator in the world. So things haven't gotten that much better. But um, as the Cold War ended and these various benefactors began to drop out of the picture, Cambodia was able to reopen up. The current government was able to find a steady peace, and this war, what you could call the Cambodian Civil War, which started in the 70s and basically went through until the early 90s, was finally at an end.
Got it. Got it. We have a question from someone in chat. I know someone whose parents came over from Cambodia to the United States. You said, yeah, I know you mentioned Thailand as well, but what other countries did people leave to during this time? What were some other like, where are places that a lot of Cambodian refugees may have moved to during this time?
Yeah, so yeah, most did sort of escape to Thailand, and then there was a massive amount of refugee camps on the Thai border. The hypocrisy there between the Thai border also being where the Khmer Rouge were congregating is pretty apparent. But it's probably worth saying that these refugee camps were quite sad,
Oh, I can, yeah.
terrible places as well, and many thousands of people were there for sometimes years on end. As I'm sure this person in the chat that asked that question might be aware that it wasn't something that you got through very quickly. The
Right.
refugee camp life was something that you had to get used to in many cases. Um, Refugee agencies. Look, a lot of people went to the United States. There's a large diaspora there. Australia as well. A lot came here, but parts of Melbourne in particular.
Interesting.
Yeah, yeah. So as far as other than that, I'm sure there would be isolated pockets, but
Sure.
my understanding is mostly in Australia and the United States.
Oh, it's really interesting. Yeah, I, mean, I guess it makes sense with the geographic location of Australia, compared to Cambodia. That there would be a lot there. Um, so, what was the reaction to Vietnam's victory over the Khmer Rouge? I assume, Loco. I'm assuming you mean like from the populace. Um,
Um, that's one of these things again, where at that time, people really. I mean, you see it a little bit here with like general. There's a real right-left kind of political dynamic that a lot of people find themselves in. You're like really staunchly conservative or really staunchly socialist in a general sense. Um, this was the case, but in this Cold War sense, at this time in the early 1980s. So a lot of people saw the Vietnamese victory there as like I said, this humanitarian saving grace that look at this shining example of communism swooping in to stop a genocide.
Right,
Um,
right.
Whereas others were able to say, and this is how they argued it in the United Nations, which was we'll get to that in a moment. But others argued it was no, this is an invasion. This is a violation of national sovereignty. This is the Soviet Union spreading its tendrils across the globe once again.
Yep.
So that's how many U.S. foreign policy people took it. There's a quote from one of these diplomats who, along with the Chinese at the UN, were able to secure, because at the United Nations, like if you're not in control of your country anymore, you shouldn't really have your seat at the UN, which is what
Right.
the question was. Should democratic Kampuchea still have their seat? Should the Khmer Rouge still be in it? The Chinese and the US were able to successfully keep the Khmer Rouge in that seat, despite not having control of their country.
Really, that's
Um,
interesting. That's really interesting.
yeah, it's one of the more sordid sort of examples of realpolitik. Cambodia got the worst of the Cold War in many ways, and they're on both sides of the US equation here. But the diplomat that was able to successfully organize that, he shook the hand of Q Sampan, the nominated leader that was there for the Khmer Rouge at the UN that day. This person's thanking this US diplomat, saying thank you very much for helping us out. And the guy later remembers just thinking like, oh, I wanted to wash my hands. Like they knew what they were doing
Yeah.
was reprehensible.
Right,
Yeah,
right. They were supporting a just a yeah
a complete
terrorist
joke
regime.
of
Right.
a regime.
Yeah.
Essentially, yeah, like
Yeah.
some just as bad as it can be, really. And they've thrown their lot in with them just for purely, you know, rational reasons. Yeah,
Right.
it's yeah.
Ugh, that repulsive. Um, so that was kind of the international reaction after that. So you mentioned, so after, so this is, so now the Vietnam's not really able to support, the KPR is not really able to support Cambodia. So you said there's a dictator that takes place, or that kind of takes the position of the highest seat in Cambodia after the KPR kind of backs out, and is still in power today, you said?
Yes, yes. Hun Sen and his Cambodian People's Party, they have been in control of Cambodia for some time. Look, in the early 90s, it's worth saying, because Vietnam sort of relinquished its control and said, okay, we're backing out. The United Nations, in this really hopeful endeavor, they they realized the possibility for Cambodia just falling into another war. The Khmer Rouge was still active. You've got all these different people that want control of the country now. So the UN attempted to step in and basically put literally, quite literally, everyone put your guns down. There'll be no fighting. We're going to just be here for a little bit, and it was called the UN transitionary period. So they tried to get everyone to just settle down, and the UN was going to magically come in and sort out a nice democratic vote for everyone. Generally a failure. Fighting, everyone kept their guns, everyone kept fighting. And Hun Sen was able to emerge from that as basically the leader of Cambodia in a fairly dictatorial fashion.
Which makes sense. So it's kind of so what would you say if you were to classify the government of Cambodia today, as a monarchy, a dictatorship, an authoritarian communist regime, democratic regime? What does
I
that
would
look
not
like?
not democratic.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
They're one of these countries, and it's unfortunate. A few others have followed this route in the last decade or so. They're a country with a ruling party, a party that the main concern for them is to accumulate as much wealth as they can.
Right.
Now, that might mean selling large parts of the Cambodian rainforest to whoever wants um, to take them.
Would you say almost like an
So
oligarchy
yeah, yeah,
in a sense?
it's very nepotistic. It's the any in this democratic society they live in, any attempts to create a rival political party uh, generally don't last very long and not
Right.
don't have very good outcomes for the person that tries to lead that party. Generally, they're just accused of treason or doing something illegal, and they're sent to jail essentially, or they escaped overseas and they're not allowed back in. So Hun Sen's been doing that for many decades now. Like, he he would legitimize what he does by saying that it needed to happen. It needed like a strongman leadership, and without that, then perhaps the country would have fallen back into conflict. That story probably doesn't hold true for the last couple of decades without any real opposition to that party, but
Right.
it's a sad state of affairs at the moment. You don't look at it with much hope that it's going to blossom into a liberal democracy anytime soon.
Right, right. When you look at Phnom Penh, like I pulled a picture of it up on stream, modern day Phnom Penh. It looks
Hmm.
pretty modernized, pretty like it's kind of. It looks like I'm looking at a picture of a United States city. What to the areas that are, because I'm assuming there's probably still that huge wealth disparity. If you probably have the agricultural areas that are very poor, but then you have the area, like Phnom Penh, that are quite modernized and industrialized and things of that nature. What
Hmm.
kind of led to that reindustrialization and resurgence of Phnom Penh after all of this conflict during the late 20th century?
Hmm. Um, well, I guess, I mean, as the country itself just, the phrase that's often used is opened back up. So,
Right.
to foreign investment, foreign aid, tourism, as we mentioned earlier in the chat as well, becomes this. The economy is more or less based around that. China is the right now the main source of the economy in Cambodia and in some other Southeast Asian countries as well. So yeah, even in the last 10 years, I first went to Cambodia in 2010, and there was probably a handful, maybe one or two skyscrapers. And in my last visit in 2018, the skyline is now, as you've said, just a modern city, basically. So yeah, it really has taken off to an extent, but yeah, it's a strange city to live in, as I have briefly, where yeah, you might be in a really nice cafe or restaurant, and everyone around you is wealthy and well-to-do, and outside you might have someone, missing a leg from a mine that they stepped on 20 years ago, begging for money. It's yeah, the disparity is really big. There's, this everyone seems to want to drive the biggest four-wheel drive ever in this town, and some people don't have enough to eat. So it's you would say that the base level, economically speaking, of the country has been lifted up, and there
Sure.
are more opportunities and more education, everything like that. But yeah, it's one of these countries that's um, not broken, but just it's a very interesting place to live these days. I'll put it that way.
Right, right. Was there a reason for such industrialization? Like, why did the city change so much in a short time? Like, yeah, so that makes sense. So it's, not how, but why was it? Why did China see this as an opportunity? I guess.
That's hard for me to say. Look, you can buy influence. I guess we could say. You might even see we often call it like gentrification in the kind of places in cities in the Western world where there wasn't much there, and hey, that would actually make a good night out area. You know what I mean?
Right.
There's always opportunities for investment around the world, and as Cambodia sort of stepped back onto the international scene, the same kind of economic flow occurred there as it does in many of these countries. Uh, yeah, I wouldn't really, apart from it being an open place, a place that was where no one else had staked a claim in yet, internationally speaking, then I wouldn't really know how to answer that. Sorry.
Good. No, that definitely makes some sense though. Well, it's been around 3 hours now. I thought we were gonna have you on for an hour, so
I'm a
just
little forced.
yeah, I can imagine. Thank you, Lachlan, so much for your time. Sincerely
No, it's a
appreciate it.
pleasure.
This is a really good conversation. I mean, I've listened to hours and hours of the podcast, and I learned even more just having this conversation. So I'm hoping.
Well, yeah, you've got the sneak peek. But I've just given away the next 2 years of the show. So.
Exactly, exactly. So if you guys want the full experience, you need to go listen to In the Shadows of Utopia, which is Lachlan's podcast, over on it's on Spotify. Where else can they find you?
It's on all the podcast platforms, I guess you could say. I also do a fairly slapdash version of it on YouTube where it's the same audio, but I worked a lot harder early on making the slides that went along a bit more detailed. Put less effort in there now, but you can watch it on YouTube. I also do a couple of like video essays on YouTube as well.
Awesome, awesome, and under the same name, In the Shadows of Utopia on YouTube as well.
Exactly. Yeah. All of that is basically found at www.shadowsofutopia.com.
Perfect. And you guys can click that link in chat. It should be there. If you guys want to check it out yourself, I know I've been listening to it whenever I go for a walk or make dinner. It's fantastic. Lachlan, you're built
Thank
for
you.
it, man. You're built for it. And any other upcoming projects or plans you want to talk about? Whatever you want to shill, man. Whatever, anything.
I'm mostly working on the podcast in my spare time. One day it might get turned into a book, but at the moment it's just a more or less just a hobby. So yeah, if you're interested in learning about Cambodia, this is one of the, I guess, more accessible places to do it.
Awesome, awesome. Well, Lachlan, again, thank you so much for your time, man. I'm gonna let you go.
No,
Taking up
thank
most
you.
most
Thanks
of
for
your
having me,
morning.
Cruz.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Thank you so
good.
much for coming on. I'm sure we'll be in touch. I'll
Yeah,
definitely
sure.
stay updated, and I'm sure the viewers will be interested. Yeah, if you need help with like Discord or anything, let me know. Because I think maybe eventually like a Discord server. Hey, maybe you can stream one day.
Maybe, yeah, I could play some Age of Empires or something.
Yeah, there you go. Play some Civ or some Age of Empires or right. I think maybe that's a good space.
Sure.
Awesome. Thanks again, Lachlan. I'll be following up after just as a more formal thank you. But I'll
No
let you
problem.
go. Thanks again.
All good.
All right.
Thanks for having me.
Have a good one,
Bye,
Lachlan.
everyone.
All right, everybody. Wow. So stream's not ending. I'm feeling really good. So I'm probably gonna play some GeoGuessr at least for a little bit with you guys because I wanna play some GeoGuessr. How was it? I'm gonna let you guys talk about it really quickly. I'll be actually talking to you guys in just a sec. I'm about to pee myself again. I was drinking a lot of water during that. When I'm not talking like I am on my normal streams, I actually have time to drink water, which makes me have to pee. So give me just 2 seconds, and I promise I'm gonna respond to chat. I'll be right back. All right, back gamers, back. That was good to learn so much. Awesome. I'm so happy. I mean, that was the most important thing to me, is that this was a stream where hopefully we, had an idea about something, and obviously Lachlan and I talked more about the history of Cambodia and kind of, how it came to be and existed. But my hope is to do, if we continue this series, my hope is to do, situations like that, which give us, a history lesson and understanding of kind of how the world came to be the way it is today across the globe, especially in places where we may not be as familiar with. But my other hope is to get more of a cultural perspective from places like this. Talk to someone who's lived in Cambodia or lives in Cambodia. Or other places around the world. So I that's kind of the goal of the series, is to kind of make it a two-pronged approach like that. So I don't know where it'll live. I don't know if we'll continue to do live streams like this, bringing people on. But it's going to be a matter of contacts, and it might be something I try again in the future. But for somewhere different. So it's, I think it was, I definitely learned a lot. Thank you, Brella, so much. Thank you, Artifice and Dinosaur. I'm so glad you guys enjoyed it. GG, thank you guys for hanging around for it. I had a great time talking to Lachlan, and props to him for giving us so much of his time to hang out with us. That was awesome. Make sure you guys go support the podcast. I'm gonna put the podcast link again. Make sure you guys go give the podcast a listen, because it is, I believe he has a Patreon as well. He didn't plug it, but I think he has a Patreon as well. So if you guys really like it, throw some support as well. I know I'm going to be. It was really cool. Thanks for the opportunity. Of course, Sue. Yeah, thank you for sticking around. I'm starting to think you might not really be a himbo. I can't break my branding. Don't talk about it. My hope is to do pot. Okay, it's a really interesting nation state, right? Fusion, exactly. It's a place that we really don't know too. But like I said, I don't think we're probably very familiar with. 3 months already, amazing stream so far. Was super interesting to listen while working. Thank you, GD, for being around for 3. Oh, I can turn my alert sounds back on now. I just didn't want to be like in the middle of like talking about like the clearing out of Phnom Penh, and then just Mono just yelling, "What the fuck's a crowd?" I was like, that probably is not the best. Probably is not the best. So thank you everybody who did resub or share bits or host or raid during that time. If you're still here, like, thank you guys so much. I know I was obviously not as receptive to the alerts as I normally am, but I'm very grateful. Thank you so much for that as well. I missed the end of the talk, so as I had to pop out, go pop out for a moment. Still, welcome back. We basically just kind of wrapped up what the current state of Cambodia is, which is kind of it still kind of exists in under a dictator. Who has succeeded in modernizing areas of the country, but it kind of is an oligarchical state, from what I got from talking to Lachlan. But yeah, guys, I'm really glad you guys enjoyed it, and I want to play some Goo Guesser. I talked about a lot of heavy stuff, really interesting stuff. Would you like to see something like this again? Yes. A lot of yeses, dude. Thank you. Well, thank you guys. Thank you so much. It's definitely something I'm gonna keep pursuing. And if you guys have any leads on anybody, if you guys have, if you guys have any leads on somewhere else to talk about, feel free. Like, if you know a historian, not an architect, an archaeologist, a person from a country that you think would be interesting to talk about on here, that would be fantastic. Khalid, we're on a dictator here too. Why don't you talk about us? What country are you from? This is my first episode. What country are you from, Khalid? Welcome in, by the way. Good to see you. Let me change my category here to GeoGuessr. We are on, what's our streak on GeoGuessr? From Egypt. I mean, Khalid, I am completely open to talking about Egypt's a country that would be really interesting to talk about on stream as well, because Egypt is a country that I don't have much familiarity with aside from American stereotypical education on Egypt, right? Like the pyramids, ancient Egypt. Modern day Egypt is very, very, like, I don't understand. I shouldn't say that. I don't know anything about modern day Egypt. So that's definitely a country I'd be interested in. Bhutan, no joke. Okay, maybe, dude, Bhutan, I know. It's so interesting because Bhutan is a place that I know nothing about. A lot of Indochina, places like Bhutan, places like Thailand, places like Taiwan, places like Indonesia, are very interesting. More pods. Raph, thank you for the resub. Thank you for the resub. Nice, I joined at the right time. Heck yeah, Khalid. Thank you so much. Yeah, the Middle East is, in Middle East and Africa are two places that I'm not. Africa, the Middle East, and Indochina are really the three, and kind of Eastern Europe and like Eurasia, where Bhutan, where where you're gonna run into places like that, are places that I'm not familiar with at all, and I would love to talk more about. I'm very excited to see what you do this series. I'm proud of you for trying something new. Thank you so much, Brella. Yeah, it is always a little nerve-wracking to try something a little bit out of the box, but I enjoyed it, and I think it's valuable. So I'm glad. Thank you guys for giving me the platform to do things like this. Not that I'm any kind of expert or anything, but I think that's kind of a good thing, right? Because I hopefully ask questions and, obviously use you guys to ask questions as well that you probably wouldn't ask if you were informed on the subject, right? So it's kind of nice to have the Dumbo, the himbo, asking the questions that maybe everybody's thinking, but I'm not too scared to ask. Hello, Paletta, how are you? They told the information that no one goes, what's going on? Yeah, the amount of corrupt governments across the world is just... You knocked it out of the park, Krub. Can't wait to see more. Thank you so much, Katie. And thank you for so many of you guys stuck around for a long time. I'd love you to talk about U.S. intervention in foreign lands, leading to more issues in South America, the Middle East, basically the whole world. Yeah, and that's something, Artifice, I have a very base level of understanding on. I know about the anti-Red Scare movement in the Middle East that led to a lot of the modern day terrorist organizations popping up there, and oftentimes being propped up by the U.S. government, especially in like the 80s and 90s. But it's something that I would love to bring like an actual expert in to talk about. Talk more about Tokyo, more about Japan. Japan would be interesting to cover as well. No, to disable to redeem. Good call. Thank you so much. GeoGuessr God. What's our what's our streak at? I think it's at 276. 276 country streak. There we are. Let me take the today command off because we are done with that part. I'll keep Utopia on there though, and change our category to GeoGuessr. There we go. Boom. Pog. There we go. I'd like to hear about Venezuela. Venezuela would be really interesting too, especially with all the current events going on there, Becca. Yeah. If you'd like, I could find out about some experts here in Central America. I would love that, Nova. I would love that. Central America, I mean, I know a little bit more about Central America and South America, but like not that much. Like I'm just more familiar with them culturally as opposed to like historically, and even I'm familiar with them culturally, but I'm not like, I don't know that much. Just more. I knew like literally nothing about Cambodia, so it's it's different. I did oh, thank you, Tori. Thank you so much. I took a lot of that. Thank you so much, Tori. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yes, you can re-enable all the Mimi ones. Tori, if you can also enable the channel point redemptions again, turn those back on. All the Mimi ones that I turned off, those are more than welcome as well. As we're being a little more lighthearted now. I was really mad at myself because 3 hours I realized my boyfriend would have loved this. I didn't tell him. Hey, the VOD will still be up. The VOD will still be up, Brella. So just shoot it over. Shoot it over. It will live on. It will live on. But yeah, Lachlan's really cool. I seriously, guys, I recommend that podcast highly. I've been listening to it in the chat. I've actually been listening to it for like a year now. I got into it like last year and listened to it for around-ish a year. Or not a year, around-ish, like a few weeks to a month. And like then I just kind of, I didn't get bored of it. I just kind of fell off of it for a little while and then forgot about it. And then I rediscovered it this year when we started playing GeoGuessr. I was like, I remember this podcast about Cambodia, the country that I was interested in, the country that we've been in a couple times on GeoGuessr. So shout out to GeoGuessr too for stoking such a flame of curiosity in my spirit, hopefully in you guys' as well, because it's, man, I like that. I really enjoy this game. Gives me a lot of good brain feels and makes me curious about the world we live in. It's fun. Let me pull up my chat again here as we switch over to GeoGuessr. Yesterday was very, very busy. Dude, I can imagine, Fusion, on Cinco de Mayo. I did indeed send him the TV link. Thank you so much, bro. Thank you for sharing it. It's important to try and understand these things, but also important that we know we live in an age of unlimited information, which our brains are not made to handle, so no one should feel bad for knowing everything, but to get a general idea. Exactly, totally. And that's the point, right? It's like, I'm not, after that, I'm not an expert on Cambodia, neither are you guys. But, it gives you an idea of like general patterns of the world and how things go. And you know, like I was talking to Lachlan about, I think I mentioned it. I mentioned this on the podcast. You know, understanding what led to the Khmer Rouge taking power, what led, you know, being able to identify these patterns in the world today, hopefully informs us and you know, helps us to understand what's going on or how to prevent things like that from happening, right? Maybe on YouTube. Maybe I might put it on YouTube. I don't know. I may be on a different channel. Like, I don't know. How did you trick him into coming on your stream? He was really receptive. Shout out to Lachlan for being really receptive to come on to stream. At first, he wasn't unreceptive because he was worried about brand or anything. He didn't really understand Twitch because he was a Twitch newbie, which, hey, that would have been me a year ago. But then he said he popped into a couple of our streams and he was watching and he saw the chat interaction and he saw the way that worked, and he thought thought it would be a pretty cool opportunity to talk about it, show off the podcast, and educate a little bit off subject. But I didn't get food on the way home because I wasn't hungry. Now I'm hungry, dude. I forgot I was gonna order food. I was gonna order food, Becca, and I forgot to order food as well. I had lunch today, but I have not had dinner yet. I didn't just earn my PhD. You're not an expert in Cambodian studies yet, bro. Even Lachlan's unwilling to call himself that, so I think we have a ways to go. He saw the chaos and was like, yes. He told me he'd been lurking around in a few of the streams, which is pretty cool. Apparently, I had talked about his podcast on a GeoGuessr stream we were doing a little while back, and he had heard it. He said it made him perk his head up. Me talking about Twitch to my therapist is like talking to a boomer about PDF files. I know. It's like, I have no idea. Whenever I hear about the communists affecting different parts of the world, it keeps proving that commie is bad. Yeah, I mean, it's all opinion, right, of like what works and what doesn't, right? But there's definitely a lot of failed experiments of every governance. D Prince, what's up, homie? How you doing? Welcome in. Can I get a shout out for D Prince? D Prince, the homie, was playing. What were you playing today, D Prince? You were playing. You were Apex. You were Pexing today. How was the Pex? Did you get any dubs? I think I saw you get one dub. Yo, Crab, that was seriously a good bit. Proud of you. No, Mo, thanks for sticking around for so long. Isn't it like really early? Wasn't it like really early for you when I started up? Good morning, my friend. Thanks for sticking around though, Mo. I appreciate it. I guess it wasn't that early. I appreciate you, man. Shout out to Mo again. Mo's the homie. That's coming from somebody living in X-County region, of course. And it's like, and you know, it's obviously informed by where you live, right? So like, I totally understand that sentiment. Whereas living in the U.S., you know, I'm not suffering, but I see capitalism and I'm like, I don't know if this is the best system. But like I think every ideology has its limitations, and it depends on how it's implemented. I came in a while through. It's 12:20 p.m. now. Oh, okay. So Mo, you're in a wait. No, that makes sense. You're where yay, Ben. Thank you for the host. I appreciate you. Oh, hi. Oh, what's up? I would say communism is not what's bad. In theory, it's great, but in practice, it doesn't have a good track record. Yeah, exactly. And that's an observation that you can definitely make from that. And it's just informing your opinion of, you know, what works best. And nothing's perfect, right? So you can't really say anything is the best because nothing's perfect, you know. But I mean, I think we're in Australia too, Deeds. I think we're in Australia. Are we driving? I haven't been able to tell if we're on the left or the right. We got some bunch of dubs today and wipe some ass, dude. Yeah, dude. My man Rio has been wiping ass. Thank you for the host, Fusion. Thank you for all the hosts in the raids. Again, during the segment when I wasn't as responsive to the raids and the host, I really appreciate you guys still coming through and raiding and hosting and stuff. It helped a lot, and I appreciate it to show more people something different. Now you can barge it into a bit. This is Tanzania pulling a fast one on. I don't know if Tanzania. Well, I think Tanzania in GeoGuessr is included. No, Tasmania is not Tanzania. No, but thank you for the host as well. Thank you for the host train, y'all. That does look Australian. Australia is notorious for having this crappy camera too. The Gen 1 camera or whatever the heck they call it. I can't remember what the GeoGuessr pros call it, but it's like the Gen 1 camera or something. And I don't think this is in Africa. I think this is just an Australian thing. Based on because I would either think this is Australia or Africa. I don't know if New Zealand's a possibility though, so that kind of concerns me. And you see Kangaroo before locking it in. I got home from the hairdresser, snapped and finished parts 1 and 2 of JoJo. I'm crying like a little bitch, baby. I've got it in during the... Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Because I probably should have told you, like, hey, today's going to be a little more serious. I just didn't even, I neglected to even tell you. Right, so it's so late for me, so I got to go. Dude, Stoat, thank you so much for sticking around, homie. Have a good night. I've actually called a potato cam. Yeah, it's a potato cam. Grub looking into putting a noise gate for, putting a noise gate for future podcasts. Wait a minute. Oh, is it because you can hear my, my AC, Obi? Because I had it on. I'm assuming that's what you're talking about. Feels very Australian, but I also feel like we're kind of in the right side of the road. Yo, what's up, homie? What's up, Dreas? Thank you so much for the 100 biddies, homie. How you doing? What's poppin', man? Put the Asteroid alert. Dude, maybe I should make an alert with Asteroid. That's like a really good song. Tort coming in during the GeoGuessr. Tort. This is the first raid I've gotten to properly welcome today because the other ones were during our podcast segment. Hello, everyone. Welcome in Hailstorm, Jenny, Tort, Pluvial, PP. I see Rachel. I see Catherine. Hello, my homies. How are you doing? Welcome in, everybody. Tort, how was your stream? What'd you get up to? Were you goo-guessing as well? How was it? Podcast. Yeah. So earlier we were doing a, he doesn't want me to call me an expert. I keep wanting to call him an expert. He is a very educated person on Cambodian history. Come on to my podcast and talk about the Cambodia and Cambodia's history and background and kind of give us a little bit of an understanding of the country. It was really interesting and it was a lot of fun. It was informed by playing GeoGuessr, which was a good time. Well, welcome to the stream, everybody. Thank you. I am in fact your homie. You are. Hi. Oh no, I missed the education portion. I'm part Cambodian too. Johnny, really? That's awesome. Yeah, Johnny, we talked for about 3 hours on it. It was a really good conversation. Rat Pat, good to see you as well. God, I love your energy. Thank you so much, Hailstorm. I appreciate it. Hello, everybody. If you're new here, my name is Crub. I'm a variety streamer. As I was saying, I just did that podcast segment. I also play a lot of GeoGuessr on my stream. I play The Sims, single-player games, multiplayer games. I don't really have any plan ever. I just kind of do whatever I feel like. But I'm happy to have you guys here. Thank you guys so much for coming through. Welcome. You guys are not following Tort already. Turtle Dub is awesome. Thank you for the 69 too, Dre's. Things are going well, man. Things are going well. We had a great stream. Grimace, good to see you as well. Can we get a shout out for Phenomenal Peanut as well? We love PP. PP is fantastic. And for Grimace Emoji. Grimace, good to see you as well. Shout out to Grimace Emoji and Phenomenal Peanut, two phenomenal streamers that came along on that raid as well. Tort, though. Tort! Just a good human, man. Tort. Dude, I feel like it's been forever too. It's been a minute. I was able to, I don't know if I said anything. I don't think I said anything in your stream the other day, but when you were playing Among Us a few days ago, I popped in. Was that you? Yeah, that was you. You were playing Among Us. It might have been a week ago. I have no track of time, but I popped in your stream recently, Tort, and I was able to at least see your beautiful face for a little bit. Friday. Okay, so today is Thursday. Oh, Jesus Christ. It was about a week ago. I have no grip on time. Tort, though, it's so good to see you, man. I hope you had an amazing. I'm glad to hear that you had a good stream, and I just freaking, it's so good to see you. It's so good to see you guys. Go follow Turtle Love. It's a legal requirement, actually. I freaking love Tort. Tort, it's so good to see you. So if you guys want to help us, we are on. If you guys are fellow GeoGuessr experts, we are on a 538 of. Or that's my freaking sub goal. I'm reading the wrong thing. We are on a 277 country in a row streak. You guys are welcome to help. The only thing that we ask is you just don't spoil it by googling things and looking things up. And any knowledge you got up here, use it. Crab, I see you lurking in Torch stream often. That's a dude. I try and support the homies whenever I can. Botswana full send, dude. I don't think so. I think we're in Australia. I think we're in Australia. Tort man. Me thinks we're in Australia. PP, how you been? Love of my life. It's good to see you, man. Hey, Alexa, how are you doing? It's a raid didn't work. Alexa, hi, how are you? How you doing? Khalid says Zambia. So I don't think it's Zambia, Khalid, because Zambia, to my knowledge, is not on the GeoGuessr map. I know a little bit about which countries are in on the GeoGuessr map, and Botswana, Lesotho, Eswatini, South Africa, Kenya, Uganda. What the fuck's Grimace, thank you so much for the gifted sub to Jenny. Can we get some hype in chat for that? Get some hype and some late hype for the gifteds earlier. What else is Ghana, Nigeria, Tunisia, very limited parts of Egypt, and well, I don't need to be naming off. Anyway, I don't think Zambia is on there. Alexa did the Among Us stream build is also a stream. Alexa, shout out to Alexa. Wait, can we get a shout out for Alexa Chip? Alexa, I was just talking about your Among Us build the other day that you did for my shell challenge back in the day. That was great. Yo, Grim, thank you for the gifted sub to Alexa as well. I will set to Among Us. Thank you for the gifted sub to Among Us. Senegal, yes, Senegal is also on there. Hi, girl, I love you, man. How you been? I've been good, Peanut. What you been up to, man? What you been doing? What you been getting your peanut nose into, homie? Grimace! Grimace is like, hey, yo, I'm just gonna casually just start a hype train by myself. You know, like you guys can top on if you want to, but Grimace just is subbing everybody that's not already subbed to the freaking stream. Grimace, thank you for the gifted sub to Catherine, Alexa, and Jenny. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Benz, enjoy your lurk, my friend. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you. Yes, hype, dude, hype in chat. Hype in chat for that. Thank you. Thank you so much. Seriously, thank you. Dang, dude, we're going to hit that spicy noodle challenge in no time. I don't know if you guys know the 3 times spicy Korean noodles, but it's apparently like one of the hottest ramens in the world. My friend Mo, who I don't know if Mo's still lurking around, he challenged me to do it. I have to eat them on stream. So if we end up hitting that goal, I'm gonna try and do an AMA while eating those, kind of in a without an interviewer. Deeds, thank you, Deeds. Deeds, thank you for the gifted sub. Khalid, literally nobody. Chat's really saying nobody else in chat is allowed to not have a sub. Thank you so much, Deeds. Let me take a slurp here. Taking a break and just supporting others lately? Dude, Peanut, we love to see it, man. If that's what's good for you, man, I'm happy you're doing it. Mo, enjoy. Mo down. Okay, Mo is whiter than me. Mo's Tort. All right, you guys do know that these are illegal. Fire noodle challenge. Is it called the fire noodle challenge? Hold on, let me show you what they look like. And I'll show Mo. I'm gonna bring up yours. Tori, thank you.
You did so good today, pal. I'm proud of you.
Stop it, Tori. That's like a parent telling me they're proud of me, and now I'm gonna get all emotional. Stop it, Tori. Not allowed. I love you, Tori. Thank you for the 100 biddies. Pack. Thank you for the gifted sub. Cupcake's got one. Yo. No. Okay. This is illegal though. This is illegal. Hype trains are illegal on my channel. Shella. You guys know Shella. I have taken the law of Shella and brought it to I know, light mode. I'm sorry for blinding everybody. This is what you get for starting a hype train.
I want to belong to the train.
No. Pack. 18 more. I'm done for a long time before. Oh my god. Not a cat. No. I'm just trying to show you guys Mo doing the spicy challenge. No. Just stop it. Stop it. Here he is just eating. Dang it. What happened after that, man? Did give the thank you. Oh, Shadows of Utopia Pod. That was the person I was interviewing today. Kara, no. Oh my god. I'm actually really scared to do this challenge. Okay, now it's starting to materialize as real for me. And now I'm a little bit scared. This is my friend Mo, who's in chat right now, doing the challenge. God, Mo, you look like you are just on the brink, dude. You look. A pack. Thank you for the 5. Oh my god, dude, you clicked on the perfect bit. So this is what you guys want me to do this? Dude, let me show him eating the noodles. They look like they don't even look good. They don't even look like the noodles do not look good at all. Where do you hold up the bowl? At? I think it's like the next frame. Oh god, I'm legitimately scared. I'm so scared of this. I'm gonna get sick on stream, dude. Oh god. Like just the breathing. Oh my god. Oh, this is where I came into chat and you talked to me. GG, thank you for the 100 biddies. I appreciate it. Like there's like black on it. Oh god, he ate the whole bowl. So am I normally a spicy boy? I would say I can handle like a 6 out, like habanero is like the hottest I can go normally. Which is spicy, but it's not that spicy comparatively to like ghost pepper. So This is what they look like. Yeah, here's an idea of what, oh god, this is the front of them. I want to see if I can see the prepare. Look, they're like black. Like this is oh god, it's so terrifying. Yo, Krub, I believe you were saying give more. No, actually, not a cat. No, actually, no. Harbinger, you whip Carolina Reaper. I ate a ghost pepper once, and it made me feel quite ill. Oh boy. Oh god. We're what? 13. Oh no. I don't want to do the challenge. I don't want to do it. Oh, we did complete level 5 though, so I have to. You guys are making me go Spuddo mode. All right, don't perceive the goal or what it's. Oh my god. No, I am but a simple spud. I'm not. There's no spice required for potatoes. But you don't have to spice potatoes. It's excuse. No. I've had the 2 times ones and I couldn't put the whole sauce pack in it. Oh my god. I shouldn't have told you guys. I should not have told you guys. I can't believe this. I should not have told you. Tort, what have you done? What have you done? Tort, what did you do? Okay, Mo, you're whiter than me, I think. So I think I can do it. Mo, I've got like I'm half Mexican, so like maybe that'll work. What's that? What are you smelling?
There's a musk in here, chat.
Oh, God, I'm sweating. It's also the air conditioning unit. The air conditioning unit.
That's you.
What do I smell like?
Like musk.
I'm in a spud suit, man. What do you expect? I can't always.
Bodily hygiene. That's what I
expect. Shower every day. Don't expose me like this, Chad. I smell fine. Chad, I smell fine. Don't let him.
I have a challenge.
Don't let him lie to you.
I have a challenge. I know most people already have a sub, but I will gift a sub if somebody can guess what was left outside of the fridge today. On this episode of That Shit Should Be Refrigerated, Crub, and you should have put it back inside the fridge. No, it wasn't milk.
Was it milk? No. I left
coleslaw? No, there's still coleslaw in the fridge, actually.
Cheese, eggs, chicken, bread, eggs, mayo.
Mayo's kind of close. Mayo's kind of close.
Mayo's probably the closest guess so far. Oh, god dang. Ranch! There it is!
There it is!
Ding, 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 ding!
Alright. I'm gifted another sub.
I looked up ranch. How long can ranch stay out of the refrigerator? And it said 24 hours. I left it out for less than 24 hours, so I put it back in the fridge. So it's probably fine. It's probably fine, right? And so I was eating Popeyes last night, and I ended up falling into a catatonic state after I finished my Popeyes. So I'm hoping that the Popeyes, I'm hoping that the ranch is fine. It should be fine. Guys, what the fuck? Thank you for the level 5 hype train. I suppose a mothballs and hand lotion. Jeez, thank you for the gifted sub. Oh, what are we sitting at? Sub-wise? We're at 566. It hasn't updated yet. We're at 566. Thank you guys so much for the hype train. I do appreciate it a lot. Thank you for keeping and supporting me. Here Live, thank you so much for the 10. Pack, thank you for, I think, the 7. Thank you for the bits, Dune. GG, thank you. GG, thank you for the bits. Pack, never mind, thank you for the 10 total. Jenny, thank you for the bits. Grimace, thank you so much for the gifted subs. Deeds, thank you for the gifted subs. Tort, thank you for the gifted sub. Oh my god, Toey, thank you for the biddies. Jenny, thank you for the biddies. Alright, fine. Alright, hold on, let me find them. Because if I don't buy them right now, if I don't buy the spicy noodles right now, there's literally no shot I'm going to. Oh god. 3X, okay. God, they're $35 on it. Oh wait, okay, hold on. Where's the 3X? Okay, that's 600. No, that's not English. Where I'm in Amazon India right now. Mo, where'd you get these from? Mo, where do I get? I didn't actually look into this. Mo, where do I get these? Where can I find these? Where do they exist? I can see the 2 times. Where'd you get them? What? Do I have to like smuggle these in? Is it legal? I see a bunch of the 2 times, but not the 3 times. I have a lot of Asian supermarkets around me. Okay, I have a big one next to me, so maybe they have the 3 times. There's a big Asian supermarket not too far from me, so I'll go check there. If not, I'll probably find. There's definitely the 2X online. But I'll look around the Asian market. I'm sure I'll find it somewhere. I'll get a hold of it somehow. God, this is gonna be terrible. That's probably your best bet. Okay. All right, that's what we're gonna do at every local Kmart. Obi, really? So you guys, okay? 2 times literally isn't anywhere near 3 times apparently. Really? So 3 times is like a giant step up. I leave for a minute and come back and use a potato. Yes, we have finished the level 5 train. Therefore, that's what you get for telling me there were only 3. Yeah, I should have just left it to kept it to myself. How many were left? Shouldn't I have back? Thank you again for the hype train, guys. I had a goal at 600. I don't even remember what it was. Does anybody remember? I literally don't remember. What was our other goal? Because you guys just smacked this one out of the park. What the fuck was I gonna do at 600? I don't remember. Oh, I was gonna do Janelle's makeup. I was gonna do my girlfriend's done my makeup for I learned to do makeup. Hello. Thank you for the gifted subs.
Yeah, I'm just gonna.
No. Is that Febreze?
That's Febreze, yep.
I don't smell that bad. I shave my head. No, I'm not shaving my head. 2 times are 10,000 on the Scoville. 3 times are 13,000, which I'm assuming is a giant. Thank you. A giant step. Thank you guys again. I appreciate it. I do. I'm very scared, but I do appreciate it. When I do that stream, it'll probably be literally the only thing I do that day. I know Mo ate them and then just ended stream. I had a mate who has eaten both, and he said that 3 times elicited a full body response. But they'd be coming from Australia. I can just organize that if needed. Wait. Yeah, Mo, if I can't find them, I legitimately may have to order them from you. Oh my god. Alright, where the frick are we, guys? Where are we in GeoGuessr? We were playing GeoGuessr. What the where are we? Where am I? Who am I? Thank you again, Tort, and all the chaos gremlins that came from Jort's Tort stream. Go the other way. I think this is the other way. I think this is where the opposite of where I started. 13k on the Stoville isn't that much. Really, Obi? What's that equivalent to? Because everyone that I've seen do it has been on the brink of death. Actually, dude, wait. Mo, I saw Tazzy do it, and Tazzy looked like she was housing them, actually. Like, her face and everything, like, she looked like she was like, oh, this sucks. But, like, she wasn't, like, crying and sweating, like everyone else I've seen do it. Maybe it's 130k. That might be true. A normal jalapeno is up to 8k. So subjective, that's true. Based on your, yeah. Teddy does 1 million with her level 6 hot sauce? Wait, really? Oh, Taz cheated it in 2 times and it still ruined her. Got it. 113k. Oh, wait. I looked up habanero, it's 100,000? Wait, really? And the 3 times spicy is only supposed to be 13k? What, how do you normally take spicy foods, Mo? Because Denz was telling me that he had a friend who tried it, who was Filipino and was generally very good with spice, and said that, like, it was novelly hot. Like, it was so hot, it was like, this isn't even like a flavor. It's just absurd. Interesting. That's interesting. I fear it. I'll be honest. I fear it. I'm scared. Hold on to Google. If you ever think you're somewhere in space, hit me up. I'll guess your Geo bet sub. What's up, baby? How you doing? We're not on Mars yet. I think we're getting close with wherever we are right now, though. This is very foreign to me. This has to be Australia. Like, I'm 90% sure it's Australia, but like just not sure enough that it could be somewhere in Africa. But I don't think anywhere in Africa. Not Ghana. No Ghana tape. No Ghana tape. Slasher. No Ghana tape, dude. There's like the go-to response that it's Ghana. It has like the car has a little piece of tape on it that's only in Ghana. I'm generally pretty okay with spice, but Yanzo said he loves it, and even then it was beyond extreme. All right. So yeah, I feel like it's gonna destroy me. And that's fine. Oh God. It's content, right? Oh. I saw something there. It's good for sure. 5, sure. Oh my God. This could be Africa though. I've never seen a place in Africa with the camera this fuzzy. Because when the camera was this fuzzy, it was like right when they were starting to map out the world, and you don't really see it in more developing countries. Clouds looks upside down. The cloud looks upside down. What? Maybe the soup is spicier because it washes over every surface as opposed to whatever the food touches. That's true. That could be that could be the case. I mean, I think the 2x in it was like I ate a really spicy pepper and hurt my lips for like over an hour and a bit hard to eat after one go. But overall, it was fine considering I ate it for breakfast. Yeah, Mo, how were you like the next day? Was it like onion hangover? What was worse, eating the entire onion raw or that? The Scoville scale is between 0 and 3 million, so it was really around 12K. It's not that crazy. Maybe you'll get a couple TikToks out of it. True, yeah, it's all just for content. I don't care about anything besides content anyway. Just kidding. I'm kidding. Cayenne pepper is 30K. Cayenne's 30. I guess we'll see. It could just be the way it's just like Katie was saying, maybe it's just like the way it's distributed or something. Onion was literally 10 times worse. Really? Everybody that told me that they ate the full onion said that it was like a horrific, like one of the worst experiences they've ever had. Denz was saying the same thing. He said he felt like he had a hangover because he ate an entire raw onion the next day for like multiple days. Are you kidding though? What about what about Jenny? What about? Are you making fun of me because I said, did I say I'm not kidding or something? Is my vocabulary being made fun of? I put a drop of 2.5 million Scoville hot sauce on my sandwich. I literally woke up at 2 a.m. drenched in sweat. And I felt like I shit my life. Wait, was that when we were here, Deeds? At this place? Or was that a while ago? I don't remember you telling me about that. The spice is whatever and goes away after 10 minutes, but then you have a spicy exit. They are really not helping with the blurry. I know. I can't even make out the language. You kept saying I'm kidding. I hate this. I'm getting roasted by chat again. I can't deal with this. It was a while ago. Okay. I was like, I don't remember you talking about that. I literally found a random hot sauce in the fridge and just went, fucking let's try it. Like a freaking dude, like a chimp finding berries in the forest and they're poison, dude. Hey, let's give this random thing I found on the tree. That's some shit I would do. Dude, these signs are so blurry. I literally can't make anything out. They very much look Australian signs, and the giveaway was English. Oh, was there English? Did you see English? Hells? Hello, Hells, by the way. I think we're in Australia. I'm feeling real good about Australia. Hells is an Australian, though, so I trust them. Australian-looking sign, Hells. You think? That's a very Aussie-looking... Oh, Gigi's also Australian, yes. And so is Mo. What the fuck? It's not just Hells. Y'all are... My chat is like all Australians. I'm like, yeah, Hells specifically is the Australian spokesperson. I've seen it a million times. There was a giveaway sign right there. A giveaway sign back there at the intersection. So that's Australia. Okay, y'all are betting I'm banning all of you if you're wrong. Every single one of you. Thank God. We are in Australia, in the middle of nowhere. Mount Surprise. Anybody know where Mount Surprise is? Just you get mounted by surprise up there. Australia. South Africa. There we go. Easy. Where are we now, gamers? New place. 278 country streak. 278 correct guesses in a row. Sun looks like it's in the... Yeah, you can't really tell. This is probably Europe, though. Yeah, based on those bowlers, this is Europe. There is European Union license plate there. I'm thinking maybe Croatia, ? Possibly. Estonia is what Dinosaur says. What do you think, Estonia? Gotta get to 420, then you can retire. True. 420 is the goal. 300 is hopefully the next big milestone. Oh, what do we have here? We've got something there. There's some language, though, so that should be helpful. Genpartio looks Eastern European, which was my initial thought. Laipoa, very far away, so probably a larger city. I'm feeling Latvia, actually. Laipa. Very similar, but not exactly the same. So, I don't know. The look, the trees, the feel, it just feels Estonian. I feel that. Okay, that's very similar spelling to that, so I'm assuming probably Latvia, and maybe that's either just spelled differently when it's anglicized, possibly. Let me go back to this sign, see if there's another city name or something. Oh no, this just had the random like icons on it. Let me move over here. Let's see what else we can find. Maybe Lithuania. Could be Lithuania as well. Lithuania is very close by. What else do we have? Sventoji. If let's see. Which way did it say the big city was? It said it was, oh, it's back before the church, I think. This way, which is north. So we would be south of Liepāja if we ran into that city called, what was the city called? Do it scare you, but I saw a couple Reddit posts that three times Bulldog Noodle's Scoville rating is complete bullshit. Oh, really? And it's actually much higher, Obi. Fun fact, Estonia's flag represents trees. The three colors represent the snow, trees, and sky. Oh, it's like a horizon? That's interesting. Makes sense. Okay. What am I looking at? Oh, okay, Sventoji, which should apparently be south of, if this is the city that I'm looking at, there should be a Sventoji like way down here somewhere. Could also be in Lithuania, so I'm gonna look here as well. Looks fairly small. Sventoji, it might not be directly south. Sventoji. I don't see it. So it might not be. People say it's a lot more, but they can't measure it. They can't measure it. True. How do you measure it? So that does make sense. Oh, maybe Sventoji is, wait, no. Oh, the Sventoji is probably the name of the river, not the name of a city, because it was on both sides of that sign. So the Sventoji River. Let's if we go down here, is there a river? The Sventoji sound somewhere down here. Barta. Looking for another large river down in this area. Not really. Might be a small one though, so I can't really tell. We're gonna keep looking. We're gonna find it. We're gonna easily find it. But yeah, I definitely think Latvia or Lithuania, one of the two. I just don't know definitively which one yet. They love their icons, man. Give me some city names. I can't read icons. Give me something better. Give me some more milk here. Is it using Google Maps cheating? No, it's built into the game, sub. It's built into the game. It's a little map. This is how you guess. But like using external sources on Google, we consider cheating. Like Googling, like, where's Sventoji, you know? What are you wearing? It's Spuddy. What day of the week is it? It's Tater Thursday? Thursday. I forgot. Chauvet, how are you, my friend? Good to see you. Oh, Sventoji's, okay, so it's really close by. So maybe it's not just a river. Can't wait for this to be Finland, dude. Maybe. I mean, possibly. It could be Estonia or Finland. I could see it being in that. Okay, I won't unsub then. Exactly. Don't worry. I'm not cheating yet, sub. I'm not cheating yet. Maybe you're near a national park or something because there's a lot of camping. True. And there was a national park in this area. Is there a Sventoji in this area? Barta River. Grobina. This looks like a giant national park here. Yeah, I feel like we're in that area. May. Which is this is definitely not finished. Hello, chillin' East Coast time instead of Pacific for this weekend, which is wild. Yo, so you're on my time. Welcome to Crubville. How does it feel that it's super late and it sucks? I wish I was on Pacific. They get Scoville units by measuring the capsaicin. It's science. Oh, yeah. The actual, like, whatever the capsaicin, it's a chemical, right? I think. No, Nightbot, I'm not a non-educated delinquent. Shut up. Oh, here we go. Okay, this is definitive. This should be definitive. If I can get a clear shot of it, that's going to be the problem. Klaipeda, Durbani, and there's a green and a red highway. Can I get a view? A13, E22? Can we match those up? Somewhere in A13. Oh, is it E6? What are the names of the cities here? What are the names of the cities? Darbanai and Klaipeda? Darbanai and Klaipeda. If you guys see them on the map before me around A13, let me know. We're traveling south right now, so it should be Klaipeda. Indara. Follow the E13, maybe it goes to the neighboring country. True. It could go to Lithuania, which is the neighboring country, yeah. What the fuck's it, Grub? Brella! Has it been 2 months? Has it been 2 months, Brella? Brella, thank you for the resub. Thank you for the resub, homie. It's so good to have you back for yet another month, my friend. Dude, Brella, can we get another shout out for Brella? Brella, dude, Brella's an inspiration. Monkey and I were clowning on Brella for the hashtag girlboss vibes, but Brella's a badass. Brella's also a really, really, really fun streamer to watch, and I honestly look up to Brella. I like Brella a lot. Brella, you're dope, by the way. In case you were unaware that you were. The A13 does go into Lithuania, but it turns to the A6. I feel really good about. I feel pretty good about it. Latvia, but I'm not 100% on it. It looks like is that even a 13 though? It could be the 3. It looks like an E22 something. It might not be 22. It looks like an E like 22 something. Brella, can we get some hype in chat for that as well? Can we get some hype in chat for Brella? We got new BTTV emotes. Let's get some hype. Is it the E262? Is that what it is? Is it here? No, it's not. It's not there. Gotta find more clues. Yeah, I think we need to. It's interesting. Also, yeah, it was suddenly late, and I was like, wow. It feels like you're losing time. Oh, E22. Hold on. Wait. What's the name of the city? Darbanai. There should be a Darbanai to the. If I'm going south, that's to the. Oh, come on, Crub, you can do it. East. It's to the east. Jed Crub, what are you wearing? It's the Tater Tot Thursday, or I forgot what the T is. Is it Tater Tot mods? Longy, do you remember? Is it Tater Tot or is it Titty? I forget. So the Super Thin keyboard is an Apple keyboard, and I forgot to mention that it's in DC. Oh, it is an Apple keyboard. We called you out for it. You're right. Well, I was loving the computer roast. Dude, the computer roast was so much fun. Dude, Anna is also just so much fun to work with. I am honestly honored that I get to work with and collab with Anna. Okay, if I go to the east, who is monkeyism? I'm looking for Darbanai, and I don't freaking see it. Klaipeda? Is that a big city? I don't see that either. I guess I'll go back into, maybe they still call the 13? Kurenai. I feel like this is super confusing. How are you, by the way, Jen? How is your night going? I hope you're doing wonderful, taking care of yourself, thriving. Kleprova. Are you still near Lipuaya? That's a good question here, live. I don't know. This is really confusing me. That looked like a 22. Was it not a 22? Oh, maybe it's the A12 and the E22. Not the A13. Oh, no. I'm a little bit stumped here. I guess I'll keep looking. It's going well. I napped for a long time after work, so I'll be up all night tonight. Dude, Jen on the D-Gen hours. Oh, Jen. Well, I hope, well, I mean, it's tomorrow's Friday. Who cares? I'm going to sleep in tomorrow, too. I don't care. You'll be fine. West, I mean. I feel like that was to the east. Oh, you think it was to the west? Kleprova. You thought you saw, what was it called? Lipoha? To the west. Near the coast. Oh, way west, huh? Oh, Lipaha. Oh, they're okay. Oh, I saw that on a sign. My concern from seeing that though was, yeah, we found that early. Oh, there's Klaipeda. Fuck, Klaipeda's in Lithuania, dude. Fuck, there it is. Damn it. There's the 13. Fuck, where are we? Okay, Klaipeda was far away. Oh god, so we're either in Lithuania or Latvia, but like God knows where. Okay. Darbanai. I just saw Darbanai on the map. Okay, we were like at the intersection of Darbanai, I think, though. Right? Like Darbanai is like right here. I think it said 300 meters is Darbanai. So we must be, yeah, 300 meters you're going towards Darbanai. And if you go straight, you're going to Klaipeda. And we're going south. So we're coming down. We're like right here, I think. Literally right here. I think at this intersection. Over to Darbonai, but if you keep going south, you're going to get to... Or here, we could be there. One of these intersections is the main point. So it's got to be Lithuania, right? Sventoji. Oh, did you see it? We were literally in Sventoji. So if you saw Sventoji and it's in Lithuania, I missed it. It was like 2 something away. Sventoji. Sventoji. Where'd you see it? Am I overlooking it right now? I don't see it. Up. Darbonai is there. Left. Oh, literally right there. It's like a different, easy. Lithuania. I was set on Latvia. So good call on that. Very good call. There's the bridge. Oh, you saw the bridge sign too. Y'all are gamers. Y'all are bigger gamers than me. I am but a simple baby gamer. Y'all are epic. Hello, Simile. How are you? Degenerate. That's exactly what I was envisioning in my head when I said that. Can we get a shout out for the real Bumblebee? What's up, Bumblebee? How you doing, legend? Good to see you, man. Good to see you. You good collective effort. That's what it's all about. Dude, this is a community game. Crane Stapler, Communal, and Bellhart to chick. That looks like a .at, but I'm not 100% sure. .at would be Austria. Let's see here. Let's take a look at this garbage truck. Yada 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 yada. Stoltenween. That sounds pretty German. Which would also lead to me to think maybe Austria. IKEA, full send. Wien is Vienna, right? Yes, Wien. We're probably in or right on the outskirts of Vienna right now. That is probably it. Let's take a look at this billboard to double check. That's definitely German. There's not a URL there though. Wien is Vienna though. Yeah, I'm feeling real good about Vienna. .at, there we go. It's a local pizzeria too, so it's definitely Austria. GG's. Ooh, I might get pizza after this, y'all. That sounds freaking good. I still got leftover Popeyes from yesterday though, so maybe I should. I mean, honestly, maybe I shouldn't. Okay. New place, guys. Ooh, this looks very similar to a place we've been before. Austria Red. If it isn't, this is just the fun opposite of how Longy got lost. Wait, what was Longy's? I know Longy had the Bhutan incident. What was the other one? Put some gum. I never chew gum. I started doing it recently though. Kind of pog. Oh, you lost in Austria, Longy? But that's the classic us being in Europe the entire game. It always happens to me. It's definitely Eastern European. Let's keep looking. Let's zoom. Here we go. Taxi with no identifier that I really see on it. Okay. Taxi, not great. Not great. I thought that would give us more information than it did. Finland? I'm not getting a Finnish vibe from this one. EU plates. It did look like EU plates. Actually, that's a good sign. Yeah, EU plates on that car. And it looks like they live here. That car, too. It looks like they live in that house, too. So that's a good sign that we're in... this could be Bulgaria. Whenever I see what looks like this, like, almost Asian architecture, I think Bulgaria. Bulgaria has these weird roofs. That doesn't look like it. I don't know what they're called. They're like, not weird roofs, but they're like, unique, I should say. I shouldn't say weird. They're like almost like a terracotta look to them. Later, I'm a DM about something I can find out could be real fun for us all. Dude, yeah, Bumblebee, tell me, or shoot me a message, man. Romania, D-Mid, what's up? Welcome in. And, yeah, Romanian vibes, too. Definitely, like, Eastern European in that area, for sure. Bulgaria, maybe Romania. If I can get some language, it should give me a better understanding. Well, it'll definitely give me a better understanding, because Bulgaria primarily uses Cyrillic, whereas Romania, you'll see much more Latin. Which we actually did see one sign that was in Latin. Not a guarantee, though. I can usually recognize the Romanian language, too, because of Seb, my friend Seb, who is Romanian. This could be... Demon, how is your night going, homie? Thanks for stopping by the stream. It's good to have you. Stop sign. I feel like that's more common in Romania versus Bulgaria. Demid, thank you so much for the follow. Or knows the rogue so far. Buzz Romania really likes to paint their holy poles. Really? Oh, the poles with the holes in them. Interezis Orancaria si. I'm almost positive that's Romanian. Yeah. Seb is Sebastian Stan. Yeah. Yes. I don't know who that is, but yes. The fencing and patterning makes me think Romania. We need language and those double I's for Romania. I am feeling Romania. Definitely. Not ready to rip. Oh, hold on. Is that a flag? Not ready to rip yet? Looks like a Romanian flag, too. Blue, yellow, red, I believe is Romania. Oops. Blue, yellow, red. That would match up with that flag. I can't see the blue, but I'm assuming that's blue. On the left side there. I'm assuming. Can't tell, but it has to be. I don't know where else that would be in this general area of the world. Winter Soldier. Oh, I need to get into the Marvel stuff. I just never have. Romania or Belgium, and this is definitely not Belgium. You don't know Seb Stan. I don't know Seb Stan. I'm so sorry. Could be Chad. We could be in Chad right now. We're probably in Chad. People from Romania are Romanian. Romani are another people group. Oh, wait, really, Seb? Or Seb. Sub. Really? Are Romani the G word from Romania? I remember Seb, but my friend Seb explaining this to me. Yeah, I'm gonna rip Romania, guys. There's no way it's anywhere else. Easy. Near Moldova, in a town right out of Fitisti. I met Sebastian Stan. I love him. He's my favorite in the MCU. What? So he's from? Is he from? You say he's from Captain America? Winter Soldier. What's he like do? Romani says Roma people are the G slur. Got it. That's right. That's what I thought. Yes, they are like the. I think they're like have some, like Indian descent. I believe, like Central Asia. All right, again, we're still in Europe. Still in Europe. Sciavis trans autostavieta. That also looks like it. That's not Romanian. This is. If I had to guess right now, I guess right this second. For funsie, I'll say my guess right off top is Hungary. That's not Hungary. That's not Hungarian. No, I'm not going Hungary. If I had to guess right now, I would say like probably Estonia. Actually, he's also Romanian. Interesting. He sees his best friend, gets taken by Hydra, and turned into a human weapon super soldier. Interesting. Sebastian Stan plays Bucky Barnes. Oh! Wait, is Sebastian Stan the actor's name? Or is that the name of the character? Because that sounds like a Marvel name. Because the alliteration. That's like a Marvel thing, right? Yes, to the Indian descent. Got it. Actor. Oh, it's the actor's name. Oh, what the heck? Why does he have? He is built for Marvel. Sebastian Stan is such a Marvel superhero name, like a real life, like the real identity of a Marvel superhero. Sebastian. Oh, Bucky Barnes is the character. Okay, I know Bucky Barnes. Yeah. Check's door name. Latvia's Aptica. So probably Latvia. we're probably in Latvia. Makes sense. I'm gonna look around just to confirm, because like obviously there could be a business firm another place in another place in Europe. You don't see as much as you do like here. But let's confirm. Jermala Selaspios A5 A10 in Latvia. A6 A2 A10 Jermala right there. Boom. Latvia it is. Good call, D-Man. Good call. Eye is clean and slightly less sore. Heck yeah, I saw your picture, Pens. Do you have well, I'm not gonna, I hope you're recovering well. Marvel did love their alliterations. They did. Unless they just leave selling Latvian pills. Hey, you never know. I had to go away for 1 second and forgot you were in potato suit and thought you raided someone. Who's this man on my screen? Oh my gosh. Well done, y'all. Is this Trekker Cam? Or am I in a car? I really hope I'm not on Trekker Cam because this is going to be very limited if I am. No, we're not. Thank God. Trekker Cam is like when they're outside of the car and they're just like walking around. That looks like a Danish flag? Right? Not going to rip it. I'm just looking. That's a Danish flag, though. I believe. UK. Yeah, definitely the UK. Definitely the Netherlands. Dear Lord. I'm freaking bepegging it. I think I'm pretty sure it's a Danish flag. You never want to go off just a flag, though. Looks like a Danish flag. Looks like there's another one over here, too. Maybe Denmark. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. But I'm not going to rip it off just that, because you never know. I always think back to the guy that posted on Reddit, the GeoGuessr Reddit, that he posted, that he put, like, a Danish flag in his yard, even though he was, like, Eastern European, just to confuse the GeoGuessr cam. Very much DK. Language is Danish as well. Perfect. Windmill. Are you sure we're not in the Netherlands? Wait a minute. Is that a yellow plate? Was that a yellow plate? No. No. Okay, cool. That confused me for a second because yellow plates are only in a few countries, and Denmark, Denmark is not one of them. What a troll. I know, right? Trapper being Danish. Yes, I'm sure. Okay, cool. Dinosaur, I fully trust you. Although if you're wrong, you're banned. Good thing you weren't wrong. We're in Svendborg. Is it Svendborg? Svendborg. How is my... That was way too Eastern European. Svendborg. Assume it's something like that. Probably completely wrong on that. Oh, yellow plates for commercial vehicles. That makes sense. So like commercial vans and transport vehicles and stuff like that will have yellow plates. That makes sense. Makes more sense. That would have been the best troll, dude. I know, right? So okay, yellow plate, Colombia. Thinking Colombia off the bat. Sun is in the north. Parts of Colombia are in the southern hemisphere, so that would make sense. It also looks like we're in a rural area, which most of southern Colombia is rural. So that would make sense. If I had to guess straight off top, I would say Colombia. But we have the luxury of looking around, which is nice. Let's see here. The cake company? No, no. Can't really make out. Bienvenidos looks like that's what that says, but that doesn't really tell me too much. It's a little too blurry, and I can't quite go that way. I'm thinking Colombia. My day off work today. How was your day off after yesterday being so crazy? Fusion. How was your day off? Do you know why the screen went straight to Greenland when you ripped the last one? Yeah, because Greenland is technically owned, occupied. Under Dutch rule, I guess that's the best way to describe it, Kara. Greenland is technically under Dutch rule, or part of the Dutch, Danish, not Dutch, Danish. That's what I meant to say. Yeah, I don't know if you guys remember. If you guys are from the U.S., you probably remember like Trump was like in talks with Denmark to buy Greenland. I meant Danish rule. I meant Danish. I'm just an idiot. I mean, Mexico's not far off, Fusion. I've only seen one license plate, and it was yellow, so that made me think Colombia, but, like, could be a one-off of another country. I'm pretty sure we're in South America, though. I bet the Netherlands invade Greenland. Netherlands invade... Can you imagine? That'd be the most bizarre conflict. Like, I feel like Denmark would just be like, oh, what the fuck? Oh, okay, like, that's... I guess, take it. Yeah, of course, Kara, of course. I don't know the exact details of it and, like, how they are governed. I don't know if it's kind of like Australia where they're like kind of have their own autonomy despite being technically under the Danish crown, but yeah, I know they're associated somehow. We're gonna buy Greenland and make them pay for the buy. I think it counts as a territory part of the Kingdom of Denmark. I hear so little about that dude. Now it almost feels like a fever dream, right, Katie? It's nice. It's 2025. Crub TV has 6 billion Twitch followers. Crub TV buys Greenland. That's the goal logo. That's honestly the only reason I'm trying to be successful on Twitch, guys. I want to buy Greenland. And I want you guys to be a part of the purchase if you're down. Guys, you can invest just one sub today and have an acre of land in beautiful Greenland. When I purchase it, when I'm a professional Twitch streamer. That is a one-day deal, though. Get your stocks. Forget buying crypto. Buy Crub. Buy Crub. Buy me. invest in Crub now and get yourself a shiny piece of Greenland. Loco getting his 5 acres. Loco getting his 5 acres in now. Loco, 5 beautiful acres of Greenland. I'll write it down somewhere.
Well, boy, there's no real easy way to say this, but look, you're a simp. I'm gonna have to report you back to Cusco.
Loco getting his 15 acres. Jesus Christ, man. Loco. Got 15 beautiful acres and half a mule set aside for you. You didn't buy the 30 acres, so I got you half the mule to go with it as well. I figured it was Loco, thank you so much for the 15 drop, man. Jesus Christ. Jesus, we're going to hit the next goal. I'm going to learn to do makeup on Janelle. God. Loco, thank you for the 15 pack. If anybody got gifted a sub from Loco's freaking massive shrimp, give Loco a thank you. Thank you so much, Loco. I appreciate you. Jesus Christ. A sub an acre! Guys, not only can you contribute to the challenge to make me do makeup on Janelle, you can get an acre of land in Greenland when I buy it. In 5 years from now, when I'm the biggest Twitch streamer in the world, I call dibs on the hot springs. Okay, bet. Loco, you were the first one in. First come, first serve. Although it depends on who gets there first. Loco wants to retire and farm in Greenland, not knowing it isn't actually green. A farm in just the middle of the desolate tundra. Loco, wait a minute. Loco, that's Iceland. You fucked up. He just smiles in chat. Loco drunkenly gifted me 2 subs last night. Loco was having the time of his life last night, and it was great. I guess now Greenland owned by Loco. Only 15 acres. I think there's probably at least 25. There's probably at least 25 acres, so there's probably 10, like 10-ish more for the rest of the population. Loco, definitely the oligarch, though. Loco, thank you so much for the 15 drop. Jesus Christ. Loco, you know what, Loco? I feel like you deserve a little bit of hype for that. Can we get some hype in chat for Loco? Can we get some hype in chat for 15 gifties? Come on now. Come on now. Loco Greenland. 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 This is the Loco Greenland song. Loco, I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you and your colonization of Greenland. Oh my God, I love you, homie. Dude, no worries, long man. You take care of yourself. Go do your thing. Go do your thing. Thank you again, Loco. I appreciate you. Loco Greenland. That's what I like to see. That's what I like to see, May. May, you got the idea. Thank you. Thank you for that. Fabrica. I still think we're in I almost said Columbus. I still think we're in Colombia. Oh, Bombero, Santa Elena, yada yada yada. And if anybody recognizes the words or anything relating this to Colombia, let me know. Locoland. We're renaming it to Locoland. For now, you can buy your stake if you want to fight the encroaching Loco army, but it's gonna cost you. I'm kidding. But am I kidding though? Yo, the band emote, dude, I love that freaking band emote. If you look at it closely, it's got the plank face on it. We've got another emote. If you guys are in the Discord, if you just got a sub and you're not in the Discord, here's a link to the Discord. You guys can vote on what the next emote is going to be that we're going to release. I put the poll in the sub only chat in Discord. You guys can take a look and you can vote with the reaction of what you want to see next. I also started a crypto channel and a fitness channel in the Discord, which are 2 new channels. If you guys, recreational area. If you guys are interested in either of those, a future emote and future emote. And future emote. Wait, what? I was chatting with my aunt today about how I want to remove the eye, and she's like, "Oh, you'll be like Columbo." It's just like, "Oh, you got it completely removed." Benz. Well, good for you. I hope that it is more beneficial to you, my friend. Isn't Gallica in Spain? Oh, you didn't get. I was just like, I just accepted it, Benz. I was like, okay, yeah. Oh, you got your eye removed. I don't know what you people do. Don't come at me like that, Benz. Just imagine the news of the day you buy Greenland. The first streamer country in the world next to Twitch. It's like a streamer house, but it's just a country. But then I fail to govern it at all, and it just freaking falls apart. Oh my god, I can use fitness accountability. Yeah, if you guys want to hop into the fitness channel, I've recently started going to the gym regularly. Again, finally. And if you guys want, dude, it always helped me out to have a gym buddy. I don't have a gym buddy now, but I'm hoping you guys maybe will be that for me. Ooh. Who needs a hype house when we have local land? Exactly. All of local land greater than a hype house, 100%. Oh, chat, where are we going? Well, Colombia has its own Armenia and Jerusalem, so why not Does it really? Galatia. Does it really? There's an Armenia and Jerusalem in Colombia? I don't think we're in Spain, though. In Spanish, for sure, but I don't think we're in Spain. I pay too much money to not be going to the gym, but I've been depressed. I feel that. It's hard, too, Brella. Like, I can only go, like, super late at night because it's the only time the meatheads aren't there that don't know how to wear their mask correctly. So I go super late at night. But still, once you get it's all about the first step, right? The first step is always the hardest. So, like, getting into the gym in the first place is always the hardest part. So I feel you on that. For sure. For showers. Want to invest in crypto for a bit now? The crypto channel link you put, yes, it is US only. However, there is a, there is a non-US. All it is just Binance.com. Binance.com, I believe, works internationally. It's just, they had to make a separate one for the US because of some kind of regulatory laws. I can't remember what it was, but if you just do Binance.com instead of Binance.us, it should work. .org. Insiva Palace of something to romance. One of these signs has got to give me something. .gov.co. That has to be Colombia, right? Binance. My gym is female only and private. Ooh, that's actually really nice. Is it only private group training, Brella, or can you go alone and just like work out on the machines and stuff? That's cool that there's a female only gym though. I can't really imagine being a female presenting person at this gym sometimes. It's freaking gross. It makes me feel bad. So props to the gyms that are going female only. Get your what next month, Fusion? I think we're in Colombia. I feel pretty good about it. That was a Colombian address. I've seen yellow license plates, which are known to be in Colombia. Eden Hotel Resort and Spa. Go Colombia, do it. It's only private group training. They specialize in helping women with pain, so it's all hands-on to help each with our different pain issues. That's actually awesome, Brella. That's super dope. Hey, I'm down to kindly yell at you to go without putting too much pressure on. Yeah, I think accountability with fitness is very important. That's why I always like having a gym partner. Demon thinks Colombia. I think Colombia too. I feel very, very good about it. Well done. Well done. Hold on, gamers. Oh, your vaccine. You get your, is it your second vaccine, Fusion? Or your, oh, boy. All right, guys. We're in, oh, shit. All right, we're on Trekker Cam. I'm thinking Southeast Asia or Africa. Maybe the Middle East? Maybe? Oh, these look like maybe people that are local to the area that live here, because there were some what look like tourists ahead of us. I can't tell. I can't make it out. I have no idea. The clothing is vaguely Eastern. You can't. Now that kid's wearing like Western style clothing. It's so blurry right here, though. I keep clicking, and it just gets blurrier. These shots are terrible. These are awful. It's like the group of Google guys like running through a village, and the kids are like, wow. A huge city wherever we are. Is reduced by chronic pain by 90%? How do you measure that, Brella? Out of curiosity. I'm always confused by the being able to go to the gym. Must be terrible. All the women that go to my gym just do their workout with no one really bats an eye. Are people really gross towards women elsewhere? In the States, Obi? Yeah. Like, it's just like people like feel entitled to approach women at the gym. From what I've seen firsthand and indirectly. In the States, it's very like, you know, I can't speak to everyone's experience, but I've definitely seen it. I feel claustrophobic here. I know it's like very like this path we're on is like very narrow. India, it could very well be India, because India has a lot of Trekker Cam and not a lot of non-trucker camp, like in a car, you know. I used to have migraines every single day, and I also used to have pain in my neck and shoulders every day. And now it's very rare. That's awesome, Brella. That's awesome that it's actually working. Because I feel like a lot of people with like chronic pain like that, it's hard for them to find, since there's not like a lot of the time a direct answer to like what's wrong. Like it's really cool when you can find like exercise isn't holistic, but you know, it's kind of holistic. A holistic solution to that, right? Nothing gross in my experience, thankfully, but I've been mansplained to at the gym for so many forking times. Dude, yeah, there's that too. Definitely. So, oh, you know what? You're actually supposed to lift it this way. It's like, dude, if I wanted to know, I would ask. The only time that I ever approach someone and tell them they're doing something wrong at the gym is if they're legitimately going to hurt themselves. The only time I ever did it was a guy was deadlifting, and like I could tell he was probably kind of new to it, and I was like, oh my god, he is actually going to like very badly hurt his back. So I like went up, me and my buddy went up and talked to him, and we're like, hey man, like not to be that guy, but like be careful doing this, because like try and do it this way. But like besides that, like I never tell anybody how to do the workout. It's so annoying when somebody's like, hey dude, your form's off. It's like, shut the fuck off. That looks like Spanish. Are we in South America? I was thinking India for a little bit. You tell me the Google went on Narrow West Road. Dude, no, it's not a van. They're on Trekker Cam right now, Bumblebee. So, like, they're, like, walking. Yo, Hat, hello. Is that Max Mofo? I'm just missing the freaking beanie. Yo, what's up? What's up, Hat? How you doing? Fibromyalgia is a bitch for, and exercise is the best cure for it, right? Which is dope. It's really cool, the health benefits. I mean, obviously, exercise has health benefits, but aside from just, like, you know, the traditional, what you would think of, like, you know, lowering your, I almost said lowering your heart rate. I guess it would lower your heart rate afterwards, but, like, lowering your, you know, making your heart stronger and stuff. How's it going, Kirby? I've only once talked to a girl at the gym. That was because she was doing an exercise that I could see her spine snap any second. See, exactly. I mean, that's the only time that I'll ever approach somebody and be like, oh my god, like, please be careful. Like, please don't hurt yourself. Yeah, dude, it's, I've only seen it once or twice, but, like, the couple of times I have, I'm like, I've never seen anybody actually get to the point where they hurt them, because usually someone will be, you know, a good Samaritan and be like, hey, whoa, careful. Gotta take care of the homies, man. I was new to the gym at one point and had no idea how to freaking lift, so as long as you're not being a dick about it. I want our pools to be open again. It's the only exercise I can do. Pools are nice. Pools are very nice. I'm grossed out by pools, but y'all know I'm a wild germaphobe, so you know. Brah! Mountain Designs. I have no idea where this is. I feel like it actually might be like the Philippines or something. Because I saw some Spanish language, but is this Africa? I'm very stumped on this one. Working, worst part was that I had a trainer with me at once, and the gym staff had to agree in PT or kinesiology. So unless he told me I was doing it wrong, the rest of them could fuck off. That's so fun. So you actually had a professional with you, and they were still trying to tell you. It's so stupid. They're so stupid. Yeah, it's just like, leave people alone, man. Leave people alone. Let them do their thing. Bad form is better than no form unless you're, again, gonna hurt yourself seriously. Easy Natam, something dividend. Now that looks like French. We could be in like Senegal or like where else in like where else would there be French influence in, like, we're in Africa or Central Asia, and I don't know. I legitimately have no idea. Not a clue. Well, I have a friend who burst his finger open because someone left dumbbells under the bench. Oh my god, and he didn't know, so he hit his hand with a 25. Oh my god, so he was like putting them down and like put it between them. Dude, that's why people always say that's why people always say, hey, re-rack your weights. That's the other thing that drives me nuts at the gym, is like when people don't re-rack their weights. It's like, dude, someone's gonna get hurt from this, or like you're just at best you're being a douche, and at worst someone's gonna get hurt from this. Yeah, I always re-rack my weights. You got to put your stuff back. Why? I know why. I think it's the brigade of Google employees walking through this town. I think that's what all the white people are, because like you see all like the inhabitants, and they look like they're either African or Asian descent. I'm assuming they're the inhabitants. It looks like it. And then I think all the white people are like the brigade of Google employees that are just like wandering around. Usually you only see like 1 or 2 of them, though. So it's interesting that there's so many of them. Maybe the Google employee, like, walked onto a the Google army. They're taking over. Google has formed. Google's getting into the colonizer game. Freaking companies are finally at it. Yeah, there's a bunch of them. I legitimately don't have a clue though. It looked like I saw French, I think. So like I'm thinking maybe Tunisia, maybe, but like no Arabic. So that's weird. I honestly have not a clue currently. Let's keep wandering. Let's keep looking. God, and the thing with tracker cam is sometimes you can only look on the mountain, could be a landmark on it. That's actually really true, because why else would they be here? That's a good point, Obi. I'm gonna travel back up to the top. Can't really see anything from this angle. It looks like just housing up there, though. Let me look up the side of the mountain. This is such a weird... It's so weird. It's a huge city. Wherever we are. That's a massive city. But the houses look very rural. But they're not. Because that's a massive city right there. This is going to be another Italian country. I swear to God, if it was like Italy again. Oh my God. Were we on like the mountainside of Italy? We were actually in a car that time, though, which was nice. This time we were definitely not in a car. Let's keep looking. See what we can find. Association... Soberano. That doesn't... See, that looks like Spanish. So I saw French up top, but like that looks like Spanish. Which is weird. Italy isn't that dense from what I've seen. Yeah, no, this one isn't Italy. We had a similar situation though, Obi, where we were like on like a precipice in Italy. We were on like a giant precipice, and it looked like very like Eastern European. Which hemisphere? Good call, actually. I haven't even looked at the sun. The sun looks like it's in the... Oh boy, I can't tell. It looks more south than north, but like I'm not 100% sure. It's Africa. Like I'm gonna start looking at the people a little bit more, because clearly they live... Like these people live here. They don't look African. They look more Central Asian. Like, they look like... But some of them look... Like, she's not... I don't think she's of... Like, she doesn't... At least doesn't look like she's of African descent. This person kind of does more. But the kids don't either. The kids look more like... Central Asian. Maybe it is India. Wait, could it be... Look at the calendar. Oh, the calendar that was on... Okay, I'll go back to that one. Because I teleported away from it. Is Madagascar... Wait, Demid, is Madagascar on GeoGuessr? I legit... Because I don't know where... I don't know... Ooh, I'm struggling right now. Oh, it is... Fuck, I've never been there. Where's I don't... Dude, I'll be honest, D-Med. Not a clue where Curacao was. Where's Curacao? Curacao. India, South Central Asia, Central are the stands, I believe. Wait, India, South Central Asia. South Asia, Central are the stands, I believe? Wait, what, Marcy? Also, welcome in. I don't think I said hi to you yet. If it was India, there would be Hindi. Yeah, that's true. Not French. Not French. Yeah, you're right. Does anybody know who colonized Madagascar? Snazzy, what's up? I got one that looked extremely similar. Oh, Snazzy. Okay, where were you? Where were you? I'm not going to rip it based on what you say, but where were you? Because there's a giant city. Are there cities this big in Madagascar? Not to diminish, but like, like Madagascar is, I don't think a super highly populated country. I'm 85% sure it was in Africa. Okay, it was in. Okay. That's a good start. The people look like they're of Asian descent though, which is I haven't seen anybody where I'm like, oh, that is a person of African descent. Like it's borderline though. Melbo, 9 months. Mel, what are we naming? What are we naming the baby? Hi Mel, I love you, homie. It's so good to see you. Can we get a shout out from Melbo Room? God, we love Mel. Mel, I love you, homie. Man, it looks like a place between Central Asia and Africa. Like the people look like a mix of the ethnicities of Africa and Asia. And like, obviously, you know, people can migrate and move, but this doesn't look like the kind of place that there's a lot of heterogeneity in ethnicity. So I have no idea, to be honest. I got once Madagascar, but it was in a park. How you been? I've been good, Mel. I've been good. I've been having a lot of fun. We had a podcast today talking about Cambodia. And now we're playing some Goo Guesser. How have you been, Mel? What you up to, homie? Seychelles is D-mid. You think me playing this game for this long? Look at this architecture though. This looks European inspired. Like that looks almost Germanic. I know I'm not saying we're in Germany. But like it looks like it's like I'm so confused. Yeah, Mel, it was really cool. We brought in a historian, and we were talking about Cambodia and its history. And it was a good time taking care of myself. I'm so proud of you. We gotta catch up soon, Mel. I've been missing you, homie. I've been missing you so much. How terrible we ends up being Cambodia. Oh my God, can you imagine? Can you imagine? I've seen Cambodia. I don't think it's Cambodia. God, I hope not. After our freaking 3-hour podcast on Cambodia, it's just Cambodia. Drop the podcast link. Oh yeah, it's !Utopia, Mel. !Utopia. Specifically centered around the genocide, but like the host Lachlan goes through the entirety of the history of Cambodia, and then we talked about it on my stream for like 3 hours, and just a like an overview of all of Cambodia. It was a good time. It was really interesting. At least I thought it was. It could be South Africa. It could maybe. A park with very iconic trees. I don't know how they are called in English, but in Portuguese, it's. I know this is the wrong way to say it. I'm not making fun of it, Roberta, but it looks like booba. Baobab. Wait, what did you say before that? Oh, you once got from Madagascar. Got it. It's so cool. I can't wait to check it, dude. Mel, it was a lot of fun. We talked about Thailand a little bit. You have to download this vodka. Oh yeah, all my VODs are locally saved. I've got all my VODs, so if you guys ever need anything specific, I'll look it up for you. But yeah, I'm gonna highlight the podcast section and keep it on my channel as well. I don't think it's Cambodia has trucker cams. Yeah, no, this isn't actually Cambodia. It's just okay. That's Spanish. It's Spanish. That's French. Fuck. That's French. Attention au chien. That's attention of dog or beware of dog, basically. What the fuck? Where are we? Senegal? Sky Rifts? Oh, I don't know if they're obese. Wait, that is a Sky Rift. Are we in Senegal? Is this Senegal? No, is it? I don't know if there's going to be a Sky Rift on Trekker Cam is the only thing. Fuck, I think that's the end. No, they're still going. Ohio. Definitely Ohio. Yo, Dave, how you doing, legend? What's up, man? How you been? Been streaming? Yeah, shout out for Delta Dave. Dave, King. I hope you're doing well, man. If we're in the Northern Hemisphere, that would explain that. Can I get down to the city, I wonder? Like, I wonder how far they walk. Like, I wonder if I can actually go down the mountain to the city. Aren't Senegal skies a bit more? They are. Yeah, they usually, which is why I'm thinking, I think that's just a ring of light from the sun, to be honest. Okay, we're actually getting near the city now, it looks like. Closer, at least. I could see this being Senegal with the amount of French. But I'm like a little stumped, so I'm going to keep going. It would also kind of explain how I'm confused about the ethnicity of the people. Could be a mix of colonization alongside people of African descent and people of Middle Eastern descent. Maybe. I mean, well, man, I haven't been streaming too much. I've been working hard as a full-time uni student, dude. Dude, I'm proud of you, man. I'm proud of you, Dave. Thanks for coming through, though, man. It's still good to see you. Hello, Subduction. Can't really speak French in Madagascar, too. Fuck. So, okay, we're kind of between Madagascar, and I didn't know Madagascar had Trekker Cam. I didn't know they were even on GeoGuessr until today, Subduction. What's up? How are you? Aren't Skyers done by the camera that they were using? That's what I was thinking. Can someone from Senegal confirm there are no Skyrims IRL? We don't actually know. Yeah, I think it's just on the Skycam, though. I was playing Battle Royale with my friend and remember all of us getting it wrong. It was something a bit more obscure. Okay. All right, Snazzy, good call on that. Thanks for the knowledge bombs, y'all. Y'all are bringing the heat with the knowledge tonight. I appreciate you a lot. Because this one's I'm not losing a streak tonight, chat. If we gotta stay on this map until freaking 3 a.m., I will. I'm not losing the streak on this. That's for sure. So we're between Senegal and Madagascar right now. 284 wins, you're a beast, bro. Dude, in a row too. Chat's a beast though. Chat's a beast. It's not just me. Obviously, chat is helping quite a bit. There's nothing like telling here. Oh! Antananarivo? Where the fuck is that? I bet if it's Madagascar, it's a capital city. Boom! Antananarivo, Madagascar. Lock it in. GG's. I did not know Madagascar. Did not know Madagascar was wow. That's a really cool city. Very cool. I never would have expected it to look like that. Now, Madagascar is going in my head, guys. Guys, should we bring someone from Madagascar on the podcast next? Capital of Madagascar. Antananarivo. It's freaking gorgeous, dude. So sick. Look at that. That's so sweet. There's like a giant lake in the middle of it. No big deal. Casual. It's huge. How many people live there? It looks massive. Capital of Jesus Christ. Capital of population is what Capital of Madagascar population. Jesus Christ, man. Let's see. Population. Okay, density. I want numbers. Give me numbers. All. 1.2 million. Interesting. Very interesting. Hey, clever guy, what's up, homie? Good to see you. I'm doing good. How about you? What's your podcast name? Is there a command for that? Oh, it's not. So it's not my podcast. It's not my podcast. I call it like a podcast segment because that's kind of how we ran it. I brought on a person who does have a podcast, which is right there in the shadows of Utopia, and we kind of had a podcast-style conversation about the country of Cambodia. But he goes into a lot more depth on his podcast. There it is there. But yeah, the first part of this VOD is where we have the conversation. If you guys want to go back and watch that. Speaking of which, I think 285, good place to end for the night. It's getting a little late. We've been going for a little over 5 hours. I want some food in my belly, in my gullet. Thank you guys so much for today. Thank you guys for supporting me doing something different. I really appreciate it. With the interview earlier, I had a lot of fun, and I learned a lot today. I hope those of you that were here learned a lot as well. If you were here earlier, I honestly recommend going back and watching the VOD just for educational purposes. I had a really good long conversation with the guest who was so kind to come on, Lachlan, about the country of Cambodia, and it was awesome. It was really cool to kind of discover a place that I'm really not familiar with. And it was awesome. It was awesome. Yeah, content warnings. Yeah, content warnings for the VOD for things like genocide, torture. You know, things you would associate with war and conflict. It is very heavy in that category. But a lot of good learning in there as well. So thank you guys for sticking around. Thank you for the stream credit. It was awesome sauce. A1 Chef's Kiss. Thank you so much, Katie. If you guys want to hang out after stream, hop in the Discord. Come hang out with us off stream. There is the Discord link. And also, if you want to see some more content, peep the TikTok and the YouTube. I've got some editors working on some videos for YouTube, which I'm excited about. It should be a lot of fun. If you guys wouldn't mind sticking around just for a little bit longer while we go send the love to somebody else, I'd super appreciate it. Let's see who's online that we can raid right now. Let me see here. Let me see who's vibing tonight. Who is vibing on this wonderful... What night is it, guys? Thursday? It's wonderful Thursday. Ooh, I wonder if I can go here. How far in are we? Oh, that's been a little while. Let me keep looking. Let me keep looking who's on. How long have you... Oh, Ghosty's been along. Let's go hang out. Let's go hang out with Garbage Ghosty. Garbage Ghosty is one of my best friends, just period. They're playing the new Resident Evil. I'm gonna have to go and dip because I can't watch it because I want to play it on stream. I want to play the new Resident Evil Village, Resident Evil 8. I literally love Garbage Ghosty so much, though. You guys are gonna have a great time. If you don't like scary games, she is playing a scary game, but... seriously, one of my best friends. Hi, Hannah. I'm so sorry you came at the very end. It's good to see you, though. I'm sorry, Pistol Grip. Everybody coming in at the last minute. I'm so sorry. Stick around, though. I'm going to send you guys over to Garbage Ghosty. Ghosty is a great friend of mine, and trust me, you guys will have a good time over there. Go hang out. Again, Discord, all the socials there. I will be live again probably... Oh, Sunday. I'll be live on Sunday. I got to figure out the exact time, but I'll be live on Sunday. I'm going to be playing more It Takes Two with Now in Technicolor. My friend that we started the stream with last week, and we're gonna keep playing through that and try and beat it. Thank you guys for today. I had a great night. I'll talk to you guys on Monday. I'll see you guys later. Smoochies. Mwah.